Sima Yu brought Shimonli back to Heartbreak Valley. Instead of going back, they went to look for Shimen Feng, to tell him about her departure. Shimen Feng had already guessed that with Sima Lu Xian and the others here, she would leave sooner or later. Just that he didn't expect she would go so quickly right after the battle. Does your master know about this? It's better to tell them after the battle. Sima Yu said. If she told Old Man Devil and the rest, the disciples in the valley would know too. It wouldn't be good to distract the army. She told Shimen Feng and Shimonli because they were her little brother and little sister, so they would be prepared. That's good too. I hope you'll be able to cure your father after you go back. Shimen Feng said. I hope so too. Everything is much better in the inner regions. I might be able to find a solution there. Sima Yu said. I believe that you can do it. You're our eldest sister. Shimonli coiled around her arm as she smiled. You guys have so much faith in me. Sima Yu turned her head and looked at her. Shimonli was more confident than her. Shimonli's face had fully grown. She looked similar to her when she was young and would think of the past life when she looked at her. Although she intended to let them know of her departure after everything, the news somehow spread and soon after, everyone in the valley knew. It was even twisted that she was abandoning everyone. Because of that, many people came over to ask her if it was true. With no choice, she had to stand out and clarify that she was only leaving Valley to settle some things instead of breaking away from Paramount Valley. This was her route and she would never abandon this place. With that said, everyone became relieved and focused on preparing for the battle. 10 days passed in a flash. Old Man Devil and Ing Baichuan brought a bunch of people to Yinyang Palace while Sima Yu and Shimen Feng went to Zhongzhen clan. Previously, it was the Zhongzhen clan that attacked the Shimen clan. In order to seek revenge, they would personally exterminate the Zhongzhen clan themselves. The Zhongzhen clan wasn't far from Heartbreak Valley. They reached there in less than a day with a transportation array. Paramount Valley members quickly surrounded the whole official residence once they reached the Zhongzhen clan. Passers-by were afraid and hid away from the fierce aura. It looked like they were here to create trouble. These people are from the Heartbreak Valley, right? Someone asked as they were watching from afar hiding in a tea house. What you mean by Heartbreak Valley? They merged with Divine Devil Valley a few months ago, now they're Paramount Valley. Why would they look for the Zhongzhen clan after they become Paramount Valley? By the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be anything good. Of course it's nothing good. Someone said, someone is here for revenge. Revenge? What happened? Why, how could you not know? That person said proudly. What exactly happened? Stop beating around the bush and tell us. God, how could you guys not know? Tell us quickly. Do you guys know who's the second Valley Master of Paramount Valley? That person was immensely pleased thinking that he was the only one who knew about this. Isn't it that guy with the mask? Do you guys know who that guy in the mask is? Don't know. They didn't even know this? That person rolled his eyes at everyone and said, that person is Shimen Feng. Do you guys know now? Shimen Feng? Isn't that the eldest son of Shimen clan who was exterminated 10 years ago? That's right, it's him. Wasn't it said that he was already dead? He was forced down to Heartbreak Valley. Heartbreak Valley. Everyone cried out, no wonder he built the force at Heartbreak Valley, so it turned out this way. I didn't think that he was alive and actually made a comeback in just 10 years and even came to the old nest of the Zhongzhen clan. This is not something that he can do alone. Regardless, no one can be like him. Since he's here for revenge, then we'll have a good show to watch today. Watching it is one thing, dying is another thing. I think it's better that we leave. Some of the cowards that had lower power left, those that had guts would stay to watch the show. Seeing that Sima Yu and the rest surrounded their residence, the main gate opened quickly and a group of people came running out. Sima Yu recognized him in a glance. The leader was clan leader Zhongzhen Liying, who had so much guts to behave atrociously here at Zhongzhen clan. Zhongzhen Liying shouted in a low voice seeing a group of people surrounding them. Zhongzhen Liying, you came out yourself to welcome us, don't you know we are? Shimen Feng intertwined his arms while looking at Zhongzhen Liying tauntingly. If they didn't know who and what happened, would he as a clan leader come out himself? He would have asked the guards to handle it. Zhongzhen Liying saw Shimen Feng looking arrogantly and familiarly. He said, Shimen Feng, it's you. You really didn't die. Why would I die when an old bastard like you hasn't died? Shimen Feng's hatred spewed out and was trembling from anger the moment he saw Zhongzhen Liying. Sima Yu pulled his arm and said, Fenger, don't rush, they won't be able to escape today. Shimen Feng nodded and became clear-headed. Zhongzhen Liying took another glance at Sima Yu seeing how she suppressed Shimen Feng's anger just with a few sentences. Shimen Feng, what do you intend to do by bringing so many people here today? An elder beside Zhongzhen Liying shouted. Paramount members' faces showed a "are you a fool" expression when they saw that person. Someone actually asked such a stupid question. No wonder Zhongzhen clan went bankrupt in a few years. That very year, the Zhongzhen clan poisoned and slaughtered the whole family during my eldest sister's birthday. Today, we will make you pay blood for blood. Shimen Feng said with gritted teeth. Haha, Zhongzhen Liying laughed loudly, by you guys? Do you really think that you'll be more powerful just by ruining our economy? Pfft. It's our mistake for not killing you that very year. Today, we'll correct that mistake of ours by cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Boom. After Zhongzhen Liying spoke, a loud rumbling sound was heard behind them. Zhongzhen clan's main gate had been blasted apart. Little Seven and Mi Air were sitting on the wall with two thunderbolt bullets in her hands. That shock earlier on was from the thunderbolt bullet that little 7 flew out. No one noticed it at all as it wasn't activated by spiritual energy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. You, why do you talk so much nonsense with them? Just wipe them out. Little 7 was impatient. She threw the thunderbolt in her hand. It was better to fight those who were unable to understand. Why's there so much nonsense? The members of Zhongzheng clan were furious as they watched their entrance explode. Arrogant brats. I will take your life. A hot-tempered person shouted. His eyes widened as he attacked Little 7. Little 7 immediately jumped and flew from the walls to counterattack the other person. The two's action started the fight on both sides. Zhongzheng's clan flew out of the house one by one. The people from both sides fought directly. Shimmer Feng was not strong enough to go against Zhongzhengli, so Bai Sheng took the challenge when Zhongzhengli Ying attacked. Shimmer Feng fought with an elder of Zhongzheng clan. In an hour, half of the city was occupied by people and beasts. Sima Yuyu summoned her spirit beasts. As soon as they appeared, they were agitated. They looked at Zhongzheng clan with hatred and their attacks were not soft. Others did not know Sima Yuyu's identity but they know. It was the Zhongzheng clan that Sima Yuyu suffered so much. She worked desperately over these years just for this day. Little Rock and them remembered when she reached divine rank, her soul was restored, and all the memories of her previous life came back. She almost collapsed back then. If it weren't for Wu Lingyu's presence and emotional support, what she would have become like. I can eat full this time. Floey licked her lips. Her flowers and stems filled the streets. Little Dream used her mental ability to attack. All those who came under her power became sluggish and slow. Ye Guang took the opportunity to them. The two cooperated and the speed of killing the enemy was not slower than the rest. Halcyon's attacks were much similar and crude. As long as people had lower strength than him, he could use the space around and forcibly cause people to explode. Floey couldn't stand Halcyon's wasteful behavior and shouted, Halcyon, can you not be so wasteful? If you explode them all to bits, how do you want me to eat? Halcyon glanced at her indifferently. You haven't grown at all from eating so much. What a waste. You. Don't always start with you. Hurry up and eat. It will be all dead bodies soon. Halcyon reminded. Halcyon, your wife is here. Floey yelled before going to deal with the enemies. Halcyon was stunned. He thought that Floey was countering what he had just said and didn't look back. Husband, I miss you very much. Rainbow's voice transmitted behind causing him to become stiff. However, before he turned around, he was hugged from behind. He turned his head and looked at Rainbow's smiling face. Husband, do you miss me? Rainbow grinned. Halcyon noticed someone behind wanted to sneak attack him and Rainbow. He waved his hand and the person exploded into bits. He broke away from Rainbow and turned to look at her. Why are you here? It's not just me, everyone from the clan also came. Rainbow said. We got news from the four-winged rock, so we rushed over. Luckily we came on time. Sima Yuyu was her sister, the contact master of the divine bird, and also the savior of her uncle. No matter what revenge she wanted, they cannot leave her alone. So, as soon she heard this, she rushed over. Halcyon looked up and saw a group of phoenixes came over. This is a battlefield, be careful. Halcyon exhorted. I know. Rainbow wasn't strong, but she had quite a few tricks on her. If she encountered an attack stronger than herself, she can use her tricks to overwhelm the enemy. She already had a royal bloodline, plus with Crimson Flame's transformed bloodline, it was simply priceless according to their clan. In order to ensure her safety, besides the various bodyguards, many treasures were given for her self-defense. Sima Yuyu noticed Rainbow's group and was surprised. She didn't expect them to come help. The fighting power of the Firebird clan was stronger than other phoenixes. In addition, the people brought by Lu Fei were high-leveled in the clan. So as soon as he joined, the battle became inclined to their side. Boom. Boom, dash. The sounds of thunder bullets exploded one after another. The entire Zhongzheng clan mansion was blown to ruins. The collapsed buildings began to burn and the flames shot to the sky. Sima Yuyu looked at the burning flame, she seemed to have saw the Shiman family home was burnt down. She could hear her mother's whisper in her ear. Child, you must live on. Don't take revenge. Stay happy. Father, mother. She murmured. Her heart pained and a tear fell from the corner of her eye. As the tears fell, the sleeping person in Heartbreak Valley opened his eyes. His divine sense returned and his eyes turned clearer. Yuyu. He sat up from the bed and scanned around. He could tell where he was. He got up and walked out. The valley was quiet. The bustle was no longer of the past. He walked for a while and afterward saw a few disciples. They probably stay behind because of their weak strength. When they saw Wu Lingyu and knew he had been sleeping in Sima Yuyu's courtyard. Yuyu? Wu Lingyu asked. They went to destroy Zhongzheng clan and Yinyang Palace. Today? 2 days ago. Where did you go? Zhongzheng clan. Before they finished, Wu Lingyu had opened a space tunnel and left. As for Zhongzheng clan's side, the battle had come to an end. Just when everyone thought it was the end, a light of advancement suddenly appeared in Zhongzheng clan. The aura of a powerful expert emerged in a courtyard that was protected by a spirit barrier, which yet to fall. Ancestor. Ancestor has successfully advanced. Ha ha ha, ancestor will definitely kill you all. People from Zhongzheng clan cried agitatedly. Because of the aura, the fighting on both sides paused. I did not expect that Zhongzheng clan still have a powerful expert. Shimin Feng returned to Sima Yu's side. No matter what, they can't change the fate of Zhongzheng clan's destruction. Sima Yu was not anxious as she looked at them. Soon the light of advancement dissipated. The heavenly protection disappeared. An arrogant voice echoed through the courtyard. This old man finally broke through. Ha ha ha. Today your blood will be used for my celebration. After that, a white figure sprang out of the yard and appeared in midair. He looked at Sima Yu and Shimin Feng with murderous eyes. Previous chapter. The person was the ancestor of Zhongzheng clan, Zhongzheng Hongfeng. Zhongzheng Liying congratulated Zhongzheng Hongfeng, ancestor, you finally succeeded in advancement. Zhongzheng Hongfeng nodded. He frowned when he saw those people. He had only gone in close cultivation for some years, and it fell to this point. Why do you want to destroy my Zhongzheng clan? Of course, the blood debt must be paid. Shimin Feng snorted coldly. Blood debt? When did my Zhongzheng clan trouble Heartbreak Valley? If I remember correctly, you are just a newly established force. We have no contact with each other. Zhongzheng Hongfeng said. Ancestor, he is Shimin Feng. Zhongzheng Liying reminded from the side. Shimin Feng? Zhongzheng Hongfeng didn't have any reaction at first. Then he recalled that Shimin family had been destroyed. He is Shimin family's. Yes. He is the son of the Shimin family. He was the one who was forced to jump off Heartbreak Valley. Zhongzheng Liying answered. You didn't pull out all the weeds back then? Zhongzheng Hongfeng glared at him. If he wasn't killed in the first place, would things be like this now? He was seriously injured back then and fell from Heartbreak Valley. We thought he wouldn't survive. Zhongzheng Liying regretted, but who would have thought Shimin Feng would survive the fall from Heartbreak Valley? He not only survived, he also established a sect. In such a short time, he gathered so much power to come at them for revenge. Old grandpa, do you remember me? Sima Yu asked. You are? Zhongzheng Hongfeng stared at Sima Yu with doubt. He didn't know her. But her tone sounded as though they knew each other. Old grandpa is forgetful. We used to drink fruit wine together. You told me to not mind the grievances between the two families. Some things are just beyond your control. Sima Yu laughed at the small drink back then. You are. Zhongzheng Hongfeng remembered the scene, the person drinking and chatting with him was not the girl in front of him. My surname is Sima, Sima Yu. Sima Yu replied. No. You are not Sima Yu. You are Shimin Yu. Zhongzheng Hongfeng declared firmly. Shimin Yu? How is it possible? You personally killed her. She can't be alive. Zhongzheng Liying exclaimed. Ancestor, she's Sima Yu. She is a rising younger generation in recent decades. She is only a few dozen years old. She can't be Shimin Yu. She was 200 to 300 years old when she died. Someone on the side explained. No, she is Shimin Yu. Zhongzheng Hongfeng looked at Sima Yu. Only Shimin Yu knew about the drinking and those words back then. But, she is indeed a few dozen years old. It is impossible she is Shimin Yu. Moreover, she came from the lower continent. Zhongzheng Liying was also certain. When they first knew of Sima Yu, they investigated her. You are Shimin Yu. Zhongzheng Hongfeng eyed Sima Yu. Sima Yu smiled enthusiastically at their discussion of her. Old grandpa has a good memory. You're really Shimin Yu. Impossible. Those from Shimin family cried out. What's impossible? Sima Yu sneered. I said before I die, I will definitely come back to seek revenge from you. Naturally I will come back for revenge. Resurrected from the dead? How is it possible? What is not possible? Sima Yu looked at them coldly. Even God did not accept what you did to Shimin family, so I was allowed to come back to life. Come back to take revenge and return all that you impose on us bit by bit. Really reborn? Not only was Zhongzheng clan surprised, people of Paramount Valley were too. Sima Yu was Shimin Yu. This news was too surprising to them. Because there were people from Shimin family in Paramount Valley. They didn't deliberately conceal what happened at the beginning. Everyone knew that Zhongzheng clan destroyed Shimin family on Shimin Yu's birthday. When they heard about it, they lamented that Shimin Yu and Sima Yu had the same name. If Sima Yu was Shimin Yu, according to her temperament, how much guilt did she bear? Unexpectedly, they were the same person. No wonder she hated Zhongzheng clan so much because they destroyed her home. No wonder she worked so hard over the years because of the deep blood debt. All of this made sense. At this time, they were not surprised for her rebirth but felt distressed for her in their heart. It turned out she had endured so much. The bold onlookers were shocked and they heard the news. There were people in this world that were reborn. Wasn't that too scary? Sima Yu didn't reveal her identity before. But when facing her former enemies, she wanted them to know that she came back for revenge. Revenge. She wanted to rectify Shimin family's name. Old dog ancestor, you killed my family back then. Today is the day you pay it all back. Humph, just you guys want to destroy the Zhongzheng clan. Are you joking? He had used the break to sense everyone. He was certain now that no one in Paramount Valley was stronger than him. With Ancestor, there will be no problem. Ancestor, you have to avenge all that die in the clan. Don't worry, as long as we kill the head, the rest will be easier to handle. The spirit beasts around Sima Yu are very powerful. Only Ancestor can deal with them. Don't worry, we won't let anyone from the Shiman family go. Who dares to touch my girl? Sima Yu's eyes brightened when she heard the voice. Who? Zhongzheng Hongfeng was surprised that someone could approach him without his detection. Humph. A little Zhongzheng clan dares to act arrogantly. Wu Lingyu's figure suddenly appeared beside Sima Yu, causing everyone to be startled. This strength. Zhongzheng Hongfeng frowned. When did Wu Lingyu become so powerful? I didn't expect it, His Holy Son, Your Highness. Today's matter is between Zhongzheng clan and Paramount Valley. His Highness will not interfere, right? Zhongzheng clan had relied on Yinyang Palace, while Yinyang Palace relied on Sage Pavilion. Speaking of this, Zhongzheng clan was also under Sage Pavilion. Wu Lingyu was the holy son of Sage Pavilion. Seeing him stand beside Sima Yu, Zhongzheng clan lost their confidence. But Wu Lingyu did not do as they wanted. Zhongzheng Hongfeng's face turned dark. Your Highness is not afraid of offending your sect. Hehe, do you think the sect will blame me for you all? You think too highly of yourselves. PFFF. The people on this side laughed out loud. Wu Lingyu spoke mercilessly. Zhongzheng Hongfeng wanted to use his sect to threaten him, but he effortlessly retorted. It was true that Zhongzheng clan was just a force below them. What a resounding slap to their face. Your Highness, you. Besides, if the sect knew that you have been collaborating with a mysterious force for a long time, I am afraid that I would be ordered to bring people to eradicate you much earlier. Zhongzheng Hongfeng faced the accusation silently. The matter of their cooperation with the mysterious force had always been secretive. How did Wu Lingyu know? Lingyu, why are you here? When I woke up, I saw you were not there, so I came. But, wouldn't you have a period of fatigue? Don't worry, I won't mess around. Really? If you can't, I have other ways to deal with him. In her previous life, she had known that Zhongzheng Hongfeng was on the verge of advancement. After several decades, he might have already advanced, so she came prepared. When did I ever lie to you? Sima Yu grabbed his hand and checked his pulse. You can only fight him. Sure. She had so many people. Originally, she had a plan. He didn't need to be involved. But he wanted to be involved in everything about her. At the beginning, he witnessed personally the pain she felt. The hatred of the past will be over today. From now on, you will no longer be burdened by the past. Zhongzheng Hongfeng met Wu Lingyu before. He knew his strength wasn't that high. However, he didn't know that Wu Lingyu's soul fusion increased his light attribute by several times. When Wu Lingyu moved, others followed suit. The people of Zhongzheng clan saw hope when their ancestor had appeared. So, the final outcome was not surprising. Even if they were disarmed or had surrendered, the member of Paramount Valley didn't care. However, in the end, Sima Yu's heart softened. She really wasn't able to kill those innocent women and children. Wu Lingyu had already returned to her side. Shiman Feng glanced at them and nodded. Alright, I will take care of this side. Wu Lingyu opened a space tunnel, wanting to take Sima Yu away. Sima Yu struggled at first, but finally she went with him. Wu Lingyu was right. If the roots weren't removed, there would be endless troubles in the future. She couldn't watch the innocent people being killed. Wu Lingyu took her to his little realm. Back then when she was in pain from her recovered memories, he brought her here. Now they were back again, it was like a world away. Sima Yu went to wash up, washing all the blood on her body and the hatred from the past. When she appeared before Wu Lingyu, the aura that radiated off her was somewhat different. Wu Lingyu laid on the recliner that she had laid on. He relaxingly waved at her. Sima Yu walked over. There weren't any chairs, so she sat on the side of the recliner. A hand suddenly hugged her and pulled her onto him. Sima Yu laid on Wu Lingyu's shoulder with her eyes closed. Don't talk, let me lean on you for a while. Wu Lingyu placed one hand under her head and another at her waist as he took her into his arms. He kissed her lightly on her forehead. Go rest, I am here. His words caused her to cry uncontrollably. After so many years, they finally got revenge. She would never see her parents and relatives who loved her anymore. Father, mother, Yuer misses you. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu stayed in the little realm for 2 days. After Wu Lingyu felt the outside matter had been handled, he took her out. At this time, Zhongzheng clan was only a pile of ruins. The flames were still burning. At a glance, it looked the same as when Shiman family was destroyed. Shiman Feng and Bai Sheng instructed people to clean up the battlefield. How is the situation now? It's almost done. Really? The stone in Sima Yu's heart fell. I know as long master's in charge, it will be successful. However, there is something. What's wrong? It's about your identity. It has spread all around for the past 2 days. Many people already know of your identity. Shiman Feng answered. There was actually rebirth. This explosive news spread quickly. It was not enough to just spread it once. As a result, many people knew of her identity, which included the valley's disciples as well as Sima Luxian who was at the valley. When Sima Yu thought of Sima Luxian, her heart sank. I got it. Do you want to go back first? The valley. Sima Yu was silent for a while before nodding. I still have to explain this to them clearly. It was impossible to avoid it. So it was better to explain it. As for whether they could accept it, it was beyond her control. Wu Lingyu held her hand. No matter what, I will stay with you. Sima Yu smiled at him. She wasn't sure how Sima Luxian and them would react. Fortunately he was willing to unconditionally be at her side. She and Wu Lingyu returned to the valley. When they were outside, she was nervous. Sima Yu and Shimin Yu were originally one soul, but for Sima Lu Xian and them, they may not be able to accept this reason. She sighed in her heart. When she arrived, she didn't feel like going in. I think they will understand. Sima Yu was nervous. I have been with father for some time. I don't want to see his disappointed eyes. Grandfather and grandmother are so kind to me. Don't be afraid. If they can't accept you, then what? No way, they cannot just not accept you. Haha. The two flew into the valley. When they reached the sect, they stopped and started walking. The valley's disciples greeted Sima Yu enthusiastically. Their attitude toward her didn't change much. If there were, their gaze toward her became more eager. Sima Yu nodded in response to them. Unbeknownst to her, she had reached her courtyard. She took a deep breath and pushed open the courtyard doors. Sure enough, she saw Sima Lu Xian sitting at the stone table in a daze. Sima Lu Xian also noticed Sima Yu and waved at her. His gaze to her didn't change. Sima Yu walked over slowly. You're back. Is there any injury? I am fine. Sima Yu started. Father, do you know of that matter? You mean the rebirth? Sima Lu Xian chuckled. I knew a long time ago. Long time ago? Sima Yu was startled. Sima Lu Xian nodded. Right, a long time ago. Then, when was it? Sima Yu asked. When you were born. Sima Lu Xian recalled. After Lin rescued me and my daughter, he told me separately you were born with 2 lives. Your initial soul was not complete and you can't cultivate. You can only wait until your soul is complete to cultivate. When I saw how strong you were at Dusk Mountain, I knew. But I can't cultivate because of poisoning, not because of my soul. Sima Yu didn't expect Lin to already tell him. Thinking about it, he could tell herself right before she entered the immortal land meant that he knew from a long time ago. It was not strange for him to tell Sima Lu Xian too. Sima Lu Xian looked at her complicated expression and sat down next to him. It doesn't matter for any reason. It doesn't matter who you were before. What's important is you are my daughter. You're the result of your mother and me. That's enough. Then that grandfather and them know? I told them a long time ago. So they also know. Sima Lu Xian replied. You don't have to worry about them. Grandfather and THM also know from then? Right. I told them earlier to let them know the truth. Did they believe such an impossible thing? I said Lin told me. So they believed it. Father. Sima Yu looked emotionally at Sima Lu Xian. She thought she would face his accusation, disappointments, anger when she came back. She didn't expect to be moved. Your father is right. Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingying walked out of their room and smiled at Sima Yu. We already knew about this. What we didn't know was what was your previous identity and your experiences. But now we know. Huang Yingying came over. My poor child, I didn't expect you to experience so much before. Your previous life relatives are gone. Don't be too sad. You still have your grandparents. Sima Yu looked at them. Her tears welled up. She tried not to cry but her tears couldn't help but fall down. You're so old already, yet you're still crying. Huang Yingying wiped the tears on her face. When did I? Sima Lu Xian turned his eyes to Wu Lingyu. When he was rescued, he was in a state of confusion and Wu Lingyu went into a coma again. When Wu Elingyu woke up, Sima Lu Xian and them were far away, so they didn't meet. Speaking of it, this was the first time these two officially meet. I heard about you. Sima Lu Xian started. Although you're excellent and Sima likes you and is willing to be with you, I hope that you will not bring you any danger. I will take care of my business. Wu Lingyu said. I won't put her in danger. I hope you can do what you said. Sima Lu Xian added, if you can't and put her in danger, I won't agree to give her to you. I will. Wu Lingyu didn't say much. He wasn't the talkative type, but his words were heavy as a mountain. Sima Yu pursed her lips. Why did the scene change so fast? She was moved emotionally. In the next second, it became father meeting his son-in-law. Both of them looked solemn, which didn't match with her scene. She was not afraid of her father meeting the son-in-law. During their time together, she had already understood Sima Lu Xian's temperament. As long as she liked it, he wouldn't be meddlesome about it. Therefore, he wouldn't embarrass Wu Lingyu too much. Not to mention, he was an excellent person and spoiled her a lot. The only thing that worried was probably his devil race identity. With an opponent like the Devil King, things in the devil realm weren't going to be smooth. It might bring her danger. However, when it came to danger, she seemed to have a lot of enemies, especially in Fair Eastern City. She and the Ghost Clan had quite a few grudges. Hopefully, it wouldn't affect when she goes to save her mother. Alright, if you two want to talk about these things, go to the side. You just returned, let her take a good rest. Huang Yingying interrupted. Grandma, I am not tired. Sima Yu had rested in Wu Lingyu's arms for a long while before returning. She didn't feel tired at all. She looked at Wu Lingyu. Lingyu, you have a lot of knowledge. Do you have any ways to recover father's condition? Alright. I need to check uncle's body. Wu Lingyu replied. Sima Lu Xian wanted to say it was not necessary. His body had eroded this much, how was he going to recover? But seeing her ardent gaze, he couldn't bear to refuse. He let Wu Lingyu check him. Wu Lingyu checked Sima Lu Xian as he listened to Sima Yu. He gained a general understanding of his situation. How is it, do you have a way? Sima Yu asked. Uncle's meridian has been wasted, so he can't cultivate now. Wu Lingyu said. To recover, the only way is to reshape the body. Reshape body? In fact, it's to reshape all his meridians and his dantian. Wu Lingyu explained. Then do you have a way? There is a way, but it will take time to prepare things. Wu Lianjiu answered. It's hard to find? Sima Yu asked. One is hard to find, another, I don't know if it still exists. What do you need? 2 divine medicines, and a little bit of essence from Qing Yi and Little 7. The rest medicinal materials are auxiliary. 2 divine medicines? Sima Xiu and them whispered. All divine medicines were priceless, not to mention just 2. Qing Yi and Little 7, I can ask them to help. Now let's talk about the divine medicines. Sima Yu quickly recovered from her surprise. What are the 2 divine medicines? One I mentioned to you before, Phoenix Nirvana. Wu Lingyu said. The other is Fire Rebirth of the Hidden Families. Phoenix Nirvana and Fire Rebirth? Sima Yu remembered when Wu Lingyu gave her the divine scar, he mentioned that Sage Pavilion had divine medicine, Phoenix Nirvana. But it was the first time she heard of Fire Rebirth. The last time I went to Sage Pavilion, Phoenix Nirvana had grown buds. I don't know if it has bloomed now. If not, we can wait. Wu Lingyu directly revealed the whereabouts of Sage Pavilion's divine medicine. Then who has the Fire Rebirth? Sima Yu asked. The news that came back last year was that it was in one of the hidden families. But information about them rarely gets outside. So the world doesn't know where they are. However, that can be investigated. So don't worry about it. But the hidden families are strong, even if we get the whereabouts of the divine medicine, it is not easy to obtain it. Hidden families were indeed strong. This could be seen when the mysterious force retreated when Xianqiu family took action in Cloud Sea City. If they wanted to obtain the divine medicine from their hands, it was going to be difficult. No matter the difficulty, I will obtain it. Sima Yu declared. Lingyu, can you check how's the Phoenix Nirvana on your side? I haven't been back for some decades. I don't know if it has bloomed. When you return to the inner regions, I will go back and see. Wu Lingyu said. The matter here is almost done. When they all come back, we will say goodbye before setting off. Sima Yu said. Sure. Sima Xiu and them wanted to return to their family. They basically had not gone back when they went to find him. They wondered how it would look when they returned. Alright, let's wait for them to come back. A few days later, Shimin Feng and Liang Wuming and the group came back consecutively. After they all returned, Sima Yu told her she was leaving. Everyone fell silent. Although they knew she would leave, they didn't expect it to be so fast. Zhongzheng clan and Yin Yang Palace were just destroyed. Now she was about to go to the inner regions. Don't you all give me long faces. It's not like I'm not coming back. I believe you will be back. However, once you leave, I don't know when you will be back. In fact, we can develop our force in the inner regions too. Bai Sheng suggested. On one hand, the resources of the inner regions are much better, and on the other hand, we can help you if you meet with problems in the inner regions. This idea isn't bad. The others agreed, there are many resources in the inner regions. If we can expand inwards, it will be beneficial for us in the future. Future. I agree as well. We have always been expanding inside the central regions, and now that our strength has grown quite a bit, we should have the ability to expand into the inner regions. I agree as well. I am alright either way. Sima Yu pursed her lips. How did the conversion end up here? Yu, what do you think? Liang Wuming looked at her and asked. I feel that it is possible for us if the point of it is to expand the sect. Sima Yu replied, if it is because of me, and not because the sect needs it, then forget it. If I head over there, will I not lose out? The priority is, of course, to expand our sect. It just so happens that heading over there is an opportunity as well. I feel like this idea is pretty good. We have the ability, so why shouldn't we go? That's right. At this time, Lu Yongkai, who had been silent the entire time, opened his mouth. Ever since they formed the alliance, he became the hall head of the financial hall. We will be able to go to the inner region in the future, which isn't bad. However, we have a problem. Lu Yongkai said. Liangkai, is there some issue with the finances? That's right. Lu Yongkai nodded, I went to the inner regions before, so I am a little familiar with the circumstances there. Although, in terms of battle ability, we are comparable to the powers in the inner Rehinos, in terms of finances, we are lacking a lot. Those powers who enter fresh can easily trespass on the territories of others. If we do not possess concrete details on the economic status in there and cannot stand firm, we might end up on the losing end. Indeed. In the past, in the Divine Devil Valley, we did not manage this part properly. Although we did not lack in finances, we were not wealthy either. Although we have Liangkai, it's only been for a short time. It's not a problem to rush it out. However, if we end up in a long-drawn battle, we won't be able to hold on. That is truly the case. Sigh, if this really is the case, we can only give up on this plan. Liang Wuming said, however, this can be the next phase in our plan. About that, how much are we lacking? Sima Yu asked. What? I'm asking how much we need to be able to expand in the inner regions. Sima Yu said, didn't you say that we're lacking in the financial area? So how much do we need? We would need at least 3 medium-sized ore veins at the very least to rely on. Lu Liangkai said, although we have an ore vein now, with a steady income, if we end up depleting it, we would have a problem. We would become unable to hold on. You just need 3 ore veins. Sima Yu asked, then can't we just go look for 3 ore veins? Yu, things like ore veins can't be found just because you want to look for them. Xiao Jingzhong said, although we have seeker spirit masters, they haven't found very good ore veins in recent years. Things like these require luck. What if we did have ore veins? Sima Yu asked. If we had ore veins, then once we were done with the Yin Yang Palace and the Zhongzhen clan, we would be able to prepare to head into the inner regions. Lu Liangkai said. What is it, Yu? Do you know where we can find an ore vein? Old Man Devil could guess what she was thinking when he saw the look in her eyes. Yeah. Sima Yu nodded, I happened to discover it previously. Oh. How big is that one? If it's relatively big, even if it's more risky, we could give it a try. Lu Liangkai asked. Nope. Sima Yu wagged her finger. Not just one. Could it be that there are 2? Lu Liangkai was excited, if there are 2 of them, we wouldn't have too big of a problem. Nope, not 2 veins. Sima Yu saw that Lu Liangkai, who was always calm, was actually excited and felt like teasing him, so she didn't complete her sentence. Not 2? Then what is it? Could it be a big one? Lu Liangkai asked. Nope. That's not it either. Then what is it? Lu Liangkai couldn't guess it. Didn't she wag her finger earlier? Just what did she mean then? A very very large ore vein. Sima Yu said. Everyone sucked in a breath in shock. A very large ore vein. Just how much money was that? Also. Everyone had yet to compose themselves when she spoke again, causing everyone's mouths to fall open with shock again. The vein has 5 to 6 medium-sized branches, and SS-. Everyone was already unable to believe her words. They couldn't breathe as they watched Sima Yu with shining eyes. It seems like there were a few small ore veins at the bottom as well, I didn't pay that much attention to those. Sima Yu finally finished speaking and everyone was already stunned into silence by now. Even the old folks who were relatively calmer were staring starry-eyed like the rest. It was especially so for Lu Liangkai. Even when he encountered what happened in Fair Eastern City, trapped inside and unable to leave, he had been calm. However, right now, he was filled with shock and he was the most excited. He ran up from his seat and stretched out his hands wanting to hug Sima Yu when Wu Lingyu, who was standing by her side, sent him flying. However, even though Wu Lingyu's expression was dark, he still knew how to hold himself back. Only then did Liang Kai emerge unhurt and crawled immediately. However, at this point, he already came back to his senses and wouldn't do this kind of thing again. Despite that, he was still pretty shaken. Deputy Valley Master, are you speaking the truth? How could there be so many ore veins? Where are they? With that many ore veins, there should be many powerful spirit fluctuations. How could nobody have discovered it? Deputy Valley Master, are you certain? By this point, he had already spoken in circles multiple times. The others had also recovered their senses when they saw Wu Lingyu toss him away. The situation was too shocking, so some of them had also begun to doubt it. Yu, where are the ore veins you mentioned? Could others have already discovered them? Liang Wuming's tone was a little urgent. If this was true, the priority was to take the first step. It's in Jade Snow Mountain. Sima Yu said, the last time I went to rescue Instructor Mao and the others, I used those ore veins to extricate myself. That's why this news is definitely real. It's because the snow there is a bit weird and can cover the aura of the ore veins. That's why nobody has discovered it. We've heard about the Jade Snow Mountain before. If those people didn't all die out, wouldn't the others have already found out about the ore veins? Nope. Sima Yu said, didn't the Glacial Cloud Palace quickly get exterminated by the others? Since she was so certain, everyone was riled up again. Our 2 Valley Masters, I request to head over to check it out immediately. Since that's the case, we should all go over there and take a look together. Lu Liangkai didn't know how to spirit seek at all, so naturally he wouldn't be of any use. When Liang Wuming said that, the others wanted to go as well. Just the thought of so many ore veins made them thrilled, so they wanted to go and have a look. Sima Yu looked at their eager eyes and said, if this is the case, then let's all just go. Where is Jade Snow Mountain? My grandfather knows, let him take us there. Sima Yu said. Then I will have to trouble your grandfather. Also, let's wait till I have finished refining the pill for my father because the power in the largest vein is very chaotic. My father should know of a better method to subdue it. How long will it take? Just a day, we will leave for Jade Snow Mountain at this time tomorrow. I also want to have a talk with them. Sima Yu said. Alright. We will wait and meet up with you tomorrow. Although they said that they would wait for her, on this day, none of the senior officials of Paramount Valley stayed in their room. They had all ended up coming to Sima Yu's courtyard, waiting for her to set off as soon as she finished refining the pill. Fortunately, when Sima Yu was refining the pill, she had habitually arranged an array for herself so that others could not enter her room, otherwise she might be affected by any distractions. Early the next morning, she had completed refining her pill and when she opened the door, she was surprised to discover that her own courtyard was filled with people. Deputy Valley Master, have you finished refining our pill? Yes, I did. Since it's all settled, shall we set off? Sima Yuyu smiled, nodded and said, why not? Let's go. Let's go then. Sima Xiuqi opened the space tunnel and led everyone in. When they stepped out, they had already arrived in the vast snow plains. Because the distance was too far, and there was also a need to cross to all the way to the inner region, there were some deviations in the exit point and they did not arrive directly at the ore vein. Sima Yuyu sensed the positions of scarlet bees that she had left behind before flying over with everyone. In less than half a day, they arrived at the place where Mi-Er used his force to break through the spatial lock. There is no aura of ore veins here, Yuyu, are you sure it's here? Old Man Devil asked. They too had been to the snow plains, but they did not discover any ore veins at all. Sima Yuyu looked at the vast snow plains. Several months had passed and the original traces had already been covered by the heavy snow. It's here. She said affirmatively, Master, give it a strike here, it's best to break through all the snow and into the ground. Old Man Devil condensed his spirit power and attacked the snow below. The thick snow splashed around, exposing the frozen ground below. He immediately attacked again, and a hole was torn in the frozen ground, and the aura of the ore vein leaked out. It's really an ore vein. What a rich aura. Yes, such a strong aura, it must be a large vein. Everyone was delighted, since the ore vein here was real, then that means that the other ore veins she mentioned before would also be real. However, there's something wrong with the aura of this vein. The spirit seeker of Paramount Valley could sense the aura of the vein more accurately, and immediately felt that the aura of the vein was very chaotic. During yesterday's meeting, there weren't many spirit seekers present, hence when Sima Yuyu mentioned that the aura was chaotic, not everyone here knew about it. They did not even know that the ore veins here had been used before. Mi-Er used the aura here to attack the spatial lock before, so it's chaotic now, Sima Yuyu explained, but all we need to do is to redirect the aura back. Can the chaotic aura be redirected back? Ordinary people may not be possible, but Yuyu's father would definitely be able to do it. Her father? Everyone's attention shifted toward Sima Luxian. What, don't you know about Sima Luxian of the Sima family? He is akin to their god in the hearts of many spirit seekers. Old Man Devil said in surprise. What? He is the Sima Luxian? The perverse genius whose talent is comparable to Third Mo, the Sima Luxian? Heavens! It's really him. The father of the Deputy Valley Master is actually Grandmaster Luxian. With him around, we'll definitely be able to redirect the chaotic aura. Sima Yuyu blinked suspiciously when she saw them all riled up in excitement. What, didn't you guys know? Ahem, because Grandmaster Luxian has disappeared for decades, so it didn't cross our minds at all. Well, when father was in Paramount Valley, he was really low-key. In addition to knowing that he was Sima Yuyu's father, the people in the valley really knew very little about him. In the past, Sima Luxian always acted in the inner region and rarely went outside. Father, looking at the current situation, can you fix it? Sima Yuyu asked. Not a problem. Sima Luxian said, although it is a bit more troublesome, but with Mi-Er and you, there is no problem. Actually, as long as there is Mi-Er, this was not a problem because he has absolute control over the aura and the aura will have to follow his wishes. Then I will have to trouble you. Valley Master is polite. Sima Luxian always kept a faint smile on his face, but except for Sima Yuyu and Sima Xiuqi, the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Martial uncle, since father said it's alright, then I'll take you to the few other ore veins. Then I'll also ask my father to condition them along the way. It will be more convenient for people from the valley to mine from them later. Sima Yuyu said. Liang Wuming was silent for a while, and said, just forget about conditioning the other ore veins. There are also spirit seekers in the valley. Just let them start conditioning the ore veins when you need them. Sima Yuyu thought about it, this could be done as well. With so many ore veins, surely not all of them would be mined right away, and conditioning them just before mining would suffice. This would be a better choice as her father would not need to be so tired. So, relying on the distance and direction she walked underground the last time she was here, she drew a simple map and gave it to Liang Wuming. I was underground the last time I was here, so the distance and location may have some deviation. What she didn't actually say was that she didn't find much at the time, only a few ore veins, and the rest were told to her by Mi-Er later, so she couldn't determine the specific location. Liang Wuming took the map and brought the others to check them out, leaving Sima Yuyu here to deal with this vein. Father, I'll have to trouble you. Sima Yuyu said to Sima Luxian. MML, Mi-Er, let's start. Sima Luxian nodded at Mi-Er, and Mi-Er jumped onto the mountain peak in the middle. Previous chapter. Afterwards, Mi-Er controlled and guided everything according to Sima Luxian's instructions. Soon, the originally chaotic aura returned to its previous calm. Sima Yuyu took a look and realized that it took less than 2 hours to accomplish this feat if Mi-Er was not around. It is estimated that they might not be able to achieve anything even if 2 days had passed. When Liang Wuming and the others returned, all they saw was Sima Yuyu, Sima Luxian, Sima Xiuqi, Huang Yingying, Mi-Er and her group of spirit beasts huddled together, enjoying hot pot in front of 2 large pots. Everyone's mouths twitched. Were they on a holiday? Martial uncle, you guys are finally back. Sima Yuyu raised her head, how was it? Did you manage to verify them all? Are there any inaccuracies? Except for a few positions that deviated a little, everything else is fine. We managed to locate them after we searched for a bit in the vicinity. Liang Wuming said with excitement. After confirming it with their own eyes, their hearts almost popped out of their throats. It's fine if there is no problem. Sima Yuyu said, by the way, Master, Martial Uncle, Hall Masters, would you like to join us and have some as well? No, there's no need. Since the ore veins here have been confirmed, then we have to go back to prepare the mining matters. Liang Wuming said. There's no need to hurry, Martial Uncle. If you want to mine, there is still a problem to be solved. Sima Yu said. What problem is there? There are many spirit beasts in this Jade Snow Mountain. If it is not handled well, it will hinder us. Sima Yu said, so, before mining, you have to negotiate with the various spirit beasts. We will leave these matters to you. No problem. Sima Yu waved her hand, and several large pots appeared on the snow. There was a raging flame burning under each pot, and there was water in the pot boiling, gurgling and steaming. Beside the pot, a row of tables that were full of various dishes appeared as well. Master, Martial Uncle, Hall Masters, let's sit down and have a meal together. It's a pleasant thing to eat hot pot and drink a little wine on a cold day. You can also take it as a celebration for the mining matters. This was specially prepared by myself while waiting for you. This is a rare occasion. Sima Yu greeted everyone and said with a twinkle in her eye. Why are you inviting everyone to dinner all of a sudden? Old Man Devil walked over and sat down next to her. When she said so, the others also found their seats and sat down as they picked up various meat and vegetables and joined in the feast. Master, this is the farewell banquet that I've specially prepared for everyone. Sima Yu said, I have discussed with father and the others. Now that we have already arrived in the inner region, we will not go back to the valley and we will head directly to the Sima clan. So, after this meal, we will be setting off. I'll leave it to you all to deal with Jade Snow Mountain's affairs as well as the development of the valley in the inner region. Everyone was stunned for a moment but had quickly accepted the matter. She did mention much earlier that she would be embarking on this journey, hence everyone weren't surprised. Since you found all these or veins, just leave the rest to us. We will develop in the inner regions as soon as possible. If you encounter anything with the Sima clan, don't hold back, don't forget that we are still there. Old Man Devil said reassuringly. Thank you, Master. Sima Yu smiled gratefully at Old Man Devil, your disciple respects you. The two had a drink with gusto before Old Man Devil put down the cup, looked at Wu Lingyu, and said, are you going together? Of course, wherever she is, I'm there. Wu Lingyu said proudly with his chest puffed up. It's really hard to keep a grown man at home. Humph, it wasn't easy for you to wake up and you're not even going to accompany this old man properly once you're up. Old Man Devil complained in a disgruntled tone. Well, didn't you often come to see me when I was asleep? What else is there to see now? Wu Lingyu said lightly, humph, once someone goes out, one trip takes decades, who can you blame? Old Man Devi was speechless and looked at Sima Yu with an aggrieved expression. Master, senior brother is going back to Sage Pavilion, that's why he will also go with us. I am not blaming you. Sima Yu explained. Huh? Back to the Sage Pavilion? You have been out for so long, why are you suddenly going back? He just received the news and they asked him to go back. It should be because of Zhongzheng's clan annihilation. Sima Yu guessed. Just when she was preparing the hot pot, Wu Lingyu received the news from Sage Pavilion. He used this as an excuse to go back, otherwise, if he were to suddenly return to the Sage Pavilion, it may arouse the suspicion of others. Zhongzheng clan can be considered as one of the forces under Sage Pavilion. Sage Pavilion didn't know that they were colluding with the mysterious forces. When they saw that Wu Lingyu helped Sima Yu and the others instead, he was naturally invited over to explain everything clearly. Do you want to bring Mu Si along as well? Old Man Devil asked. Yes. Sima Yu glanced at Mu Si and said, we don't have a spirit seeker with dark attributes in our valley. I can teach him properly if he follows along. But you have so many things to settle on your own. This does not conflict with anything. Usually he cultivates by himself, I only need to give some pointers occasionally. Sima Yu said, Master, isn't that what you do with senior brother as well? Let's not even talk about me. Humph. Other than the first 2 days, you didn't even teach me anything after you took me in as your disciple. But didn't I agree to let you follow that fellow, Su Jin? That guy is still pretty good at alchemy, Old Man Devil tried to explain himself. Well, that's not what you taught. Sima Yu said, speaking of this, since Master Su Jin is not around, the senior brothers and senior sisters are in the valley. I will have to ask you to take care of them as well. Don't worry about this. When she was going to find Su Jin and Gulang, she had to go back and call them along. They seldom ate such things as the hot pot before them, hence after the hearty meal, everyone was very happy and satisfied. Sima Yu put everything away and bade farewell to them. Sima Xiuqi then opened the spatial tunnel and led them in. Liang Wuming watched them disappear and said, alright, the few of you can go back now and send some people over. We have to protect this place. The rest of you will follow me to deal with the spirit beasts. We must settle these things as soon as possible. Lu Liangkai, you go back and prepare to develop in the inner region. Yes, Valley Master. Knowing that Sima Yu had gone to the inner region, many people were enthusiastic about the development in the inner region. They had to expand faster and become Sima Yu's backing. They can't let anyone bully their Paramount Valley's treasured child. After Sima Yu came out of the spatial tunnel, it was not the location of Sima clan but a city not far from the snow plains. Let's find a teleportation array and go to a place where there is a spatial ship. Spatial ship? What is that? Sima Yu asked curiously. A spatial ship is a ship that can travel through space. It has a strong defense and can protect the safety of people on board in the spatial space. It also establishes a passage in space to take people to the other side. Sima Xiuqi explained. Isn't that the same as the teleportation array? Why do you want this spatial ship? Sima Yu was puzzled. Previous chapter. There are also teleportation arrays, but the range of the inner region is too large, and the energy of the teleportation array cannot support too long a distance. For such long-distance transmissions, the spatial tunnel and the teleportation array built by yourself cannot support it, which is why a spatial ship is required. Sima Xiu-Qi explained patiently. So that's why. There is an array laid on the exterior of the spatial ship, which can protect the ship from being twisted by the spatial space when it travels through space. Huang Yingying added, but this is too expensive to build and only some major powers have it. So even for us, we can only take someone else's to travel in. Really? Now I am even more curious about this spatial ship. Sima Yu said with a smile, come on then, let's take the spatial ship. Because Sima Xiu-Qi and the others have been here before, they knew where they could take a spatial ship and the directions to a place where they could take one. He led Sima Yu to the largest city nearby and introduced it to her on the way. At this time, Sima Yu discovered in awe that the middle and outer regions that she thought were very big, even if they were added together, they were not as large as the inner region. The inner region itself was divided into 81 states, and the area of each state was not only vast. Even the smallest state amounts to half of the outer region. After Sima Yu heard this, her eyes widened in astonishment. Even if there were some teleportation arrays that could shuttle between states, the cost was definitely outrageous and it was not affordable for ordinary people. I didn't expect it to be so big. She exclaimed. These 81 states have their own names, but then everyone became used to addressing them by their numbers instead, and eventually, the 81 states were named, starting from 1 all the way to 81. It was said that this was not randomly numbered, but sorted according to the resources of each state, etc. The smaller the number, the richer the resources of that state, and the stronger the overall strength of the forces there. Of course, not all forces were like this, there were also some states with larger numbers that also had some powerful forces. Which state is Sima's family in? Sima Yu asked. The 64th state. It's pretty far behind. Sima Yu murmured in her heart. At one time, we were also a great family, but we gradually dwindled and lagged behind. We were squeezed out by those forces in the front and had no choice but to move out. Sima Xiu-Qi said, experiencing the glory before, the ancestors of the later generations all hoped to be able to go back to those days. Sima Yu remembered the elders that she had met outside Fair Eastern City, each of them said that she was the hope of rejuvenating the family and could lead them back to glory. Thinking back on this now, most probably they wanted her to bring them back. Because of Sima Luxian's renowned talent as a spirit seeker, they always regarded him as their star of hope to lead everyone back, but they did not expect that something like that would happen in the end. In the eyes of others, he was already a genius that had been snuffed out before great things could be accomplished. Therefore, when they were in the immortal land, the Sima family was eager to obtain the divine artifact and inheritance. However, this hope was also lost, and in the end, all they could do was to place their remaining hope on Sima Yu. Sima Yu was rendered speechless. When she was outside, she saw that others were so respectful to the Sima family. She thought that they were an amazing and respectable force in the inner regions, who knew that they were actually a fallen clan. And those outside knew that their strength in the inner region didn't amount to much because those that were really powerful won't even bother to go outside. Alas, it feels like she had fallen into a pit again. Knowing that she had already jumped into the pit, all she could hope for that this was not a deep pit. Along the way, Sima Xiu-Qi and Huang Yingying told her some news about the inner region. The more she knew, the more she felt that there was no end to it. For example, the Sima family, which she thought to be very powerful before, was actually not very powerful in the inner region. For example, there were some very powerful family clans whose forces reigned over the entire state. That alone could already let one know how powerful such families were. However, this was only true in the 49th state, and there were still many major forces contending in the other states. But from their words, this major power that reigned in the 49th state was absolutely comparable to the power in the top 10 states. It's just that they didn't want to move, so they remained and settled in the 49th state. Sigh. She sighed in her heart, even if Paramount Valley expands its power to the inner region, the place that I can go to is the state that's at the end. After experiencing so much, she finally felt that she was quite a capable person who had accomplished quite a few feats. She thought that she had reached the top, but after arriving here, she felt that she had been tossed all the way to the back again. However, she also decided in her heart that she must create a world of hers in this treacherous inner region. After traveling along the road for 2 days, they finally arrived at their destination, Tangerine City. Tangerine City, don't tell me, the city lord likes to eat tangerines? Sima Yu looked at the 3 words, Tangerine City, inscribed majestically on the city wall and jested. How did you know? Sima Xiu-Qi asked in surprise. This city was not called Tangerine City before, because the current city lord likes to eat tangerine spirit fruits, so he changed its name to Tangerine City. Sima Yu was speechless. She had just guessed it casually, but she didn't expect it to be true. Because he loves to eat tangerines, so he changed the name of the city that has been used for thousands of years. This city lord was really willful. I heard that no one knows the origin of the current city lord. He made a bet with the previous city lord, he won and became the city lord. After he became the city lord, he ordered people to go everywhere to find him tangerines, and all the tangerines in the vicinity had all been eaten up by him. Sima Xiu-Qi told her what he heard last time. He ate them all? No one voiced any objections? They just accepted it so willingly? Sima Yu asked in surprise. Besides, he is a city lord who appeared out of nowhere. Are his people so obedient? Will they listen to his words? Of course they listened to his words. Sima Xiuqi didn't think about this and replied almost immediately. I heard that someone had made trouble, but I don't know what he did later, and the people in Tangerine City all listened to him. He has quite a talent. Sima Yu exclaimed. He's just a prick. Wu Lingyu on the side saw that Sima Yu was so interested in that person, and snorted coldly. PFFTT, Sima Yu laughed out, grabbed his hand affectionately and said, your body is only slightly more than 300 years old, but your words sound like one of an elder. I'm younger than him, just look at me. Wu Lingyu said aggressively. Yu, Sage Pavilion and Sima family are in opposite directions, so we have to separate here. Even if I'm not by your side, you can only have me in your eyes and heart, you know? Wu Lingyu grabbed her hand. His fingers poked her heart, declaring his sovereignty. Sima Yu patted his hand and said, when did I have someone else in my eyes? Humph. If you are so domineering, I can find someone else. You dare to? Wu Lingyu stretched out his hand and squeezed her face. If it weren't for the presence of the elders in her family, he would have kissed her right now. Previous chapter. Cough cough. Sima Xiuqi coughed twice to remind them that this was a public place. Stop messing around. Sima Yu swatted his hand away. How long will you be gone for? I will go back to see the situation of the Phoenix Nirvana and at the same time, ask someone to check if the fire rebirth is in the hands of the hidden clans. After that, I'll be back. It shouldn't take too long. Wu Lingyu said. How about the side of the devil clan? There's nothing happening on that side, so there's no need for my presence at the moment. Wu Lingyu said, wait for me, I will come to you soon. Alright. Sima Yu nodded. Let's go in then. Sima Xiuqi didn't like Wu Lingyu's clinging to his granddaughter, so he interrupted them abruptly. Sima Yu glared at Wu Lingyu, blaming him for being so negligent. They came to the city gate to pay the entrance fee. Seeing that it was 2 top-grade crystals per person, the entrance fee was really quite substantial. When Sima Xiuqi went to pay the entrance fees, Sima Yu stood aside and looked around. She then saw a sign that said 2 top-grade crystals for the admission for 1 person, or 100 gene of tangerines. Pfft. Her sudden laughter attracted the ire of many angry gazes. Cough cough. She calmed her emotions and said, can you still use tangerines to replace the entrance fee? Of course, it is clearly written on it. 100 gene per person. That's right. If it is top grade, the weight can be reduced in accordance. But if it is low grade, it is not allowed. It's a bargain. Sima Yu said, grandfather, let's not use crystals, let's use tangerines instead. 100 gene of tangerines in place of 2 top grade crystals, it's a bargain. Where do we get the tangerines? With just a thought, baskets of tangerines appeared in front of everyone. Have a look, can we use these? A steward came over. Over the years, he had seen a lot of tangerines with the city lord. When the tangerines were placed in front of him, he could immediately ascertain the quality. Where are these tangerines from? He looked at Sima Yu excitedly and asked. With such a strong fragrance, such a beautiful color and such smooth skin, he knew at a glance that they were definitely the top among the top. At least, he had never seen such good tangerines before. I bought it before. How about it, are these enough to cover our entrance fees? Enough. Enough. The steward nodded, there were at least 1,000 gene of top-grade tangerines here. With these, was he still afraid that he won't be able to deal with the city lord this month? That's good then, can you please give us the pass? Give it to them. The steward waved his hand to the clerk, his eyes were stuck onto the tangerines and he could not pry his gaze away. The staff on the side gave each of them a pass and Sima Yu entered the city with her entourage. Young lady. Young lady. Sima Yu stopped, looked back at him, and asked, is there anything? The steward cupped his hands respectfully and asked, young lady, I would like to ask if you still have more tangerines? The city lord Manor is willing to pay a high price for it. Sima Yu looked at him panting, obviously he had chased them all the way. Being on other people's territory, it was good to establish a good relationship. Besides, there were a lot of tangerines in the spirit pagoda, so there was no harm in giving some to him. However, she also didn't want others to think that she was too eager and had any ulterior motives, hence she asked him, well, since we're in Tangerine City and your city lord likes tangerines so much, we'll sell you some. May I know how much are you looking at? 3 top-grade crystals for 100 gene, how does that sound? The steward asked apprehensively. In the past, there were some people who had tangerine spirit fruits and they asked for sky-high prices blatantly, so he didn't give that high a price as a start so that he could have some leeway to bargain, but he didn't expect Sima Yu to agree at once. Alright. How much do you want? Her question made the steward stunned. What? Did that mean that she had a lot? Do you have 1,000 gene? Sima Yu was stunned momentarily. In her heart, she muttered that this city lord was really crazy about tangerines and could spend a few thousand top-grade crystals so easily. Yes. With the wave of her hand, 10 baskets of tangerines appeared in front of the steward. The steward saw the 10 baskets of tangerines and his eyes sparkled. He then hurriedly took out 3,000 top-grade crystals and gave them to Sima Yu before putting away all the tangerines. He was in a good mood today and the more he looked, the more Sima Yu became pleasing to his eyes. He then asked, may I know what brings you to our Tangerine City? Oh, we are here to take a spatial ship. Oh. A spatial ship? Where are you headed to then? The 64th state. Unfortunately, there's no spatial ship for you to take today. The steward reminded them kindly. Why is that? Sima Yu asked. There aren't many spatial ships now, so it will take 2 days for the next spatial ship to arrive. The steward said, if you want to take a spatial ship, you will have to wait until 2 days later. How about the one going to the 35th state? That would be sooner. In fact, a spatial ship will arrive today if that's your destination. If you miss today's, it would take another half a month for the next one to arrive. The steward said. Half a month? Sima Yu glanced at Wu Lingyu, feeling a little depressed. Sage Pavilion was rather urgent when they summoned him. If he were to wait another 15 days, adding on any delay on the way, Wu Lingyu would definitely be blamed for returning to the Sage Pavilion late. Why don't you go first? Anyway, we will leave after 2 days. Sima Yu said with a tinge of reluctance. Wu Lingyu thought for a while, and said, I'll go early and return early. All right. Sima Yu nodded gently, I'll be waiting for you. Although he was reluctant to go, he still hoped that he would go to Sage Pavilion as soon as possible to find out the news of the Phoenix Nirvana. There is still some distance to the spatial platform from here, it is better to let my people send you there. There is no need, we've been here before, so we are not unfamiliar. Many thanks. Sima Xiu-Qi said. Yes, you must have other things to be busy with, we won't bother you. Sima Yu also said politely. Alright then, goodbye. The steward had a treasure and wanted to go back to claim credit, so he didn't stay any more and left hurriedly. Sima Yu looked at his anxious expression and had a rough idea of the character of this city lord. If she wasn't wrong, she'll most probably meet this city lord before leaving here. After Sima Yu and the others sent Wu Lingyu away, they found an inn to stay for the next couple of days. There were 2 days left and they didn't want to spend it solely on waiting. Just as she thought, before she left, she did meet the city lord Lang Zhong. On this day, Sima Yu was talking to Sima Lu Xian in the room when there was a knock on the door, announcing that the city lord was here. He really came. He will change the name of this city to Tangerine City, which shows his love for tangerines has reached the highest point. Master, you did it on purpose? I didn't do it deliberately, but I guessed it when I sold the 1,000 gene of tangerine. Being able to suppress the entire city, this was definitely not a simple person. You better head over then, no matter what, this person is the city lord, don't let people wait for long. Alright, grandmother. Sima Yu went downstairs and there were no guests in the lobby at this time. A man dressed in magnificent robes was sitting on an extremely luxurious chair. There wasn't such a chair before, obviously the man brought it himself. I didn't expect that the person who sold such delicious tangerines would be a young lady. I still thought that it would be a wrinkly old lady. I didn't expect that the casual and easygoing Tangerine City lord would actually be a charismatic gentleman, which leaves one in awe. Sima Yu walked down the stairs and came before Lang Zhong shortly. May I know why City Lord Lang came to look for this young lady? Is there anything? Lang Zhong was nestled in the chair and saw Sima Yu's clear gaze. Except for a short moment of being stunned on her first glance, her gaze was resolutely clear when she looked at him after. Few women can still look at him, which makes him feel very comfortable. Were you the one who sold those tangerines? He asked. Yes. I heard that City Lord Lang likes tangerines, and I just happened to have some on hand so I sold some. Speaking of which, City Lord Lang has paid quite a good price. Yu thanks you. Lang Zhong looked at her bright smile and was in a slight daze. She was, also so beautiful. He has seen his fair share of beautiful women, but she was the first to make him feel comfortable. City Lord Lang, you just came to see what the person selling tangerines looks like? No, I'm here to buy tangerine. Then what's the purpose now? The purpose now, what? Sima Yu was stunned, his guards were stunned, even the people in the room upstairs were stunned. Now, I want you to be my woman. What? Sima Yu, let her be his. He also said that all women were all fake, and just looking at them makes his eyes hurt. But, why did you say such words to this woman who only just met and barely had a few glances? Sima Yu was speechless and reminded, City Lord Lang, are you kidding? This is the first time we met. The number of times we have met is not important, the important thing is our fate. The corners of Sima Yu's mouth twitched and she couldn't help but say, City Lord Lang means that it's love at first sight? Is it love at first sight? I'm not sure about it. What I can be sure of is that I feel for you. So, I want you to be my woman. Sima Yu rolled her eyes in her heart. If it was an ordinary person, this love would definitely blossom happily if she was confessed to by a person like him who is handsome and capable. But, she is not in this range of ordinary. I'm sorry, I already have a sweetheart. Lang Zhong did not expect that she would reject him and he immediately asked, is he more handsome than me? In my eyes, he is the most handsome. So he's ugly? No, he looks good. It's just that I don't judge a person by looks. Why is that? I said, I have someone I like in my heart. Sima Yu said, I like him, no matter how good others are, I will not change my mind. But won't people change? You can like him, so that means that you can like me too. Sima Yu looked at him seriously and wondered if this person's EQ was too low. People like him who think like this should not know what true love was. If you truly like someone, you won't change your mind just because you met another outstanding person. If that happens, then it's not true love. Sima Yu said. True love? What is that? That is an involuntary feeling, just like how you like to eat tangerines, you will feel happy when you think of it. However, I don't think you will understand now. Sima Yu said. Why? Because you haven't felt this way before. Sima Yu said, when you meet someone you really like, you will understand. Someone you really like? Lang Zhong's eyes were very puzzled. Has he ever really liked someone in his heart? City Lord Lang, if you want to buy tangerines, we can discuss it. If it's other things, please go back. Hiss. The shopkeeper sucked in a cold breath when he heard her talking to Lang Zhong like this. Those people who talked to him this way before seemed to have never appeared in the city ever again. However, Lang Zhong was not angry this time. He put away his doubts and said, how many do you have? How much do you want? If you have 10,000, I can add another piece to the price. All right. It's a deal. Sima Yu waved her hand, and 100 baskets of tangerines appeared in the vast hall. I only have so much, even if you want to ask for more, that's all I have, she said. Here's the payment. Lang Zhong handed her a crystal card before he put the tangerines away, turned and left with his entourage. But as he left the inn, he looked back at Sima Yu who had turned and went upstairs, not knowing what was on his mind. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu returned to the room, and Mu Si immediately asked, Master, I heard from the shopkeeper that the city lord has a bad temper. If you refuse him like this, nothing will happen, right? Then do you want me to agree to his request? Sima Yu asked back. No. Of course not. Mu Si exclaimed out. That's it then, no matter whether he is angry or not, our answer remains the same. Sima Yu said, since this is the case, then why bother so much? Sometimes, there are things that you just have to be firm about, understand? Mu Si was full of thoughts before he eventually nodded in understanding. Some things could be done and some things could never be done. Once done, they were irreversible and the consequences may be dire. Just like what she said a few moments before, she mentioned that if you like someone, you won't change your mind just because another person appeared. She only likes wooing you alone. Yes, there are some things that you have to just take things as they are. Since we are going to leave, don't care about it that much. I think Lang Zhong shouldn't put us in an awkward situation. The spatial ship will arrive early tomorrow morning. When we leave here, there will be nothing more. Early the next morning, they arrived at the platform where the spatial ship appeared. Sima Yu looked at it. A huge platform was located on the vast plain. The platform was surrounded by pillars and each one majestically soared up into the clouds. Those are energy pillars. When the spatial ship is about to arrive, it must rely on these energy pillars to maintain the stability of the space, so that the spatial ship can safely land on the platform. Sima Luxian explained, seeing that she was so curious about the pillars. Is the space exit unstable? The arrays and spatial tunnels are maintained by power, but the spatial ship does not. To pass through space from the void, these energy pillars are necessary. So that's it. Sima Yu looked at the energy pillars in fascination. It seems that the most important thing for this spatial ship are these energy pillars. I didn't expect you to identify and determine the most important thing, even though it's your first time coming into contact with this. Sima Yu turned around, and when she saw Lang Zhong, she couldn't help but blurt out, why are you here? It was Lang Zhong who was speaking behind them. He smiled at her and said, I heard that you are going to take this spatial ship, so here I am. Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingying looked at him vigilantly, fearing that he was here to create trouble. So, you came here to look for us specifically? Is there anything else? Sima Yu hesitated for a moment before she continued and said, if you want more tangerines, I don't have any. She had already brought out more than 10,000 gene of tangerines. If she brought more out, she was afraid that it would arouse other suspicions. No, I'm not here to buy tangerines from you this time. Then why are you here? I came here to look for you. Sima Yu's mouth twitched. Look for her? What was his purpose? However, before she could think of anything, she heard Lang Zhong continue on. What you said yesterday, after I went back, I gave it a good thought and I really don't know what the kind of like you said is, so I decided, I want to follow you. What? Sima Yu looked at him and felt that she had auditory hallucination. Did he come here to crack a joke? Follow her? Why? Aren't you afraid that I will sell you? Or that I have other ulterior motives? Ulterior motives? That's right. Sima Yu looked at him. Look, you like to eat tangerines so much, why do I have so many tangerines? Isn't this point very suspicious? We've only met once and you already have thoughts on following me, don't you think this is another suspicious point? If I came to attract your attention on purpose, wouldn't you fall into the trap? Sima Yu did not wait for him to speak, and continued, so, you should stay vigilant and stay away from me. Lang Zhong looked at Sima Yu, and after hearing her words, he was stunned. He then burst into laughter, attracting the sight of the passers-by. What are you laughing at? Sima Yu glared at him. Ha ha ha, you are really adorable, Sima Yu. When he said her name, it was their turn to be surprised. She only said her first name yesterday, but did not say her last name. How did he know? They didn't say their names when they stayed in the inn. How do you know my name? Sima Yu asked. You are so famous in the middle region, naturally one will know when you ask around. Lang Zhong said, you just came from middle region to inner region, tell me, what ulterior motives can you have for me? It was Sima Yu's turn to be speechless. She didn't expect this guy to know her own affairs so quickly. She looked at him, curious about his identity in her heart. The first time she came to the inner region, he actually managed to attain her information in one day. This was not something an ordinary city lord could achieve. Thinking of what Sima Xiuqi said, no matter who came to trouble him, they were finally wiped out. It seemed that this city lord who appeared out of nowhere had other forces behind him. Seeing his triumphant face, she snorted coldly and said, you actually investigated me. Then did you find out that I hate others like this the most? City Lord Lang, goodbye, we shall not cross paths in the future. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she ignored him, turned and walked towards the waiting area. At this time, a rumbling sound came from the space, accompanied by a strong tremor. At the same time, the energy pillars around the platform all lit up, emitting a dazzling light, causing everyone to close their eyes. Sima Yu and the others closed their eyes subconsciously, and when the light dissipated, a ship tens of meters high and more than 300 meters long appeared on the high platform. This is the spatial ship. Sima Yu looked at the ship with excitement. If this was just a ship traveling in the water, then she would not think anything, but this was a ship that shuttles in the void. It was very complex and controlling it itself was difficult. We will only stay for half an hour, prepare the crystals and line up to board the ship. A woman in white appeared on the deck, looking at the people below, her gaze indifferent. Sima Yu walked with the others. When it was their turn, Sima Xiuqi handed over the crystals for 5 people. After Sima Yu boarded the ship, she asked and found out that one person would cost 5,000 top-grade crystals. The 5 of them spent 25,000 top-grade crystals. It seems that this spatial ship was really not something any ordinary person could take. In the inner region, crystals were really worthless. It turned out that the price for Lang Zhong to buy tangerines was really not high. It was because of her own ignorance that she thought that they were. Upon boarding the spatial ship, each person would be given an access card and they would need to swipe it on the door before the door can be opened. This was for the privacy and convenience of the passengers, especially more so because some people may stay on the spatial ship for a long time. Hence, they would choose to cultivate on the spatial ship. If their room door was easily opened by anyone, they would be disturbed. Sima Yu listened to Huang Yingying's explanation and was astonished. The design of this spatial ship was really amazing and it led her to wonder who had actually invented it. The construction of this spatial ship costs a lot, right? In this case, the price is not considered that expensive. However, this ship is not very long, how many people can it accommodate? She remembered that this ship was also longer than the Titanic in her previous life. At that time, the accommodations weren't so luxurious to the extent of one person to a room and it could accommodate more than 1,000 people. After boarding this spatial ship, she noticed that it was specially catered to one person per room, so making some rough calculations, the number of passengers on it should be less than half of that. Well, you guessed it wrongly. Huang Yingying smiled. This kind of medium-sized spatial ship can accommodate 8,000 to 10,000 people. So many? Sima Yu exclaimed out in a hushed tone before she reacted, is spatial segregation used in the room? Yes. Although it looks like the door is next to the door outside, there is a separate space inside. Therefore, there are more rooms after all. Moreover, depending on the distance, the charges are different. Our distance is not too far, so it costs 5,000. For a further distance, it may cost 30 to 40,000 or even more. Gasp. They were talking about top-grade crystals. Not the Chinese cabbage that grew abundantly at the side of the streets. What a bunch of rich people. She couldn't help but mutter out. If it's just taking a trip occasionally, it's alright. No one would spend their days just sitting all day long. Sima Yu also thought about it. Such trips for occasional travel were acceptable even if it was priced like this. Moreover, the cost of operating this spatial ship was not low either. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch and these will be borne by the passengers. The owner of this spatial ship must be very rich. She sighed faintly. If you like it, I can also send you one. Lang Zhong's voice suddenly sounded out. His sudden appearance frightened someone who was sighing and made her scream out in shock. Sima Yu looked at the enchanting face of Lang Zhong and started to wonder how strong he was. Her perception was much higher than others, so even if he was stronger than her, she should be able to perceive it in advance. However, each time this Lang Zhong appeared, it was always so stealthily. If he were to ambush her, she would most probably be unable to avoid. She bit her lips. After arriving here, she was really like a drop in the vast ocean. It seems that she must improve her strength as soon as possible. What are you thinking? Isn't my suggestion good? Not good at all. Sima Yu glared at him angrily. Although this spatial ship is going to stay in Tangerine City, the ownership does not belong to you? What qualifications do you have to give it to me? Besides, if I like it, I will make one on my own. I don't need you to send one. PFFFFFFT. There was an undisguised laughter filled with contempt from the side, followed by a voice filled with mockery. Really an ignorant hillbilly, do you think you can build a spatial ship just because you want to? There's no need to be embarrassed if you don't have a brain. Sima Yu turned her head to look and saw a woman in a pink dress standing not far away, with a petite oval face, extremely delicate facial features with 2 tendrils of hair framing her cheekbones, but, although it was such a beautiful woman, she had on an undisguised contempt displayed on her face and said such demeaning words. She shook her head slightly, she really wasted her good looks. She ignored the woman, but the person next to her didn't intend to let her go, and said, young Miss Yang, don't you know? Those frogs at the bottom of the well will always say some nonsense. Such words of building a spatial ship on her own can't be realized. But these words are not completely useless, another woman said. Oh. Yao Yao, what's the use of such arrogant words? Isn't it just to let us laugh? Li Yao smiled and said with jest, we don't usually hear such things. If it weren't for her, where would we have such a blessing today? Li Yao covered her mouth and laughed, her charming appearance, it was as if she had really heard something funny. Humph. The beautiful woman Yang Shi snorted coldly, agreeing with them. Sima Yu looked at Yang Shi, but saw that her gaze did not fall on herself, but over her and it was fixated on Lang Zhong who was standing behind with a glint of obsession in it. Sima Yu turned her head and looked at Lang Zhong, and she understood where this unfounded humiliation came about. You know each other? She asked. No, I don't. Lang Zhong shook his head simply. He has indeed seen a lot of these bevy of young ladies, but he really didn't know who this person was. Yang Shi's face turned black when she heard this. She had seriously introduced herself to him previously but he had no impression at all. It was said that the city lord of this Tangerine City was chic and casual, but he has no interest in women. She passed by here and was curious for a bit, so she stayed and made an excuse to meet him. At that time, he was obviously looking at her with interest, but now he actually said that he didn't know who she was. If he did this to all women, then she would just shrug it off, but she saw him smile so brilliantly at this woman when she got on the spatial ship, and even said to send this woman a spatial ship. If an ordinary person said this, they would definitely be laughed at, but Yang She knew that he has this ability, because someone from her family clan did say before that although they did not know his identity, but it was definitely not simple. She looked at the woman again, thinking that she could be compared to her figure was not as good as her and her dressing was not as good as her, so her identity was definitely not as good as her. Such a woman who is inferior to her, Lang Zhong was actually smiling at her. She was full of resentment, so she sneered when she heard Sima Yu say that she would build one. City Lord Lang, why don't you remember us? We only met a few days ago. The woman who agreed first said eagerly, really? Lang Zhong pretended to remember, and then said seriously, this city lord really doesn't remember the three of you, where did you come from? Could it be that you came here because of my unparalleled looks? If that's the case, then I really don't remember, because there are too many women like that. These words were really merciless. The corners of Sima Yu's mouth twitched. Although he didn't say this to her, but he said it so relentlessly, alas, she felt pain for the three women who stood opposite her. Anyone could see that they were interested in him, yet they had been ridiculed by the very person whom they wanted to impress. Previous chapter. It seems that you are old acquaintances, then I shan't disturb you. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she glanced at the number on the card in her hand, turned and walked towards her room. No one paid any attention. Yu, don't leave. Wait for me. Lang Zhong did not spare them even a glance and immediately chased after Sima Yu. Humph. Who is that person? Go and check out her background. Yang Shi's eyes were cold. The lady who could attract Lang Zhong's admiration, she wanted to see how almighty she was. Young Miss Yang, why are you even bothered by that slut? You can tell at a glance how poor she is, and she is definitely not a lady from a big family. Who knows which forsaken mountain she climbed out of? Humph. Go and check, by the way, also check where Lang Zhong is going. Yang Shi glanced at the woman faintly, not wanting to talk anymore to her. If she called her a slut, then what were they? Did that mean that He couldn't even be compared to a slut? She really had no brains. Yao. Fang Qi felt that Yang Shi was angry, and looked at Li Yao helplessly. Li Yao also shook her head, sigh, this Fang Qi was really too tense and did not know how to say the right things at the right time. But seeing her friend so sad, she still couldn't bear it, so she persuaded, young Miss Yang has always been like this, don't worry about it too much. Isn't your family very good at inquiring news? You can take this opportunity to check the identity of this person as well as the destination of City Lord Lang. Leave it to me. I will find that all out and I won't disappoint young Miss Yang. Fang Qi assured. You also know the purpose of our two families coming out this time. If we can get closer to her, we will achieve our goal and we can save our family. Li Yao said. I understand. Fang Qi nodded. They all arrived in front of their respective rooms shortly. Their rooms were in the middle and next to each other. When Sima Yu opened the door, she realized that Lang Zhong actually lived on the opposite. Lang Zhong watched her look at him, and flashed her his most charming smile. Well, what a surprise. We are actually neighbors. Please take care of me from now on. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him. She remembered that this room was distributed according to the order of boarding. She distinctly remembered that he wasn't behind her, suddenly coming forward and making it sound like a chance encounter. Who would believe it? She ignored him and swiped the card along the card slot on the door that looked similar to the hotels in her previous, as what they were discussing before. Even though the room looked very small from the outside, once the door was opened, the space inside was very large. It was no different from a normal room, with all the amenities inside prepared sufficiently. After she went in, she could feel that the spirit power in the room was very dense, and it didn't seem unrealistic even though it was a spatial segregation. She walked around the room and explored it to satisfy her curiosity before she went over to Sima Luxian's room again to make sure that he was alright before returning to her room. As soon as she returned to her room, the spatial ship started to move. She rushed to the corridor and saw faint ripples forming around the hull. The ripples protected the hull and would not be twisted when passing through the void. However, because of the ripples, they could not see the scenery outside. Although she couldn't see the outside clearly, she could feel the ship ascending when there was a sudden strong tremor before it quickly became calm again. This stability had proven that it had successfully entered the void. Her interest in this spatial ship only lasted for a short time. When she was sure that she could not view the inside of the void, she turned around and returned to her room. At the same time, in a room on the 4th floor, Li Yao and Fang Qi were sitting opposite Yang Shi. Young Miss Yang, we have already found out that the woman is from the Sima family from the 64th state. Fang Qi said. Sima family? Sima Yu? City Lord Lang seemed to have indeed called her Yu. Sima Yu, how do I feel that this name is a bit familiar? Do you know her? Sima Yu. Li Yao muttered Sima Yu's name, which was always familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it. Where? Yang Shi and Fang Qi both looked over. When I heard my father say that Glacial Cloud Palace was destroyed, I heard him mention it, saying that it was all because Paramount Valley released the news of the Sky Splitter Sword, so that they would be targeted by others. Li Yao replied, Paramount Valley? What kind of power is that? I heard that it was a force that was just established in the middle region. Li Yao said, I remember that my father seemed to have mentioned at the time that there was a deputy valley master in Paramount Valley, who was called Sima Yu. She actually came from the outside, no wonder she looks so poor. Fang Qi sneered. The disdain in Yang Shi's eyes was even more obvious. She was not a person of the inner region, yet she dared to seduce City Lord Lang. How much do you know about her? Li Yao shook her head and said, I was just listening to my father at that time, and soon talked about other matters, and he didn't mention much about this person. It's a pity that we are on the spatial ship and cannot find out the news of this person. When we get off the ship, I will search for more details about Sima Yu. Forget it, it's not just the deputy valley master of a new external force, it's not worth our effort to understand. Yang Shi said lightly, a person who's about to die isn't worth any of our effort. Fang Qi and Li Yao were both startled in their hearts and they looked at Yang Shi with a little surprise. They knew that it was purely out of curiosity when she first went to meet Lang Zhong. However, no one expected that she would really fall for him ever since she saw him, and he was not even willing to look at her straight in the eyes. So, when she saw Lang Zhong smile at Sima Yu, she was very angry. Since she wasn't a young lady from a big family, it made her unhappy that she had attracted Lang Zhong's attention. Since you made me unhappy, I will make you perish. Sima Yu, who was reading in Sima Lu Xian's room, suddenly sneezed. What's the matter? Are you uncomfortable? It's not that no one had problems riding a spatial ship before. Sima Yu was on it the first time, so he was a little worried. Sima Yu rubbed her nose and smiled. It's alright, someone must be missing me. Sima Lu Xian smiled, turned his gaze to the book she was reading, and said, Are you reading the book of refining armaments? Sima Yu looked at the book in her hand, which was the one that she got in the Spirit Pagoda last time. Yes, I got it in the Spirit Pagoda. Sima Yu also said something about the mecha by the way. After Sima Lu Xian listened, he was dumbfounded. The 7-layer pagoda is a very powerful ancient artifact. I didn't expect that even if it has no artifact spirit, it would still have such a powerful function after fusion. I have to thank my father for the spirit stone you left to me. Sima Yu said, by the way, speaking of this. She took out the original map and said, Father, where is this map for? Both Ling Yu and I have spent quite a long time studying it, yet we can't ascertain where it's for. Sima Lu Xian looked at the map, with a trace of sadness and nostalgia in his eyes. This is an ancient tomb that your mother and I once entered. Because of this map, I managed to get the spirit stone from that ancient tomb. Sima Lu Xian said. What he didn't say was that it was in that ancient tomb that he and Yuko Luo had finally crossed the line, and Sima Yu was the crystallization of their love. Since you have already gone in, father, why did you leave this to me? Sima Yu asked. Although the ancient tomb is not very big, many places have not been explored. You know, generally such places have treasures such as inheritances. At that time, I thought that if one day you could go there as well, you might be able to have an opportunity that belongs to you. Sima Lu Xian said with a smile. Sima Yu looked at him and saw his eyes were filled with affection. It made her heart feel all warm and fuzzy. She reached out and hugged his arm, leaned her head on his arm, and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. Thank you, father. You are so kind to me. Silly child, we are just you. If you are not good to you, who is good to you? By the way, father, since you know this place, when shall we go again? No. Sima Lu Xian refused her without thinking. Why? You are not strong enough now. Sima Lu Xian explained, when I went in with your mother, it was a 9-dead life. Although your external strength is not weak, it is not your own strength anymore. In the ancient tomb. No matter whether it is the bird race or Paramount Valley, there is nothing it can do. Alright. Sima Yu didn't force it. If that's the case, let's wait until my strength improves a bit. Then my father's injury will be cured. You go with me, and we can also have a companion. Great. Sima Lu Xian had a faint smile on his face, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. He didn't want to disappoint his daughter, so she said what she said. But in his heart, he did not believe that he would be cured. Even if he can only be a useless person in this life, he will not complain. Koluo, you and I still have a day to reunite, watching our daughters around our knees together. Sima Yu felt that Sima Lu Xian was a little depressed, and she could guess what she was thinking. But she didn't say anything. He wouldn't really believe that he could heal him until the actual effect was achieved. Father, I have a book, you must be interested. Sima Yu let go of him and said with a smile, Oh. So sure? How could he not know the obvious change of subject, but he was willing to follow her words. Sima Yu took out Spirit Seeker's source and placed it in front of Sima Lu Xian. This book. When Sima Lu Xian saw the book, his heart was so excited that even his hands trembled. Yes, this is the book that all spiritual seekers are eager for. Sima Yu said, I was thinking, since father enjoys reading, you might as well read this one. How did you get this book? I found it in the Spirit Pagoda. Sima Yu said, that guy's master has changed one after another and has all kinds of professions piled up. This is really a great opportunity. However, he was a little worried. Judging from the things he knew, her luck was so good that it was beyond the reach of normal people. Although she has paid some price, compared with what she got, she paid too little. Moreover, her luck was still on the rise, making her encounters endless. Otherwise, why was it when other people were walking on the snow plains, but no one discovered anything strange there, yet she just went to save a person, she had found so many veins at one go. If she really has anything to bear in the future, let him, the father, bear it for her. Sima Yu noticed that the ecstasy in Sima Lu Xian's eyes only lasted for a while, before his gaze turned deep and tinged with worry. Worry? Was he worried that others would know about this book and cause trouble to her? Father, don't worry, no one knows this except Third Mo. As for Third Mo, he won't say anything. Sima Yu said with assurance, I believe your judgment in people. If you say that there's no problem, then there should be no problem. Sima Lu Xian saw that she had misunderstood him and did not give any further explanation. There were some things that weren't good to let her know. Sima Yu smiled at him and said, "Father, go on and read your book. They said that we would have to spend the next 4 or 5 days sitting." "All right." Sima Lu put away all the distractive thoughts churning in his mind and turned his attention to the book. Looking at the book in his hand, he looked at it in a daze for a long while. Spirit Seeker Source, this was the book he once dreamed of having, and now it had appeared so suddenly and his heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement. They spent most of the day reading in the room. After feeling a little tired, Sima Yu took him out to have a walk around, to relax, and went to the restaurant on the second floor to get some food. The restaurant was very large, there were not many types of food, but the taste was very good and exquisite. It was very similar to the buffets in her previous life. "Father, have a seat here, I will help you get some food." Sima Yu said to Sima Lu. "All right. Father, I want to sit by the window." "All right." With her father, everything was good. Sima Yu went around and chose some for herself and some for Sima Lu. After placing them on her plates, she walked back and saw Lang Zhong sitting next to Sima Lu and Yang Shi sitting at the dining table next to them. When Sima Yu saw Lang Zhong beaming at her, her expression darkened immediately. He was really able to seize every opportunity, not to mention, he also brought along 3 women. Sima Yu walked over, put things on the table aside, and said, "Father, let's sit here." Sima Lu smiled, nodded apologetically before he stood up and went to Sima Yu's side. "Father, this looks pretty good, so I got you a little bit more." All right. Father, this spirit fruit looks like it should be a top-grade spirit fruit. It would be good to eat a little after your meal." All right. Father, let's go to the deck for a while after our meal." All right." Sima Yu and Sima Lu were eating and chatting and had totally ignored all who were looking at them. However, the person who was seated at the side didn't seem to be keen on being just a simple bystander and shamelessly butted into their conversation. "Go to the deck." "I'm going to the deck later, let's go together." Sima Yu rolled her eyes and ignored him. Lang Zhong came over consciously, leaned close to Sima Yu, and said, "I know where you can see the outside." Sima Yu was swayed for a moment as she turned her head and asked, "Really? Of course, when have I ever lied to you?" "All right, then you can come along." The 3 ladies who were eating a few spirit fruits by the side straightened their backs as soon as they heard them and both looked towards Li Yao at once. Li Yao understood their hidden intention, and after eating 2 spirit fruits, she got up and went to Sima Yu's dining table to sit down. "Hello, is your name Yu? I'm really sorry, when we were on the deck before, we shouldn't have laughed at you." Sima Yu looked at her. Although she tried to make herself look sincere, she still caught the disdain in her eyes. However, she had just arrived at the inner region not too long ago and she did not want to make enemies directly with others so easily. It wasn't that big a deal. "So that means, you forgive us, Sima Yu." Sima Yu responded briefly, but Li Yao sneered in her heart. Knowing that she was from the 64th state, it was really embarrassing to say it in front of her. "But even if you don't tell me, I know your background." Putting on such a pretentious front. It turned out to be the Sima family's young Mississippi. Li Yao said, "This is young Miss Yang Shi, from the Yang family in the 16th state, and young Miss Fang Qi, a lady from the Fang family from the same state as myself." Sima Yu glanced over and saw them smiling at her and she just casually smiled back. Yang Shi came over, sat at the table with them, and smiled while saying in an amiable tone, "Young Miss Sima, since we met on the spatial ship, it can be considered as fate." "Yes, fate. I don't know where is young Miss Sima headed to?" Yang Shi asked. "The 64th state." 64th state? Such a coincidence, so are we. It seems we are going to get off at the same place. "Oh. Are you not from the 16th state?" "There is a convention in the 64th state. We received an invitation, so we have to go there before we head back." "Oh." Sima Yu's reaction was dull, and didn't have the curiosity that she had anticipated, so she suddenly didn't know how to continue the conversation. Fortunately, Li Yao, who was on the side, relieved her. "Young Miss Sima, aren't you from the 64th state? You should know about this convention, I heard that it is an alchemist competition for women." Li Yao said. "An alchemist competition for women?" There was actually an alchemy competition specially prepared for women? She was a little surprised, she had never heard of it before. "Oh, don't you know about it?" The surprise on Li Yao's face this time was genuine. A person whose family clan was from the 64th state actually didn't know about this competition. Sima Yu shook her head and said, "I haven't been back for many years. I have just returned and haven't been back yet. Why are they holding an alchemy competition specially for women?" "Actually, it isn't." "It isn't? But didn't you just say that it was an alchemist competition for women? That's only part of the convention." Li Yao said, "This convention is actually a women's gathering, but there will be various events held such as alchemy and other competitions." "Oh." It was said that it used to be for everyone to learn from each other during gatherings, but now it has become a match between women. It has completely deviated from the original intention. So that's it. Sima Yu finally understood. "Young Miss Sima, may I inquire, what is your forte?" "Oh, just a little bit of everything." It seems that young Miss Sima's involvement is really extensive. Li Yao praised, but she was saying the opposite in her heart. Everything? The 3 of them laughed in their hearts, thinking that she was just talking big, just like she was talking about building a spatial ship by herself. "So, it seems that young Miss Sima will be participating in these competitions?" "It depends on the situation." Sima Yu did not promise anything. If she found it interesting then, maybe she could pop by and have a look. Yu, I don't care whether or not you are competing in any competitions, I will be by your side." Lang Zhong said, "Anyway, wherever you go, I will go." Sima Yu saw that the expressions of the trio suddenly change, as if the disguise was about to crumble any moment. If she refused this time round, another set of drama may unfold. "All right, do whatever you want." As long as you don't disturb my life. During their conversation, Sima Luxian had finished eating all that she had brought him and Lang Zhong immediately invited them to have a look at the scenery outside. City Lord Lang, we are also curious on how it looks outside, can you bring us along with you? Such a woman really had the qualifications to be the seed of disaster. However, Lang Zhong was not affected by her at all, and he refused directly, that place is too small to accommodate so many people. Yu, Uncle Sima, let's go. The corners of Sima Yu and Sima Luxian's mouths twitched when they heard him. Uncle Sima? Sima Luxian was not necessarily older than him, right? According to Sima Yu's guess, he should at least be a pretty old guy as well. He shamelessly called out Uncle Sima, how did he do it? Previous chapter. Lang Zhong took them and left, leaving the three ladies behind who had hatred written all over their faces. If looks could kill, Sima Yu would probably have died thousands of times. Young Miss Yang, didn't you say that that kind of competition was too boring? You also mentioned that you'll be giving it a miss and heading straight back. Why have you changed your mind again so suddenly? Fang Qi asked with a puzzled voice. That kind of competition has always been boring, and I didn't plan to participate. It's just that there is a reason to disembark with them. Yang Shi snorted coldly. What is it? Fang Qi, you will know when you think about it. No spirit power is allowed to be used on the spatial ship, so naturally we can't do it here. Since Sima Yu is going to disembark at the 64th state, we will naturally disembark as well. Li Yao stated very matter-of-factly. Oh, so that's how it is. Fang Qi finally understood. Li Yao faintly glanced at Yang Shi's clenched fist, carrying a hint of irony at the corners of her lips. The news they had heard was that City Lord Lang followed Sima Yu and declared that wherever she was going would be where he was going. Since Yang Shi came up, her eyes had not left Lang Zhong for a moment. Hearing this news, she naturally wanted to follow along. Of course, she wouldn't say this, otherwise she would be the one annoyed by Yang Shi. Yang Shi's expression was sullen as she clenched her hands, her nails on both hands were deeply imprinted into the palms of her hands. Wherever she was going would be where he was going, what if there was no more of her in this world? Sima Yu naturally felt the murderous gaze behind her, but she was not worried. On the spatial ship, no one dared to use spirit power. Both father and daughter followed Lang Zhong up to the deck, but Lang Zhong did not stop there and brought them all the way to the 4th floor and came to the first room. Is it here? Yes, you can see it after you go in. Sima Yu did not seem to notice his enthusiastic face that was clamoring for credit, so naturally she did not praise him, but Lang Zhong didn't get annoyed. Instead, he took out a special room card, swiped it and opened the door. Go on in. Sima Yu held Sima Luxian's hand, and if there was anything in it, she could react quickly. But when she entered the room, she was stunned and stood there in a daze. At this time, she seemed to be standing in the void, many planets flashed by in front of her eyes, and some were even shining. She seemed to be standing at the top of the world, overlooking the vast starry sky. She was fascinated by what she saw, but didn't notice that her body was emitting a faint soft light, making her look like one with the vast starry sky. Lang Zhong and Sima Luxian looked at her, and neither of them made a sound. She could actually have an epiphany here. After a while, the soft light on Sima Yu's body dissipated and turned into little specks of light, flying around her, reflecting the stars in the distance. Simply amazing. Sima Luxian and Lang Zhong had never seen anyone attaining such an insight, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It really is a person blessed with great fortune. The gaze in which Lang Zhong looked at Sima Yu turned wistful. Those specks of light circled around Sima Yu for a while, before they all entered her body. After all the light entered, she opened her eyes and regained consciousness. Lang Zhong and Sima Luxian found that Sima Yu's breath became gentler. I didn't expect that you can get an epiphany here. Congratulations. For the first time, Lang Zhong felt that in addition to making him feel comfortable, she also made people understand what a real talent was. Sima Yu just had an epiphany, hence she was in a good mood. She looked at Lang Zhong with gratitude and smiled sincerely. Thank you, if it wasn't for you to bring us here, I wouldn't be able to feel it. She looked at him and thanked him honestly. This is also your own talent. Lang Zhong did not take credit. There are a lot of people who have entered this room, but you are the first one to get an insight. Sima Yu smiled, it seems that my luck is really good. This was not about luck. Lang Zhong said in his heart, but no one continued this topic. Sima Yu looked at the starry sky outside in fascination, and asked with some curiosity, how is it that we can look outside from here? Also, I don't feel dizzy at all. Because of this. Lang Zhong pointed to a stone platform in the room. This? Sima Yu and Sima Luxian both cast their gazes on it. The stone platform didn't look spectacular in any manner, upon closer look, it even looked shabby and rough, with many grooves on it. Because of this thing, they could see the outside scenery. This one comes from an ancient mining area. It can change the magnetic field around us and slow down those rays of light here. So looking at it will not dizzy. Lang Zhong explained, but therefore, what we see is not everything looks like outside. Sima Yu and Sima Luxian both nodded. The outside is fast and the inside is slow. Naturally, they can't show them all. What a treasure. If I build a spatial ship in the future, I really want to dig this back. Lang Zhong's mouth twitched, is she still thinking about building a spatial ship? Although he didn't laugh at her, he still didn't believe her from the bottom of his heart, but since she was the one he liked, then I would have heard that. But he didn't expect that she was still thinking about this. And she just mentioned that she still wanted to dig this away? Does she even know the value of this thing? Before he could ask, he heard Sima Yu murmur, however, this thing must be of high value. I don't know if the other party is willing to share some love. If it doesn't work, should I grab it? Cough dash Lang Zhong was taken aback by her words and said, do you know who owns this ship? Who? The 49th state. Lang Zhong only said the number and everyone would know what significance this meant. It turned out to be the 49th state. I heard from grandfather and he made it sound very powerful. Sima Yu touched her chin, if that's the case, let's talk about it when the time comes then. The corners of Lang Zhong's mouth twitched, talk about it then? Are you really going to grab it when the time comes? If she really wants to do it, what should he do? Father, there are others living in those places as well, right? Sima Yu looked at the planets that they were whizzing by and asked. Yes, they are termed as the exterior. Sima Luxian said, but no one has been to those places. No one has been. Those places are very, very far away from us, Lang Zhong explained. They were so far away that there was no special way to get closer to it. Are the people we met in Immortal Land the people from those places? Sima Yu asked. Sima Luxian had heard her say before, so he knew what she was talking about. I think that could be so, but I don't know where it is. He said. Sima Yu looked at the bright lights outside, guessing that those places should be similar to theirs, not the place that the heavenly Dao could reach. Previous chapter. Emperor Qing Dao. When she realized that, she saw him, and saw the consciousness that she had met with on the heavenly tower. He clearly dissipated right before her very eyes and she saw part of it had went into Heaven Halberd, and part of it went into her body. After it entered her body, she didn't feel anything and had no effect, so she almost forgot about him. However, just now, she saw him appearing again. Not only did he slowly condense and manifest into shape, he even smiled at her and said to her that she still had things to do and he was still waiting for her. She still had things to do, she knows this. She hasn't forgotten the conversation that happened in Heavenly Tower. But the thing that he mentioned, she couldn't do anything now. But, he said he was waiting for her, where was he waiting for her? Why was he waiting for her? She wouldn't think that it was an illusion that she had appeared, she hadn't thought of him before, and after so many years, it was impossible that she would have hallucinations to see him when she came here. This was most probably a directive from him. After Emperor Qing Dao disappeared, she then had her epiphany, so he should have been the one to help her this time. Emperor Qing Dao. She said the name in her heart again, and decided that if she had a chance later, she must learn more about him. After spending a few more moments in the room, Sima Yu looked a little tired when she looked out. After the same scenery appeared before her for an extended period, the novelty wore off. While in there, Lang Zhong asked her if she was really going to participate in any competition. Sima Yu shook her head and said, I am not interested in those. I want to return home. She wanted to return to the clan to find a way to heal her father. By the way, those three are obviously here for you, so if you want to follow us, don't cause me any trouble. Sima Yu turned to him and warned him firmly. Lang Zhong looked at her and when he saw that her expression was serious, he knew that she was not joking. But, when did he cause her trouble? However, seeing Sima Yu's gaze, he still nodded his head like a pecking chicken. Since you agree, you must do it. Otherwise, she didn't continue her words, but she believes that everyone who heard this knows it well. But alas, she had met this talented man with very high IQ but very low EQ, he really didn't expect that what she did not mention behind was a threat. So, he nodded confidently. He followed her and would never cause trouble. Well, even if you are in trouble, you will avoid him far away when you see him. As everyone knows, he was a trouble magnet. Sima Yu first sent Sima Luxian back to the room, and she was about to go back to her own room to think about today's affairs. Yue, do you really plan to let that person follow us? Sima Luxian asked. Sima Yu nodded and said, I have seriously thought about this issue. Lang Zhong's identity is definitely not just as simple as the city lord of Tangerine City that we are familiar with. We just came back, grandfather and the others have no rights at home. If there is anything, we can still look for him. He should be able to help. Since he is willing to follow, we have nothing to lose. But there is still trouble that follows him. Sima Luxian said. With his keenness, how could he not feel the killing intent of Yang Shi and the others? As long as Lang Zhong was by her side, there would be countless ladies like Yang Shi that followed. Sima Yu smiled, if you want something, you have to give up something. That little trouble, it's nothing. But, I don't want you to be dragged into these matters. That's why I told him not to cause trouble. Sima Yu said, alright, father, don't worry, I haven't paid attention to that trouble. Go and read that book carefully, and I will go back to consolidate all that I've comprehended today. Sima Luxian liked this domineering part of her, but felt distressed that she harbored so much in this small frame of hers and she even had to start planning so early. Although they will have their family to watch their back when they return, they still don't know what they will face entirely. The Sima family would not just welcome them back with open arms. The identity of the culprit who poisoned Yukoluo has not been found out yet. If they found out, they would need to use some people, would the Sima family let them? One must know that she had engaged Xianyuan Pavilion's people and Xianyuan Pavilion was more powerful than Sima clan. Sima Yu went back to her room and contemplated a while, but she didn't have any clues, so she placed another array in the room before she started to meditate. Sima Yu's meditation was different from the previous ones that in the next few days, she didn't leave her room half a step, and those who wanted to get close to her couldn't get close to her. If they couldn't get close to her, they couldn't get more news. When Yang Shi heard this from Li Yao, she just sneered. Isn't it because she is scared, so she decided to hide? Fang Qi said. Humph, let's see how long she can stay holed up for. Yang Shi said, she's hiding in the room and won't come out. No matter what, when she disembarks, she will have to come out eventually. By the way, when we were inquiring about her news, we learned another piece of news. Fang Qi said. What is it? I heard that person from the 15th state and that person from the 49th state are on this spatial ship as well. Fang Qi said. Although they didn't say it clearly, Ang Shi and Li Yao still knew who the two people she was talking about were. They actually came out? A glint of anger flashed by Yang Shi's eyes flashed, and it was obvious that she was in a bad mood when it came to those two people. I heard that they too are headed to the 64th state. Fang Qi added. They are going to the 64th state too? It seems to be for this convention. However, because of their personalities, they weren't interested in this in the past. Why are they interested in participating in it this time? Li Yao was somewhat surprised and could not help but ask. Naturally, there is something that caught their interest. Yang Shi said, I am a little curious about the thing that can catch both of their interest. Perhaps we can also go and have a look at this convention. Maybe, there will be an unexpected surprise awaiting us. So, are you going to participate? Li Yao asked. Although she had decided to disembark at the 64th state, Yang Shi had no plans to attend the convention at first, but after hearing that those two were going, she immediately changed her mind. It can be seen that Sima Yu couldn't garner her attention at all, and she had shifted her target to those two instead. Sima Yu felt that they were about to disembark soon, and slowly regained her senses from her meditation. When she opened the door and stepped out, she saw Lang Zhong talking to a woman with a cold temperament dressed in black. When the woman saw Sima Yu come out, she also looked straight back at her without any restraint. Is it her? The woman asked. Yeah. Lang Zhong replied. Although his expression was still faint, Sima Yu could see that he was less perfunctory than when he faced other women. Who was this woman? Seeing Sima Yu looking at herself, the woman dressed in black nodded to her, did not say anything further as she turned and left. She walked to the end of the corridor and went up to the 4th floor. The people who live on the 4th floor were not ordinary people. You finally came out. Lang Zhong walked over and greeted her, but didn't have any intention to talk about that woman whom she just saw. Being scrutinized up front in such a direct manner made her uncomfortable, and she had no intention of letting it go so simply. It was as if she was being criticized. Who was that? A friend of mine. Lang Zhong said, knowing that I left Tangerine City because of you, she became a little curious about you. Curious? She didn't think so, or rather, it wasn't purely curiosity, there was more to it than that definitely. This was the most reasonable explanation he could give, right? He still did not intend to speak further on that person's identity. But, if he doesn't say it, does it mean that she won't know it? He was not the only person who knows her. How long more will we take to reach the 64th state? She asked instead. We've already arrived at the boundary of the 64th state. Lang Zhong said, in about half a day's time, we should arrive. There were several places to stop spatial ships in every state, and they chose the first place after entering the 64th state. Half a day later, all the people who were going to disembark arrived on the deck. The lady whom she saw on board the spatial ship before appeared again, took back the key card in everyone's hand before she went to the front of the deck. The people on the deck couldn't see the outside, but they could feel the vibration. The enchantment shrouded outside spread out, and they finally saw the outside scenery. The people on the deck started to disembark the spatial ship in an orderly manner. Lang Zhong naturally followed Sima Yu, and when Yang Shi saw this scene, she gnashed her teeth with hatred. Suddenly, she felt two gazes fall on her, and when she raised her head to look, she saw a woman dressed in black and another woman dressed in pink looking at her from the 4th floor. The woman in black was the same person whom Sima Yu saw in the morning. She looked at Yang Shi with cold eyes. The woman in the pink dress seemed to be smiling. Seeing Yang Shi turning her head, she nodded at her as a greeting. They are here. Li Yao on the side recognized the two women and said. What about it? Yang Shi turned her head and sneered, I will know the news after getting off the spatial ship. She turned her attention to Sima Yu once again. Humph. This was the person she wants to solve right now at this very moment. Seeing Lang Zhong smile at Sima Yu, she was boiling with rage. That slut. Sima Yu felt the murderous gaze from behind and ignored it. Without needing to wreck her brains, she knew who it was at once. When they got off the spatial ship, Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingying looked at the familiar environment with excitement. Finally, we're back. Sima Lu Xian's expression did not change much, but Sima Yu could see that he was suppressing his emotions. Father, we will be back soon. She comforted. It's been decades, I don't know what it's like here anymore. Decades of time, for such a place with such a long history, it is just a drop in the ocean. How much can it change? Sima Yu laughed. It has changed, and yet it has not changed. I haven't been back for such a long time, and I feel a little nostalgia. Sima Lu Xian smiled. Master, is this the place where you were born in? Mu Si asked. No, I was not born here, but I did stay here for a period. Sima Yu said. Let's go, we're going back. Huang Yingying said. All right. Young Miss Sima. Yang Shi and her entourage chased them from behind, it seems that we really got off the spatial ship together. Yeah. We are going home, let's say goodbye first. Sima Yu nodded to her, turned around and was about to leave. However, the other party obviously did not intend to let them go like this. Young Miss Sima, are you going back to the Sima clan? Li Yao asked. Yes. That's such a coincidence. We have to go to the Yi prefecture too, it looks like we can travel there together. Li Yao chirped happily. Why are you going to the Yi prefecture? Didn't we mention it before? We are going to participate in the convention and the venue happens to be in the Yi prefecture. Yang Shi said. Oh, but... Having met, it can be considered as fate and we are headed in the same direction. Moreover, we are not familiar with the 64th state, why don't we travel together? Li Yao's voice was raised a little high, attracting the attention of the people in the vicinity, causing them to look over. If it was any other ordinary person, it would be difficult to refuse when others say this. What's more, their family's strength was higher than that of the Sima family. They were willing to travel alongside with her, which shows that they had a good impression of her. But alas, was Sima Yu an ordinary person? Not to mention, to people who obviously wants her life, she has no interest of traveling together. It is true that our meeting can be considered as fate, but since I was a child, I am not used to being with strangers. Grandparents, father, let's go. After she spoke, she turned around and left without giving the person a chance to speak. See. Li Yao and the others did not expect that Sima Yu would directly reject them, and they were all stunned. This slut. Fang Qi scolded bitterly. Although Yang Shi didn't directly scold her, her clenched fists and angry eyes still showed her mood at the moment. Oh my, this is surprising. Someone actually doesn't buy your words. It seems that the charm of your young Miss Yang is not invincible in the world after all. The lady dressed in pink came up from behind and said with jest. Yi Qiuyu, if you don't speak, no one would think that you are dumb. Only Yang Shi dared to talk to Yi Qiuyu like this. Li Yao and Fang Qi were not so courageous to talk to the 15th state's Yi clan in such a manner. Oh, this is a public place, can't people talk? Yi Qiuyu said with a smile, Yin Su Su, don't you think so? The woman in black who was talking to Lang Zhong glanced at the two of them, did not speak, but did not leave. Obviously the three of them knew each other. Sign, when have you fallen to participate in such a kind of competition? Yang Shi asked. Naturally, there are things that we have set our eyes on. Yi Qiuyu said, but, I think, with your eyes, you definitely won't have any interest in that. Am I right, Yin Su Su? We're leaving. Yin Su Su urged. Ha ha ha, let's go, we did agree to travel together. Yi Qiuyu said with jest. She then left together with Yin Su Su along with their guards, without taking a further glance at Yang Shi. Come here. Yang Shi called. Young Mississippi. Go to find out the reason why those two would be participating. Yes, young Mississippi. Young Miss Yang, what shall we do now? Go to Yi prefecture. The things that would make those two women's hearts move were definitely not ordinary things. Don't think that just because they said it in such a manner, she would stop exploring. As long as it was what those two women wanted, she would grab it. Furthermore, he followed Sima Yu and also went to the Yi prefecture. Maybe, he would watch the competition. If he saw that she won the competition, would he have a better impression and admire her after that? Soon, they found out why. Young Miss, the reason why the competition will be held here in Yi prefecture this time round because the He family brought out a 10,000-year-old profound moon fruit. The guard reported. 10,000-year-old profound moon fruit. Li Yao and the others gasped and exclaimed in a hushed tone. As alchemists, they naturally knew the importance of the profound moon fruit. Whoever wants to refine a pill above the 10th grade, this profound moon fruit was indispensable and could highly increase the chance of success. Moreover, it was also an essential medicinal material for many pills. They also know that it was not easy for a profound moon fruit to mature, and it is very rare to even get one that was a few thousand years old. A 10,000-year-old profound moon fruit, such a rare fruit with such a maturity should be the only one in existence. Young Miss Yang, I remember that you mentioned before that you also recently found an aged profound moon fruit. Fang Qi thought of the previous conversation and said, it's no wonder that those two have come out personally. Humph, there is such a good thing yet they still think that they can hide it from me. Yang Shi sneered, this profound moon fruit, I want it. Your alchemy is better than them, they won't be able to win you. In the last match, the two of them were on par with me. After such a long time, I have improved, and they have also improved. Li Yao and Fang Qi thought about it and agreed, she had always regarded these two people as her rivals. To be worthy as her rival, how could they be worse off? However, I will definitely win them. Then let's go to Yi prefecture. But, what about that Sima Yu? Sima Yu, thinking that Lang Zhong smiled so happily at her, Yang Shi couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. But the other party refused to be with them, otherwise they travel with him along the way. Young Miss Yang, should we send someone to get her and? Yang Shi shook her head, with him, you can't kill her. City Lord Lang, He didn't bring anyone along with him. When we see that there's no one, it doesn't mean that there is no one. He is not an ordinary person. He was not an ordinary person, her clansman had mentioned it before. Then, what shall we do now? Fang Qi, as I've just said, let's go to the Yi prefecture. Yang Shi said, if you get the profound moon fruit, you can refine the pill for your grandfather, and you can send it on the day of your birthday, which will definitely win his favor. As for Sima Yu, she won't live long. The guard by the side remained in place. What else? Reporting to young Miss, the He family has one more request. What request? The person who gets first place will have to treat and ensure that the wife of the patriarch of the He family wakes up to get profound moon fruit. The guard replied. The madam of the He family? Yes. This subordinate inquired that the wife of the patriarch of the He family had been in a coma for 5 years for unknown reasons. Rumor has it that the patriarch of the He family loves his wife very much and that he had exhausted all the methods in the past 5 years and she still couldn't wake up. It's a love fool. Young, she said, who is this He family? The He family is the strongest in the 64th state. Although it can't match us, they still have some strength. They still have some strength, then it means that they can't be offended casually. They all know that there were some stronger forces in these states. For various reasons, they had not gone to the front, but this does not affect their status in the inner region. The Een family in the 49th state was like this and the He family in the 64th state seems to be the same. In which city? She asked. Cord City. Then let's go to Cord City. Young, she said, the rest of you do not need to follow along. Go with the Fong family and check on the Sima family and Sima Yu. Yes, young Mississippi. Young, she and others rushed to Cord City. Sima Yu and the others were also heading to Cord City. Originally, they were going back to the Sima clan, but Sima Ji Yuan, who learned of their return, asked them to go to Cord City instead. Cord City. They've heard a lot about it recently as many people were talking about the upcoming Cord City convention. Although it was said to be a convention as well as a competition but because it was especially for women, there would be many beautiful women, so many people came to watch. Therefore, Cord City has been very lively of late. Sima Xiuqi said that this He family was the strongest family in the 64th state, but it was very low-key. The current patriarch loves his wife very much. It was most probably of his wife's coma that made him helpless, so he came up with such a solution. They have met each other before, but they don't have much of a friendship. Sima Ji Yuan said to meet them directly at Cord City. Most probably he would take the younger generation of the family to participate in the Cord City convention. Since it is a coma for which the cause cannot be found, why not go to a doctor? Is it all right to find alchemists instead? Young miss, you don't know this. Hearing what she said, the waiter who served the tea said, Patriarchy invited famous doctors from all around, but the madam remains in a coma. Doctors can't heal her? Yes, that's what I heard. Since the doctors can't help it, these women are all of different professions, what can they do? I heard that he went to find Lord Een Lin. But Lord Een Lin didn't meet him directly, but told him that only a woman can solve this matter. That's why this convention was held. Only a woman can solve. This was indeed like Een Lin's style of speaking. Sima Yu smiled secretly. I don't know what happened later, this convention came to be held in Cord City, and it seems that it was changed suddenly. Dear esteemed guests, the tea is ready, please enjoy. After the waiter finished speaking, he left them. Master, that Lord Een Lin, is that the person whom you spoke of before, the one who guided you to Ghost City? Mu Si asked. Yes. Then did he say that you would meet me there? Sima Yu was startled. Een Lin did not say, but he did mention Mu Si's name to the little helper. This could be regarded as telling her. Why ask this? She asked. I want to see if our meeting was also what he expected. Mu Si said with a smile, speaking of which, I want to thank him. If it weren't for him, you would not go to Ghost City and I won't have met. Sima Yu saw Mu Si's smile, but she remembered a word that Een Lin once said to her. Causal loop, cause and effect. Why did she think of this? Was it a cause or an effect? She shook her head and put aside the thoughts in her heart. She felt that she had been thinking of things that she doesn't usually think about lately and they pop up so suddenly. It was like some kind of omen, which made her heart anxious. After drinking tea, they continued to rush towards Cord City. When they heard Sima Ji Yuan's voice at that time, it sounded a bit anxious and urgent and they could not help but wonder if something had happened. After taking the teleportation array and changing to another one, they finally arrived in Cord City. Just as they stepped out of the Spirit Seeker Guild, they saw Sima Ji Yuan and his entourage waiting outside. Sima Yu and the few of them didn't expect that they would come here to personally pick them up and they couldn't react for a while. Ha, you are finally here. Sima Ji Yuan laughed heartily when he saw Sima Yu and immediately walked over and hugged her. Where was his usual majesty? When the Sima clansmen who stood behind him saw how their patriarch greeted Sima Yu, they were stunned. It was their first time meeting with Sima Yu and while they stood there in a daze, Sima Xiuqi and the others slowly came back to their senses. Patriarch. They saluted him. But he ignored them and continued hugging Sima Yu and chortled, My child, you are finally here, if you were coming any later, I would have gone to find you. Sima Yu was hugged by him so tight that she couldn't breathe, and patted him on the shoulder, Great-grandfather, you're hugging me so tight that I can't breathe. Sima Ji Yuan finally released her, haha, I was too excited. Sima Yu ran away from the devil's claws, took a step back and patted her chest frantically, looking as if she had survived a disaster. Sima Lu Xian saw that Sima Ji Yuan was so excited, he bowed to him and respectfully called out, Patriarch. Sima Ji Yuan's attention shifted from Sima Yu to him at once. Seeing his silver hair, he felt a little sad. He patted his shoulder and said, It's good that you are back. Sima Lu Xian felt the power emitted from his shoulders, and he felt a flurry of mixed emotions as he replied simply, Yeah. Patriarch, why are you here? Huang Yingying asked. Yes, great-grandfather, why are you here? Sima Yu was also a little curious. Even if Sima Ji Yuan wanted to see her, he wouldn't have come here with so many people. So, there must be a reason. Presumptuous. How can you call the patriarch great-grandfather without following the rules? An old man behind shouted loudly and berated her. Sima Yu was scolded for no reason as her expression sank, and she felt very upset. No one in the family had scolded her like that before. Moreover, it was a person whom she didn't even know and dared to scold herself out like that in public. Humph. She didn't come back to be a punching bag for others. However, before she could speak, Huang Yingying yelled first and pointed to the old man's nose and cursed out aloud, Sima Tua, what are you barking for? Sima Yuyu's heart jolted. Sima Tu? Wasn't that the person whom grandfather mentioned before, the one that was very disagreeable with grandfather? He was also the biggest suspect who wanted to persecute her several times in the family. Thinking of this, she narrowed her eyes and looked at him carefully. Although her grandfather and him were just cousins, they looked quite alike. However, her grandfather looked indifferent and upright while he looked a little sinister. However, she didn't know if it's because of the inkling in her heart that gave such judgment. Huang Yingying, the good granddaughter you taught is so rebellious, she dared to call the patriarch of the family great-grandfather. Sima Tu was not frightened by Huang Yingying one bit and continued to accuse Sima Yuyu. You. Huang Yingying wanted to continue scolding him but she felt a small hand hold her arm. This grandfather, you look very old and should have some brains. How can you say something that shows such IQ? Sima Yuyu smiled. Although she was smiling, everyone could tell that she was in fact cursing. What audacity! The younger people around Sima Tu cried out. Why, am I wrong? Sima Yuyu's expression sank suddenly, I am not from your Sima family, why should I follow your family's rules? To put it bluntly, I was invited by great-grandfather. So, I should count as your guest, who are you to speak like that? You. Sima Tu saw red and wanted to scold when Sima Ji Yuan saw Sima Yuyu's reaction, he bellowed at him, you shut up. Yuyu is right, go stand at one side. Patriarch. Sima Tu looked at Sima Ji Yuan in disbelief. Although he was usually temperamental and scolded them rather frequently but he never scolded them because of the younger generation. He said that what she said was right, was he referring to the part where she said, who are you to speak like that? Great-grandfather, it seems that they are very dissatisfied with this title. In that case, I will call you Sima Patriarch from now on. Sima Yuyu looked at Sima Ji Yuan aggrievely. Even though Sima Ji Yuan knew that she was acting so aggrieved on purpose, he still felt distressed and scolded Sima Tu, scram back for me, I shouldn't have brought you along. Patriarch? The rest of the classmen looked at him baffled, why was the patriarch so angry? Even if she was a talented person from the younger generation, there was no need for him to act in such a manner to an elder of the family just because of a few words from her, right? Humph, I finally got her to agree to call me great-grandfather, whoever continues to spout nonsense can jolly well scram back to the clan. Sima Ji Yuan said not only to Sima Tu but also to the other members of the family. Everyone looked at each other in a daze before they all squeezed out a yes. Sima Ji Yuan turned back to Sima Yuyu and immediately smiled again in an amiable manner. Yuyu, it's all right, I've scolded them already. Don't be angry, The corners of everyone's mouths twitched, with such a face that was full of flattery, was it really the same person as the one who just bellowed angrily at everyone just now? Great-grandfather, you are the best. Sima Yuyu went up and took Sima Ji Yuan's arm and said with a grin. Others thought that Sima Ji Yuan would throw her hand away. Never before had a younger generation act so capriciously, this little young lady was simply too bold. But the expected situation did not occur, instead, Sima Ji Yuan was even happier. Great-grandfather, why did you come here? Sima Yuyu asked again. I want to see you sooner, so I came here. Sima Ji Yuan said and winked at her. The real reason can't be said? Sima Yuyu understood immediately, since he can't say it, then they'll talk when they went back. Does great-grandfather miss me and my father and grandparents? If you had said so earlier, I would have come back sooner. She smiled, oh yes, great-grandfather, this is my apprentice, Mu Si. This is Mu Si. Not bad, not bad. Sima Ji Yuan said, where are your grandfather and brothers? They stayed in the valley. Sima Yuyu said. The inner region is indeed more dangerous than the outside. It is really better to stay outside and take care of it in the valley. Sima Ji Yuan said. I think so too. Sima Yuyu replied. Actually, her grandfather as well as Fatty Chu and the others have expressed their willingness to follow her here. If she felt that they were a burden, they could always stay in the spirit pagoda and cultivate and wait until they were stronger before they came out. However, she refused this time because she didn't know what she would encounter when she reached the inner region. If they stayed in Heartbreak Valley, it was safe and stable. And because Paramount Valley was there, they would be able to gain access to news. Sima Ji Yuan took them back to their residence and Sima Lu Xian finally asked, Patriarch, did something happen in Cord City? Sima Ji Yuan looked at Sima Lu Xian. On our way back, although there were quite a number of people on the streets, however, if you look closely, you will notice that most of them are in groups. Sima Lu Xian said, moreover, there isn't the usual hustle and bustle on the street of excitement due to the upcoming convention, but a more subtle depressed atmosphere instead. Everyone is behaving cautiously. So, Patriarch, what happened? Moreover, Sima Ji Yuan had actually brought people to pick them up, not so much as picking them up, it was more like protecting them. Sima Ji Yuan looked at Sima Lu Xian, he had always been prudent and wise since he was a child. He was able to discover this abnormality just after stepping out from the Spirit Seeker Guild. You guessed it, something happened in Cord City. However, this is not the time to talk about this. Sima Ji Yuan looked at Sima Yuyu, child, we have some injured. Can you help me heal them? Are they seriously injured? Sima Yu was a little surprised and asked. Yes, the family physicians and alchemists are helpless. Fortunately, you came back this time, otherwise I would have sent someone to find you. Sima Zhiyuan said. He actually wanted to send someone to find her. They were that seriously injured? Let's go see them first then. Sima Yu said. Good. When Sima Yu saw the patients, she realized why the Sima family was so anxious, because all the patients that were lying in bed unconscious were all women. In addition to the two whom she recognized, Sima Yun and Sima Chi, there were more than a dozen women that lay there. They were all supposed to participate in this competition. Sima Zhiyuan explained. No wonder. Sima Yu had an inkling and said, I will check them first. Go on now. Sima Zhiyuan urged. Sima Yu checked them all. Everyone's condition was not very serious, but it was very troublesome. Yu, how is it? Huang Yingying asked with some worry when she saw Sima Yu frown. It was the first time Huang Yingying saw her so worried apart from her father, and she guessed that there should be someone she cared about among these unconscious ladies. Grandmother, their lives are not in danger, Sima Yu said. That's good. Huang Yingying patted her chest in relief. When will they wake up? Can they participate in the competition? Sima Tu asked. His voice was very anxious. He seemed to be very concerned about whether they could participate in the competition but not at all about their well-being. They are definitely able to regain consciousness, but I'm afraid that they can't participate in the competition. Sima Yu said. Why? Why are they unconscious? Sima Zhiyuan asked. They have been poisoned. Sima Yu said, although they can regain consciousness, it will take a month to completely remove the poison. The Cord City competition started in less than half a month's time and it will take a month to recover, so they would definitely not be able to participate in the competition. Poisoned? How could it be possible? A person that stood behind Sima Tu shouted out incredulously and his tone was filled with disbelief. How can it be impossible? Sima Yu glanced at the man with the handlebar mustache. 1. People who had a bad attitude towards her would face her similar attitude. If they had been poisoned, how could I not see it? You, a mere lass, how can you tell? He cried out with indignation. That's because you are not that skilled. Sima Yu countered, if you are really good, how can you not find out that it is poison? It's not only me who did not discover any poison, none of the poison masters I've consulted with also discover any. Humph, how can you, a mere lass, be better than a dozen prestigious poison masters? He sneered. Can you treat them? Or are you just speaking some nonsense? That's right, Patriarch, how can a mere lass be better than those people? Even those doctors didn't say that they had been poisoned. Sima Zhiyuan frowned and glared at those people causing a ruckus and roared, all of you just shut up. Those people immediately kept quiet. Although they stopped talking, the eyes that looked at Sima Yu were still full of mockery. Yu, does it really take a month? Sima Yu saw that Sima Zhiyuan's expression was solemn and she continued, I think the other party just didn't want them to participate in the competition, so they used this kind of poison. It won't be fatal, but the detoxification process is slow. Great-grandfather, are you very concerned about this competition? It's not this competition but the prize of this competition, the 10,000-year-old profound moon fruit. Sima Lu Feng's voice came from outside, before both Sima Lu Yun and himself walked in. Profound moon fruit? That's right. If you win this competition, the family will get the profound moon fruit and laughing Buddha fruit. Sima Lu Feng saw that Sima Yu's gaze became sharper, and swallowed the rest of the words back. Why are you glaring at me so fiercely? I remember, when you asked me to get the laughing Buddha fruit then, you said that my father was kicked out of the family. Sima Yu stared at him, her eyes revealing a dangerous glint. Humph. Your father has indeed been kicked out of the family. Sima Tu said, your father is no longer on the genealogy. Sima Yu looked back at Sima Lu Xian, with doubts in her eyes. Didn't father leave by himself? After leaving, didn't her grandparents still send people to search for him? If he had been expelled from the family, would the family allow it? Sima Lu Xian nodded to her and said, I am indeed no longer on the genealogy. What happened then was to show that he had been punished. Although he was removed from the genealogy, the patriarch and some people still regarded him as a member of the Sima family. But, for some others, he had been kicked out of the family. It turns out that father is no longer on the genealogy. Sima Yu said in deliberation, if that's the case, then what are we back for? She got up, looked at those people, and said, then as for these people, there's no need for me to heal them anymore. If you don't want to, then don't go back. Sima Lu Xian said lightly, and had no opinion on whether to return or not. Oh, Yu, don't be angry. How can you take what these bastards say so seriously? Sima Zhiyuan coaxed, great-grandfather, has been waiting for you to come back every night. How can you bear to let me, this old man, to be heartbroken and disappointed? The people present all twitched their mouths. Patriarch, you are too partial. Sima Tu and others were even more livid, because of this mere lass. They had been scolded many times today. No. These people already said that we were kicked out. I don't want to go back. Don't go back, father. Humph, unless you drive them out, we won't go back. Sima Yu said it in a wayward manner. Anyway, to these people, she was just a little lass in their eyes and it was normal for a young lady to be temperamental and willful. Since they could not reconcile, let them be disgusted first. Unexpectedly, Sima Zhiyuan immediately replied, all right. As long as you come back, you can do anything. Patriarch, is this how you coax the younger generation? 1. A mustache in this shape. Previous chapter. Patriarch. Although they knew that with the clan elders and elders, Sima Ji Yuan could not really drive them out of the clan as he wished, but even if it was mentioned so casually, it still surprised them. I shouldn't have brought the lot of you here. Get out of here. Scram, scram, scram. Sima Ji Yuan said as he waved impatiently. Sima too and the rest glared at Sima Yu, but didn't dare to say anything, other than flourishing their sleeves angrily. They could only leave. Sima Yu watched them leave and saw a smile emerge on Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingying's face. From the very beginning, she discovered that grandfather and grandmother were not happy, and the gaze toward Sima too was full of anger and forbearance. Now that he had gone, they didn't need to strain their eyes. Alright, now that those people are gone, Yu, can you tell your great-grandfather, do they really need so long to recover? Sima Ji Yuan said. Yes. Sima Yu said, the poison in their bodies is called 100 days of sleep. Poisoned people will fall asleep for 100 days and consume their vitality in deep sleep. After 100 days, they will lose their lives because their vitality has been completely exhausted. 100 days of sleep, I have never heard of this poison. It's a very ancient poison. The effect will make people look similar to sleeping, so most people can't tell. Moreover, its materials are very rare, and the antidote is difficult to configure. Later, it gradually disappeared. Sima Yu said, if I hadn't come across it accidentally, I wouldn't be able to diagnose it. Then can you detoxify it? I can develop an antidote, but as I just said, it will take a month. Sima Yu said, moreover, they have been unconscious for more than half a month. Even after detoxification, their vitality has been eaten away. Quite a few of them will take a while to recover. Hearing her explanation, it was equivalent to completely denying the possibility of Sima's participation in this competition. Thinking of this, a trace of disappointment flashed by Sima Ji Yuan's eyes. Sima Yu caught his disappointment and asked, Great-grandfather, you really want the profound moon fruit? We have been looking for some medicinal materials over the years, and the laughing Buddha fruit they brought back is one of them. Through these years of hard work, we have almost all the materials and now we only lack this profound moon fruit. Sima Ji Yuan said. For refining pills? Sima Yu said affirmatively. Yes. We attained a pill formula and with it, our ancestor can advance. Sima Ji Yuan said, our ancestor has been stuck at the upper-level paragon for a long time, and has not been able to advance. Now, his time is near. So, if he still can't advance, I'm afraid. The strength of the Sima family has been reduced a lot. If even their ancestor is gone, they would be suppressed by other forces. However, if he makes a breakthrough, the Sima family's strength would increase a lot. One must know, a master in a family is also crucial. No wonder Sima Ji Yuan was so concerned about this competition. Sima Yu contacted Little Spirit, is there a profound moon fruit in the Spirit Pagoda? Yes. Little Spirit was busy brewing new wine and responded casually. Are there any above 10,000 years old? 10,000 years? Little Spirit sneered, not to mention 10,000 years, there are even those that are 100,000 years old. Really? It grows on the mountain and if no one picks it, it should be there. I don't have time to see it now, please feel it yourself. Little Spirit ignored her when he finished. Sima Yu swept her divine sense and true enough, she found the profound moon fruit, and it was not just one tree, but one whole area. On the cliff, there were densely packed saplings of profound moon fruit, and at least 1 or 2 profound moon fruit grew on every tree, and the age was not low at all. If outside, someone would be crazy if they saw such a scene, but in here, it is just a very ordinary cliff. Confirming that there was this in the Spirit Pagoda, she also had an idea. She didn't take it out immediately, but thought about it and said, Great-grandfather, don't worry, if you can't get it this time round, I know where else to find one. Really? Where is it? Don't ask about this, I will find a way. Sima Yu said. If you get it, will it be too dangerous? Or tell me, I'll let someone to go instead. Great-grandfather, the other party doesn't want people to know. Sima Yu said, so, don't worry, I will settle this. All right. If you need anything, just tell me. Sima Ji Yuan answered her. I will. Now I will suppress the toxicity for them first, otherwise their vitality will be eaten away before I develop an antidote. Good. I will be administering acupuncture, you guys. We will wait for you outside. Sima Ji Yuan took the people out, and Lang Zhong hesitated for a while in silence, and stood still. Sima Yu glanced at him and said, what are you doing? I want to see how you suppress this 100 days of sleep for them. Lang Zhong said. Sima Yu stared at him, faintly said, you know of the 100 days of sleep. Yes, I do. Lang Zhong did not hide it either. Then do you know the antidote? I know. But, I want to see how you detoxify it. Lang Zhong said, are you a poison master? It can be counted as half. Sima Yu contemplated about what he said in her heart. I want to administer the needle and need to undress them so you can't stay here. A method of suppression, in exchange for the antidote for the 100 days of sleep? Lang Zhong raised his eyebrows. However, I can tell you the method as a condition in exchange for the antidote. A method of suppression, in exchange for the antidote for the 100 days of sleep? Lang Zhong raised his eyebrows. Where is there such a good thing in the world? Yes, there is. Sima Yu said, this is a good thing for you. Oh. Even if you don't tell me the antidote, as long as I study it for a few days, I can still develop an antidote. But you can't do it. If I don't tell you my method, can you think of it? Sima Yu smiled. Confident but not arrogant. Seeing the smile on her face, Lang Zhong was taken aback, and then said, then let's see how attractive your method is to me. Then you go out first, come back in a while to check the results. Sima Yu said. All right. Lang Zhong turned around and went out, waiting to see the results of her suppression. Once, someone wanted to suppress this, but when he worked out the antidote, the man had already left forever. Suppression is impossible. He came outside the house. Sima Zhiyuan cupped his hand at him and said, I didn't expect it to be the city lord of Tangerine City. I was really disrespectful just now. He already knew that he was going to follow Sima Yu. Although it felt a little strange, since she agreed, she wouldn't drive him away. The Sima family is polite. Lang Zhong also returned the courtesy. In the past, he would not bother to return such greetings from these family clan patriarchs, but since it was her great-grandfather, how could not? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Although Sima Zhiyuan wanted to ask more about Sima Lu Xian's matters in detail, however, they could only talk about other things due to Lang Zhong's presence. Patriarch, who on earth did this to us? Huang Yingying asked. Sima Zhiyuan shook his head. Because of the recent events, there are many people who know about us. There are also many people who don't want us to advance. Therefore, there were many people who wanted to attack them. Are those people outside acting so cautious because of this incident that happened to the Sima family, or are there also others who have experienced this as well? Sima Lu Xian asked. After mentioning that he was no longer a member of the Sima family, Sima Lu Xian's manner of addressing also changed. It's because of us. Sima Zhiyuan said, a profound moon fruit that's 10,000 years old, this temptation is really too great, they naturally want to ensure the safety of the contestants. It's true. However, profound moon fruit can't be obtained by simply winning the competition, right? It is said that the madam of the He family has to be healed as well, but I think they all ignored this. This patriarch, he is really a man with deep affections. Lang Zhong sighed, his eyes dimmed, no one knew what he was thinking of. As they conversed, time flowed by quickly. A few hours later, Sima Yu opened the door. How is it? Huang Yingying came to her and asked worriedly. It's all been suppressed, they've all regained consciousness but they are still very weak. Sima Yu said. Really? They've regained consciousness already? I'll go in and have a look. Sima Yu did not stop and Huang Yingying pushed the door excitedly and went in. After Huang Yingying entered, she heard someone call her a mother. It turned out that her own aunt was here, no wonder she was so anxious before. Let's go in and take a look. The others followed in, leaving Lang Zhong and Sima Yu who was leaning against the pillar. Really suppressed successfully? If you don't believe me, you can take a look, I'm an honest person. Sima Yu said confidently. Lang Zhong didn't seem to believe her as he bypassed her and entered the room and saw that the people who were unconscious before had opened their eyes. Although they were relatively weak, they really regained consciousness. He was slightly agitated as he walked quickly to the bed, grabbed a woman's hand to check her pulse and froze. Really, she had suppressed it and had it under control. Lang Zhong, what are you doing? Huang Yingying roared at him. However, Lang Zhong ignored her and sat in a daze by the bed. You. Lang Zhong suddenly stood up, went to another woman's side, checked her, and the result was the same. Really, really possible. Lang Zhong muttered to himself. Sima Yu came in and saw him who looked forlorn and desperate. Forlorn? Why? Lang Zhong. Huang Yingying was fuming and raised her voice even further. Grandmother, he is checking their bodies. Sima Yu said. He was also a doctor. Lang Zhong heard Sima Yu's voice, turned to look at her, moved his lips, but said nothing. How is it? Sima Yu asked. How? Lang Zhong did not answer a rhetorical question. How? How to what? Sima Yu was puzzled. Lang Zhong looked at her with a wounded expression. Why didn't you show up earlier? If someone could suppress the toxins for her back then, would she be able to wait for him to cure her? He stood up and with a thought, a pill formula appeared in his hand. He came to Sima Yu's side, put pill formula into her hand and simply left. Sima Yu looked down at the pill formula in her hand and smiled. This meant that he agreed to make a deal. Yu, what is this? Sima Yu raised the pill formula, the antidote for 100 days of sleep. I'll go to refine the antidote first. After finishing speaking, she turned around and went out without waiting for other people to speak. She headed into the empty room next to her, arranged an array before she began to refine the antidote. Mother, is she little brother's daughter? The woman who was first examined by Lang Zhong asked in a low voice. Yes. Huang Yingying replied, Your Honor, how do you feel? Just a little weak. Sima Lu Yuan's voice was very weak. When she woke up just now, she saw a young lady by her side. She smiled at her and said that she was still very weak now and advised her not to speak first and went on to treat other people. That face that was 70% similar to Yu Kuluo, except for their child, she could not think of anyone else. What a promising child. By the way, mother, where's my little brother? Huang Yingying looked back, everyone stepped aside and she saw a person with silver hair and with a gentle smile. Ninth sister, I'm back. Hearing him call her ninth sister, tears started rolling down Sima Lu Yuan's cheeks. Sima Zhiyuan looked at them and said to the others, since everyone is awake, don't stand around, let's go out first. The others from the clan left, leaving this place for Huang Yingying and the others. Since they had already regained consciousness, now it was their turn to find out who was responsible for it. Sima Yu refined the antidote in the room. Since it was the first time she refined this pill, it was still a bit unfamiliar to her and she succeeded only after practicing twice. Looking at the pill in her hand, she remembered Lang Zhong's painful eyes. He had such a big reaction, it should have been a very important person who had fallen to this poison and he failed to work out the antidote in time. When he asked her how, it should have been asking her how she suppressed it. Sigh. She sighed in her heart, put away the pill in her hands, removed the barrier and opened the door. Lang Zhong stood in the courtyard and kept looking at her door, which startled her. Well, she couldn't detect his presence each time and it became normal not to notice him waiting outside her door. All done. She had been refining it for a few days. Was he standing here these past few days waiting for her? Yeah. Sima Yu took out a bottle and threw it into his hand. Lang Zhong caught the jade bottle, poured one out and when he saw the milky white pill on the palm of his hand, his heart was in turmoil. It seems that what you said is true. He threw the medicine back. Sima Yu smiled, turned and entered the main room. She could refine the antidote in such a short time, which shows that she had a certain understanding of these. In this case, even without his formula, she could develop the antidote in a while. So, she didn't lie to him. If he didn't tell her, she could also work out the antidote. But he wouldn't know how she suppressed it. Sima Yu came to the room and saw Huang Yingying and a few women standing by the bed, and her face was a little excited when she saw her enter. Yu, has the antidote been refined? Sima Yu nodded. I've refined enough for the first dose and will refine the rest later. She took out the pill, distributed it to the women, and let them feed it. That's great. If there is an antidote, you all will be fine. Lang Zhong stood in the courtyard, looking at a group of people in the room who could not conceal their excitement and happiness as they cheered. He had no chance to feel such joy then. Is this really the antidote? Amidst the cheers, a questioning voice came, instantly extinguishing everyone's enthusiasm. Several people were stunned, looking at the person who spoke. Miao Shihua, what do you mean? Huang Yingying shouted when she saw her precious granddaughter being questioned. It means exactly what it sounds. When she said that, everyone who was excited just now also became a little skeptical. This. Yingying, Shihua also has some truth in what she said. Our children are our life, so we can't afford anything going wrong. Someone said. You. Grandmother, don't be angry. Sima Yu held Huang Yingying back and said, since they don't believe it, there's nothing much for us to say. It's not like we're begging them, since they don't think it's credible, just don't use it. There's no need to force it. She knew that Miao Shihua was Sima Tu's wife, and she was in the same generation as her grandmother. Yu. Huang Yingying swept her gaze across those people unhappily. Out of kindness, her precious granddaughter saved them, but being so questioned by them was really annoying. It's nothing. Sima Yu said, whether they eat it or not has no effect on us. After all, she looked at the women and said, since you all don't believe me, then don't eat the pills I refined. However, this time round, I help you on the account of my great-grandfather. If you choose not to believe me this time and beg me later, things won't be so easy. Even if you beg us in the future, we won't help at all. Grandmother, give the antidote to Aunt first, Sima Yu said. All right. Huang Yingying gave Sima Lu Yuan the antidote and asked with concern, how is it? Sima Lu Yuan smiled and said, I feel much better. Although she said that, the few skeptics still had no energy to speak and didn't believe her. Some who had a good relationship with Huang Yingying saw that she had fed Sima Lu Yuan and they also fed the medicine to their children. But those stubborn few never moved. Since you don't believe it, then return the pills to me. Sima Yu reached out to them. Miao Shihua grasped the pill in her hand and did not intend to return it to her. She was just not too sure, but she didn't think that it was completely useless. What she wanted to do was to show it to the poison master to have a look first, and after ascertaining its authenticity, she would feed it to her daughter. Several others also had the same idea in their minds, so no one returned it. Sima Yu understood their thoughts, but did not intend to let them off with such a bargain. Little 7. After she spoke, the others only felt two shadows flashed by them, and when they looked again, Sima Yu had one youth and one young lady standing by her side. That youth looked the same as Sima Yu, just a smaller version. Pill. Little 7 and handed the pills to Sima Yu, and the few people saw that the pill in their hands was gone. Sima Yu put away the pills, and praised them, good job. Sima Yu, what do you mean? Since you have no use for this pill, I will naturally take it back. Sima Yu said, it costs a lot of medicinal materials and is very expensive. Since you have given this to us, there is no reason to take it back. This pill is mine, why can't I take it back? Sima Yu said, the medicinal materials belong to me and the refining was also done by me. Your Sima family didn't pay a single cent. That's why, if I'm willing to give it to you, I'll give, but if I don't want to, I'll take it back. You. Miao Shihua and the others were very angry. What if that was the real antidote? Mother, I seem to be more comfortable. Sima Lu Yuan said suddenly, her voice a little louder. This pill has already begun to exert its effects, so it will be more comfortable. Sima Yu explained, but it is not enough to take only one dose, you will have to take it 2 more times later. Thank you, Yu. Sima Lu Yuan said gratefully. Aunt is polite. Mother, I also think I feel a lot more comfortable. Another woman who took the pill voiced out. Me too. I also feel that my body has regained some strength. Me too. All who had taken the pill started to chime in and each of them felt much stronger than before. Those women were overjoyed. It seems that the antidote was really useful. It's really useful, they cried. Fortunately we believed her. But the few people who were swayed by Miao Shihua felt very regretful. They should have believed her. Great, now the antidote has been taken back. They could only blame it all on Miao Shihua. They had never thought of this. If it weren't for her to encourage them, how could they hesitate? She and Sima Xiuqi's side had old grievances, that's why she encouraged them to disbelieve Sima Yu along with her. Blame it all on her. Otherwise, how could their daughter and granddaughter still be like that? With the bitter complaints in their heart, the look in their eyes was not so good. Miao Shihua was irritated by their unkind glares and she glared back at them and retorted, I didn't force you, what are you blaming me for? Besides, we still don't know if this antidote really works. Does it work? Humph, you will know later. Huang Yingying said, Your Honor, you will get better soon. Sima Lu Yuan nodded, her eyes twinkling, she was finally getting better after lying down for so many days. Grandmother, I'm going to refine the antidote for the second stage. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she bowed to Huang Yingying and turned and left. She went out to find Lang Zhong, but found that he had disappeared. She curled her lips, this guy left? Alright, she'll tell him the method when they meet again. She went back to the room, placed an array and entered the spirit pagoda. She then adjusted her breath to restore her mental strength and spent a few more days to refine the pill. Seeing it was early, she took out the armament refining manual in the spirit pagoda and began to read it. At this time, outside the spirit pagoda, those people had already started making trouble. You fool! Sima too slapped Miao Shihua so hard that she fell to the ground. How do I know that her antidote is really useful? Miao Shihua was also aggrieved, she is the granddaughter of Sima Xiuqi. You are confused. Even if she is Sima Xiuqi's granddaughter, there is Sima Lu Yuan in there. Sima too shouted, even if she ignores other people, can she still harm Sima Lu Yuan? Miao Shihua was taken aback, yes, Huang Yingying might let Sima Yu harm her own daughter, but would she still harm her own daughter? Having figured this out, Miao Shihua felt regretful in her heart. Then what should I do now? That bitch refuses to give Sierra's treatment now. Miao Shihua cried and said. Seeing that Sima Lu Yuan and the other women were getting better and better, but Sima Lu Shi and the others had been lying there weakly, she looked at her daughter with heartache. What else can you do? Of course go to Sima Yu and ask her to detoxify them. Sima too said. But that bitch is hiding now, and we have not seen her at all. She has no intention of seeing us at all. Huang Yingying, that bitch, had directly said that she would not heal us in the future. Miao Shihua said aggrievedly. Humph, even if they say that they don't want to now, the others will definitely not agree to it. Sima too said, however, the others won't dare to, no matter what, Xier and the others all have the surname Sima. Miao Shihua's eyes lit up, yeah. Even if Huang Yingying and the others disagree, as long as the clan speaks out, they must agree even if they disagree. What are you waiting for then? Sima too glared at her. Alright, I'll go now. Miao Shihua left, as long as she could save her daughter, it doesn't matter what it takes. Sima Yu was reading in the spirit pagoda, and after reading most of it, she took out the things in the pagoda and started practicing. She went to the warehouse to find a furnace for refining armaments and took some materials that were easier to refine, smelted those materials into liquid according to the method in the book, refined it and put it in the container. This was a very peculiar container. After she poured the liquid into it, there was a colorless liquid meter outside. According to the height of this liquid, the purity of the extraction of this material could be judged. It's only reached the halfway mark, it doesn't seem to be very good. Sima Yu lamented. It's really not very good. Little Spirit appeared beside her, my former master, when he refined for the first time, he reached 60 points, 10 points higher than you. Sigh, it is indeed a lot worse. Sima Yu said, it seems that I need to practice more. It's based on talent, you can't keep up just because you want to. Little Spirit said contemptuously. Sima Yu grabbed him into her arms, and ravaged his hair vigorously with the other hand. How long has she not seen those contemptuous eyes? When she first met him, he despised everything she did. Later, she became more and more powerful, and gradually forgot what she used to be. Who asked you to look down on me? Who asked you to look down on me? She didn't let him go until all the hair on his head was messed up. Little Spirit ran away from the devil's claws, and quickly hid away, and said with a stinky face, I'm telling the truth, you are not talented enough, and you won't be able to catch up at all. I am your current master. Even if my talent is not good, I am also your master. Sima Yu was not angry, so, what you have to do is to help me master armament refining earlier, not questioning my talent. Humph, Little Spirit crossed his arms and turned his head to one side. Oh, don't be arrogant. Is there a way to improve the talent of Yu armament refining? Ling Long ran over and took Little Spirit's hand and said, when she learns armament refining, she can repair me sooner. When Sima Yu discovered a piece of ancient ore, she had promised her to upgrade her. Therefore, no one can stop Yu from refining armaments. Her talent is what you see, how can it be transformed? Little Spirit scoffed. Since she doesn't have a natural talent for it, let her make it up in other ways. You must have a way, right? Ling Long shook his hand and acted all coquettish. Diligence can make up for one's clumsiness. You see, even a person as stupid as Fatty Chu can become a great armament master, so as long as she works hard, it won't be too bad. Little Spirit said. What he didn't say was that his original master was a perverse genius, and it was precisely because of such a high talent that he created Sky Splitter and Ling Long. Since his fall, no one had surpassed him. What Sima Yu didn't know was that the average person could only refine it to 30 or 40 points for the first time, and only those with very good talents exceeded 40. There were people that went up to 50, but very few. Little Spirit knew this, but just didn't tell her who asked her to mess up his hairstyle. Although Sima Yu felt that her talent was not high, it was not as miserable as what Little Spirit said. After all, when she was studying other things before, he also despised her so much. If it's really bad, he'd probably just tell her not to learn it as it would be a waste of time. After understanding this, she was in a good mood and went to practice again with other ores. After several days, she improved the purity of the materials she refined by a few points. Seeing her results, she was still very satisfied. On this day, she was practicing again, and Little Spirit came to tell her that something went wrong outside. With a thought, Sima Yu could clearly see the situation outside, and her face turned black in less than a minute. Hee, you thought that this would work? She sneered and said before she cleaned up the area and went out. To actually dare bully grandfather and grandmother like this, it seems that these people are going to be miserable. The beasts had already anticipated the fate of these people. Sima Yu came out of the spirit pagoda, removed the barrier, and slammed open the door with a loud bang. What's with the noise? Don't you know that I am refining? She yelled at the people in the courtyard as soon as she came out. You don't want to save those people? That's fine. You come to detoxify yourself. I quit. The people in the courtyard were stunned. They came to ask her to detoxify, not to make her go on strike. Are you Sima Yu? An old woman with grey hair looked at Sima Yu coldly. Who are you? Sima Yu looked at the old woman. Don't tell her this person was her great-grandmother. I am the elder of the Sima family and the aunt of your great-grandfather. The old woman said, as an oppressive pressure came towards her, but was easily blocked by Sima Yu. Phew, thank goodness. Sima Yu patted her chest in relief. Thank goodness? Everyone asked in unison when they saw her exaggerated action. Thank goodness, such an ugly person is not my great-grandmother. Sima Yu said, I said that my grandfather is handsome and incomparable, how could he marry such an ugly wife? What audacity! Jiang Shui was still wondering why Sima Yu was not deterred by her own coercion. When she heard such ugly words, she was furious. Huh? I heard you scold my grandparents as beasts just now. Except for my great-grandfather and great-grandmother, who is qualified to scold them. Now I understand that you must be jealous that my great-grandmother is too beautiful, that's why you scolded my grandparents like that. Who made you look so ugly? What does this have to do with your great-grandmother? Of course it matters. Sima Yu said, my great-grandmother is too beautiful, that's why she gave birth to a suave and handsome person like my grandfather. You are jealous of my great-grandmother's beauty. That's why they don't like my grandfather and speak such bad words. As she said it, she nodded her head. Nonsense. Jiang Shui had never been so insulted by a junior. The fire raging in her heart could not be stopped and she wanted to suppress her with coercion, but remembered that her coercion had no effect on her. Mother, it's not the time to talk about this. A few days have passed. Those people are already able to get out of bed. She. Miao Shihua's eyes were tearful. She really felt heartache for her daughter and had endless regret. Jiang Shui glanced at her and when she saw the blame in her eyes, she lowered her head. If it weren't for her, why would she need to come forward herself? Even if she blamed her, she still had to protect her younger generation. You, go and detoxify Shir and the others. Not going. Sima Yu did not even bother to put in any superfluous words and refused directly. Why? I said it before. If they weren't going to detoxify at that time, I wouldn't do it for them the next time they asked. Sima Yu said, you all looked full of confidence. Didn't you say that you wanted to go to a poison master to detoxify by yourself? You all know that it's called 100 days of sleep, don't tell me you have no way to develop an antidote. Miao Shihua and the rest remained silent, they couldn't say out that what she said was true, could they? Since you can detoxify, go quickly. With such a tone, it sounded as if it was her glory to heal Sima Lu. Those people really thought so as well. Sima Lu Xian was driven out of the family then and heard that they wanted to return. If they didn't please them, they wouldn't agree to their return. In their eyes, now was the best opportunity to please them. Haha. Sima Yu smiled, why should I? Those lying inside are all members of the Sima family. Detoxifying them is something you should do. Really? Sima Yu glanced at Jiang Shui contemptuously, it's true that they are from the Sima family, but, I'm not from your family, so, you have no right to order me. To save, or not to save, it's up to me, not you. If so, you and your father can forget about returning to the family. If you obediently detoxify Shir and the others, we might still consider it. Who said I want to return? Sima Yu said, my father and I are very happy now. We are living a good life, so if the family consists of so many people like you, we won't go back even if you beg us to. So, if you want to use this threat to detoxify your granddaughter, you can forget about it. It's broad daylight, you should not be dreaming, lest others say you are old. Presumptuous. Who couldn't tell that she was scolding Jiang Shui? In fury, Jiang Shui unleashed her spirit power upon her. Both Huang Yingying and Sima Xiuqi moved at the same time, as they rushed forward and came before Sima Yu, condensing their spirit power to shield her. But alas, they were one level lower than Jiang Shui and couldn't withstand her attack at all. They could only weaken that attack. Seeing the spirit power enveloping them, everyone present was stunned, even Jiang Shui herself. She didn't want to kill them, she also wanted Sima Yu to detoxify her granddaughter. If she killed her, who could help her detoxify? Wait. The pill was not from Sima Yu, but from the city lord of Tangerine City. In other words, Lang Zhong also knows how to detoxify. Thinking of this, she calmed down. Since they have all died, she didn't have to feel sorry for them. Her son, daughter-in-law and great-granddaughter were killed, ha ha ha. It's a pity that she couldn't witness it with her own eyes, but she can reunite with them in the netherworld. Feeling jubilant, she laughed out aloud. Seeing you so excited, we feel a little embarrassed to interrupt your good mood. Sima Yu's voice came, making her smile freeze on her face. How could it be? They didn't die. The dust stirred from the ground finally settled, revealing the three calm people. Spatial lock. The people present saw them and gasped. Yes, the news that came back before said that she was an array master and she has great control over the space. This spatial lock was amazing and had shocked many. Sima Yu lifted the spatial lock. Originally it was impossible for her to make this move with her current strength. However, the separation and resistance of her grandparents weakened its power, allowing them to survive. What are you doing? Sima Ji Yuan bellowed and a group of people poured into the courtyard. There was a huge pit surrounding Sima Yu, Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingying. Only the ground where they stood was still intact. At a glance, everyone knew what was going on. Jiang Shui, you actually attacked Yu. Sima Ji Yuan was so angry and his expression darkened and was gloomy, leaving no room for any goodwill. That is my precious granddaughter, how dare this old hag try to kill her? Jiang Shui saw Sima Ji Yuan bring people in, her surprise had faded and she calmed down. Facing his question, she didn't panic and retorted instead, why can't I kill her? She is my great-granddaughter. You want to kill her, are you going against me? So what? Jiang Shui didn't panic. The strong is respected, yet the weak dares to insult and provoke the strong. Then the weak should bear the anger of the strong. Sima Ji Yuan, you shouldn't even forget the rules of survival in our world, right? Damn your law of survival. Dare to touch my great-granddaughter? Humph. You want to kill her? Alright then, come on, let's fight. Jiang Shui wanted to scold him for being shameless, his strength was higher than her, yet he still wasn't embarrassed and said that he wanted to fight her. Sima Ji Yuan wasn't the least bit embarrassed at all. Humph. If you dare to bully the weak and act against my great-granddaughter, I can do the same to you as well. Mother, what we have to do now is not to fight with the patriarch, but to find a way to detoxify Shir and the others. Miao Shihua whispered. I know. Jiang Shui looked at Sima Ji Yuan and said, since the patriarch is here, it's time to talk about this. Why does your great-granddaughter only detoxify those from your branch and not ours? What is your intention? Sima Yu sneered in her heart, she was really trying to pull a fast one here. It was because at first, they were the ones who didn't believe in her and refused to take the pills. Previous chapter. There were also some people from other branches here as well, and after they heard Jiang Shui's words, some of their expressions crumbled. Their juniors were also in the ranks of those people that needed Sima Yu to heal. Sima Yu wanted to come forward to explain, but Sima Ji Yuan answered her first. I told you a long time ago, don't just stay at home and spend all day cultivating. You have to pay more attention to other things as well. More importantly, you have to use your brain, so that you won't become a fool. Why didn't you listen to me? Sigh, look now, it's really like this. PFFFTTTTT, the others did not dare not laugh because of Jiang Shui's usual prestige in the family, but Sima Yu laughed unscrupulously. Great-grandfather, this was simply turning around and cursing people. Able to say such things, wasn't that just a fool? Sima Ji Yuan, I can hear you, I'm not deaf or anything, why are you speaking so loudly? However, before Jiang Shui spoke, he continued, Yu has clearly refined everyone's share of the detoxification pills and distributed them to everyone. But what about your side? You all had some doubts so you didn't give it to them. Now, what you are saying is an entirely different thing, you said that Yu will only detoxify those from my branch, but not for your people. Tell me, have you gone stupid from all your cultivation? Is that what happened? Several old men asked the people around them. Those women bowed their heads and said nothing, but they acquiesced to Sima Ji Yuan's words. If that's the case, then you really can't blame her. This, her, naturally referred to Sima Yu. Originally, things like the Cord City Convention didn't need people from the clan to come out, but because they had all sent letters to their homes in the past few days, saying that something went wrong here, and that the problem could not be resolved due to family reasons that they came together. But, no one expected it to be like this. When they go back, they must teach those women a good lesson, even dare to fabric lies to them. The women who received the scolding eyes from their grandparents did not dare to speak. Although they knew that they would be punished if they did so, they could all come and put pressure on Sima Yu to detoxify their daughters and granddaughters. Sima Yu thought that the people who were angry just now would accuse her, but she didn't expect them to be quite reasonable. Even if it was their fault at first, but later, they apologized several times and asked her to detoxify the young ladies. Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingying were always deliberately blocking us, how do you explain that? Isn't that just not wanting to detoxify them? Jiang Shui said coldly with a scoff. That's not right. Now that they have apologized, as the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. Xiuqi, this is a descendant of the family. To be able to directly call Sima Xiuqi's name, it seems that he was also in Sima Ji Yuan's generation. No one expected that such a thing would actually have so many elders of the older generations of the family to appear. It seems that the other party was trying to make this matter a big deal. If the trouble is big, then make it big. Anyway, they had nothing to fear, the bigger they made it, the more difficult it was for the other party to step down. What you said isn't right. She didn't want to see her grandfather being wronged, and said, from the beginning, we had already stated clearly that they only had that one chance and don't regret it if they made their choice. It's obvious that it was their own choice, why should you blame my grandfather? I've been refining the pills for the follow-up doses in the room over the past few days, and I've never seen them at all. As for the apologies, I never heard any. She was very tough, and she slapped the person in the face directly. However, that man was not angry and said, if that is the case, then we apologize to you for what happened in the beginning, please detoxify the young ladies. After finishing speaking, he also saluted to Sima Yu. There are such reasonable elders in the Sima family? She thought they were all like Jiang Shui. It was hard to get angry with people showing such a sincere attitude, so her face still hung on an unhappy expression. I am not from your Sima family, don't think that I will be subdued just by you saying this. The old man smiled slightly and said, of course, we know that. That's why we are not asking you to treat them voluntarily. We are willing to pay you. My pills aren't cheap, everyone outside knows it. Yes, we will definitely pay you to your satisfaction. Sima Yu saw that the other person's attitude was so good, and reluctantly said, well, I have to look at the remuneration first. However, I will not treat this person's granddaughter. She pointed at Jiang Shui and said, she just wanted to kill me, I dare not deal with such a person. Jiang Shui became anxious, she would treat others instead of her granddaughter? It's up to you. As long as you are happy. The old man didn't force her. Anyway, that one was not his own junior. Since Jiang Shui likes to do such things, let her solve this problem by herself. The mess in the courtyard told them what happened just now, so it was not surprising that Sima Yu would make such a request. After all, which master has no temper? Not to mention that she was such an excellent junior. Sima Yu just smiled, this old man is very enlightened. In that case, let's talk about remuneration. The longer the poison of this 100 days of sleep dwells in the body, the more damage it will do to the body and the more difficult it will be to recover later. After all, this is exhausting one's vitality. Moreover, the medicinal materials are also extremely precious. Not to mention that they are all good medicinal materials. They are also very rare and very difficult to find. Alas, it's hard to say all in a breath. Go inside, and I will explain them to you. The people present all twitched their mouths. Her manner of speech had also changed so fast. Saying so much, wasn't it just to squeeze more out of them? But, was there any other way to do this? Who made those women too short-sighted? This amount of money, even if they didn't want to pay, they still had to. Jiang Shui saw them all entering, leaving only the people she had brought, and stomped her feet with anger. This little bitch, I will definitely let you remember this. Miao Shihua saw her so angry, and when she thought that Sima Yu would not detoxify her daughter, she was about to cry in a hurry. She asked the elders in the family to pass a message to them to oppress Sima Yu. As a result, they compromised without saying anything. What was this about? Mother, if that bitch does not detoxify Sheer, what will happen to Sheer? Why are you crying? People are not dead yet. Miao Shihua shouted, it's not just that little bitch who can detoxify. Wasn't the pill formula given by the city lord of Tangerine City? Then he should also be able to detoxify. Even if he can't, he should also remember the pill formula. Go and find him, are you still afraid that you won't find the antidote? Miao Shihua was taken aback, I also know that, but no one knows where he is, we can't find him at all. Can't find anyone? Then what kind of detoxification can they seek? Then why haven't you started looking for him yet? Jiang Shui shouted, since he was here, it means he shouldn't have gone far. It's just a city, send more people, you should be able to find a person. Yes, I'm going now. Miao Shihua was very afraid of her mother-in-law, and when she heard this, she left quickly. Sima Yu gave the antidote to those people only after she squeezed them dry. The women who finally attained the antidote were so excited and they immediately rushed to detoxify their daughters. There's no need to leave in such a hurry. Sima Yu called out to them. Those people thought that Sima Yu was about to take the antidote back again, and quickly put it away. Anything else? Sima Yu nodded and said, this is only the first antidote, and there are 2 more to be taken after. For the sake of my grandfather and the elder's face, if you pay for the next 2 doses at once, I can give you a 10% discount. The corners of their mouths twitched, there was still a discount? Did she think that they would thank her? If that's the case, then pay in one lump sum. That old man said. Sima Yu likes him very much, he's very enlightened. If things change later, the availability of the 2 doses may not be confirmed, but if she collected it now, even if there were any changes, even if they regretted it, they could not change their minds. When it entered her mouth, don't even think that she'd spit it out. Since the old man had spoken, the others had no choice but to obediently respond. Who made his status so high? According to Sima Yu, everyone counts as a family, so if one detoxification pill is 500,000 top-grade crystals, 3 are 1.5 million. Excluding the 500,000 just given, the rest was 1 million, and after taking 10% off, each person had to pay her 900,000. When those people were digging out their pockets, their hearts were hurting to death. This was top-grade crystals, and they gave out 1.4 million all at once, and their hearts were bleeding. Fortunately, the family has a lot of money, which can be supported, and it is enough to go back and repay the bill. Since this is your own mistake, then this will go to your private account. When they gave all the money, the old man said quietly. The corners of the ladies' mouths twitched fiercely, and if they couldn't make any claims, then it meant that they had to fill this huge pit with their own private money? They want to protest, but could they? Unless they didn't want to stay in the family anymore. He wanted to teach them a lesson, but this lesson, it hurt so much. They looked at Sima Yu. They learned this lesson well, and they would definitely not mess with her again in the future. Go. The old man waved his hand, and all those people walked out, leaving him behind. Yu, this is your great-grand-uncle He-shun. Sima Ji Yuan introduced. Yu has seen great-grand-uncle He-shun. Sima Yu gave a salute to Sima He-shun. Sima He-shun nodded, being flexible and witty, she had a good temperament. Are you satisfied with how this matter has been handled? He asked. Satisfied. Thank you great-grand-uncle He-shun for your help. How could Sima Yu not tell that he was deliberately helping her and teaching those people a lesson? If Sima Ji Yuan spoke out, those people will say that he was biased towards her and would not be so obedient, and may even take the opportunity to attack him. But Sima He-shun was different. He has a very high status in the family, and he has no direct blood relationship with him, so those people naturally don't dare to make trouble. Satisfied, when will you return to the family? He asked. Sima Yu looked at him, this old fox originally wanted her to return. I think this is good. She didn't want to go back like this. Come back, the family needs you. Sima He-shun said. The family needs you. Just a few words tells her the importance of her in the family, and also gave her a sense of responsibility. She was still a member of the family. The blood of the Sima family was flowing in her body. As long as the family was not very bad, the blood in her body will start to stir easily. I still have things to deal with. She said, when things are dealt with and I am satisfied, I will go back. But before that, you must not hinder me. Do you want to deal with Jiang Shue's line? That's not necessarily. Sima Yu said, who killed me and my father back then? If this matter is not dealt with, I will not go back. The things of that year have passed. Someone said. The things of the year are over, and I did survive safely, but this does not mean that the grievances of the year have disappeared. Sima Yu interrupted him, if it were you, would you be willing? That person does not speak, if there was an enemy lurking in the dark, no one would feel safe. Then, can't you return to the family first before dealing with it? Someone else asked. Of course not. Sima Yu shook her head, when I return, I am in the light and the enemy is in the dark. It is too dangerous. Besides, there are some things that can't be done if I return to the family, right? Everyone felt that she did not intend to let them go. As an outsider, even if she kills those people, the Sima family can't force her. However, once she returned to the family, she would consider the pressure of the family, and she would not be so free. Since you have made this decision, please do as you like. Sima He-shun said, it just so happens that the family should be cleansed as well. Third brothers. How can that be? The family does not allow infighting. The others cried. Patriarch, what do you say about this? Sima Ji Yuan glanced at those people and said, Lu Xian was kicked out of the family, and Yu has not been on the genealogy, so it's not a family fight. This is why Sima Yu did not return to the family. In recent years, the Jiang family has interfered too much with us. When Sima He-shun said so, the others were silent. Oh, what you said is right. Our family should also clean well, otherwise, let's not talk about becoming stronger, I'm afraid this family's name will be changed to Jiang. Sima Yu heard them talking, and she probably understood something in her heart. Jiang family? Jiang Shui, that's the woman who attacked you just now. Huang Yingying answered when she saw that Sima Yu had some doubts, and explained, she is from the Jiang family. In recent years, the Jiang family has been involved in our affairs a lot. Oh. Sima Yu nodded clearly, so, you want to borrow my hand to deal with the Jiang family? Sima He-shun smiled without refuting. It seems to be. Sima Yu said, so, we can make a deal. Deal? Yes, you want to borrow my hand, do you want to pay me? Sima Yu said, rest assured, my charges aren't expensive, it's definitely good and cheap, and I will do things beautifully for you. This lass, was really, this could also be done. Sima Yu smiled brightly, because there was another sum of money to earn. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Well, she still had to deal with Jiang Shui, and since this matter was also considered her business, how did it turn out to be her helping them? Still had to pay her? It's not impossible to pay. Sima He-shun looked at her with a smile, which she suddenly had a bad premonition. She took a step back subconsciously and said, what do you want to do? You said that you want to be paid, I'm thinking about what you need to do. Sima He-shun said, your worth is not low and moreover this is another big thing, so your remuneration must not be low, so something general can't be done. Sima Yu looked at him warily, the kinder he smiled, the more dangerous she felt. I made the request myself, there's no need for you to think about it, she said. That can't be done. Sima He-shun said, you just came back. You don't know the background of our family and what we can offer. After he spoke, he pretended to think about it and said, let's do this, in order to meet your worth, how about using the Sima family as a reward? What? Sima Yu was stunned, and the others were also stunned. Old fox, old fox. Sima Yu gritted her teeth after coming out. Why give her the Sima family as a reward? Obviously he wanted her to return to the family and take over the mess. Sly old fox. Wily old fox. Great. Not only do I not get paid, but it also provokes a commotion. She narrowed her eyes. Don't think that I will agree to it, old fox. Dare to set up, humph. Let's see how I completely upheave this entire place. Mu Si watched her gnashing her teeth and swearing, and said, Master, didn't you say yes in the end? Humph. What do you know? Although I didn't agree at first, I didn't get any reward in the end, and I eventually promised to help them. Sima Yu was depressed when she said it. Mu Si smiled when he saw Sima Yu like this. She was always strategizing about everything, and she was confident in everything she did. Now seeing her so upbeat, her angry face was quite cute. Master, are you really not going to take over the Sima family? The other party actually said to let her be the matriarch, which was very rare in the whole continent. For the average person, this was very tempting. What is good about the Sima family? There's a lot of trouble, don't wanna. If it was before entering the inner region, she had some illusions about the Sima family. When she first arrived in the inner region, all she had was shattered illusions in her heart after hearing about the situation. Now, after getting a preliminary understanding of the situation of the Sima family, she feels that this was more than shattered illusions, it was simply a pit. A deep one. And they still want her to take over it? No way. Then shall we leave here? Sima Yu was startled, then sighed and said, we'll wait. If she left now, how were they going to deal with those matters? She couldn't really leave her great-grandfather and grandfather to face those wolves, tigers and leopards, right? Besides, she still had no clue about what she was going to do. Thinking of this, she scratched her head and said, it's really depressing. I'm going into seclusion, don't want to see the Sima family, let alone the old fox. If someone is looking for me, just say that I can't be disturbed. After she said her words, she flourished her sleeves, turned and left the courtyard in a huff. Mu Si looked at Sima Yu's back, and wanted to say, Master, don't you want to go back to your room for your seclusion? What are you doing going out? The people in the room noticed Sima Yu's anger, and said nervously, she looks like this. Nothing will happen, right? Sima Zhiyuan said with a smile, don't worry, nothing will happen. Don't look at Yu, in fact, there is the family in her heart. This little ass, you can't come on hard, you can only use family affection to surround her and soften her. But, she doesn't want to take over the family. He-shun, if you do this and she gets angry, it wouldn't be counterproductive, right? Sima He-shun said confidently, no. That's a loving and righteous child. But if she is really allowed to be the head of the family, isn't this a bit wrong? Sima He-shun shook his head and said, I didn't really plan to let her take over the Sima family. You lied to her? No. I mean it. He-shun, we are all confused by you. There is nothing to be confused, Sima He-shun explained. I really want her to take over the family, but I also know that she won't. Why? She is lazy. Lazy? Yeah. Sima He-shun nodded. I have carefully read her experience, whether it is the team established in the academy, the Heartbroken Valley established, or the current Paramount Valley, the guest elder of the Alchemist Guild, as well as the deputy leader of the Pill Association, it can be said that no matter if it was created by her alone or centered around her, and they were very sincere in inviting her. But she did not hold a substantial position in any power. It can be seen that she really doesn't care about the powerful. So, Sima family is equally unattractive to her. Then why are you telling her that? Well, just want to try my luck. Sima He-shun smiled, maybe I might strike the lottery and she might agree? This could also. Well, that matter, you have to order it, let them prepare, and don't let people discover it. Yes, Patriarch, everyone responded. Then this time, well, they are already like this, it is no longer possible to participate in the competition. Sima Zhiyuan said. That profound moon fruit. On the profound moon fruit's matter, Yu said that she would find a way. Since she knows where she can find one, if she can't handle it well, we can come forward again. Well, it's alright. Lu Xian and Kuluo really gave birth to a good daughter. The man still wanted to sigh, but at the end of the words, he stopped halfway. Well, this daughter was not exactly one that was entirely their own, she was one that experienced a rebirth. This was also wrong, even so, but they still gave birth to this body. Yu is Yu. Sima Zhiyuan said, this matter was said by Lord Yinlin himself. Lord Yinlin said that, what's the matter? It's actually very simple. This side was talking about Sima Yu, but she was sitting in the tea house very unhappily at this time, looking at the three people who were smiling fakely in front of her. Young Miss Sima, it's a coincidence. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Yes, what a coincidence. Sima Yu said lightly. Don't think that she doesn't know, they have been sending people to monitor her. You are alone this time? Why didn't you see anyone else? You mean, Lang Zhong? She directly exposed their intentions. Previous chapter. Yang Shi was a little annoyed when her true thoughts were seen through, especially when she was so loud that everyone in the tea house knew it. But the person who monitored her said that he hadn't seen Lang Zhong leaving at all, and now he only saw her, not Lang Zhong. She wanted to see Lang Zhong, and she really missed him, so now she could only ask Sima Yu. She resisted the anger in her heart, and smiled. City Lord Lang said to follow you before, but I haven't seen him now, so I'm a little curious, has he left? Right. I haven't seen him for a few days. I guess he left. Sima Yu said, however, he always comes and goes without a trace, and I am not sure if he has left. Don't you know? Yang Shi was a little happy when she heard that she didn't know. If he really likes her, how could he not tell her where he was? This showed that he doesn't like her at all. However, I think he will come back. Sima Yu didn't seem to understand the joy in her eyes, and said sensibly, he said that he would always follow me. I was in seclusion recently, and now I am out, he should be back soon. It turned out that she hadn't seen anyone for a few days, so she was talking about this? Yang Shi's face turned black instantly. Oh, that's true, you said he is the city lord of Tangerine City, why does he pester me all day? Sima Yu sighed, and then said, you girls can help me think of a way out? Oh, I'm so frustrated. Yang Shi's hand which was placed on her knees suddenly clenched into a fist. Was this bitch showing off on purpose? We really don't know this. Fang Qi said, because we never shamelessly seduce others. Well, this is not a matter of whether or not it's seduction. My parents had bestowed me with the gift of natural beauty which enamored him and made him become so sticky. Sigh, when one is too beautiful and it also makes one have a headache. Dared to say that she seduced people? Then I'll call you ugly. City Lord Lang is not such a superficial person. Which meant, if you didn't seduce him, how could he be fascinated by you? However, Sima Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. You are right, he is really not such a superficial person. Otherwise, how could he always pester me? Does this not mean that not only do I have outer beauty, I also have inner beauty? In a private room on the 3rd floor, 2 ladies paid attention to the movement below. When they heard her boasting about herself, they both smiled. He likes such a woman? Yi Qiu asked with a smile. How does he even know what the word like means? Yin Su said lightly. Yes, he has always had low EQ, especially after that incident. This EQ has taken a turn for the worse. Yi Qiu nodded seriously. However, Yang Shi doesn't know his identity. If she finds out that Lang Zhong turned out to be your little uncle, will she vomit blood out of anger? She had heard my little uncle's name, but she hadn't seen him before. Now that he uses a pseudonym, she doesn't recognize it. Yin Su shook her head helplessly when she was talking about her little uncle. He left? No. I don't know where he went. Yin Su said, he hides every time something happens. Look, he's missing again. He will come out when it's time for the competition. Just like last time, he also hid away. After many years, no one in the family knew that he had gone to Tangerine City by himself. What happened this time? Yin Su shook her head and said nothing. She turned her attention downstairs again, and found that Yang Shi and the others had left already. She stood up, left the private room, and went downstairs. Yi Qiu saw Yin Su a little worried, doubts arose in her heart, and followed. Sima Yu was staring blankly at the street outside in a daze, thinking of those 3 people who had left in a daze. She felt much better. Humph, she was in a bad mood right now, and she had to vent it out. When she realized that she was shrouded by shadows, she looked up and saw Yin Su who was dressed in black and Yi Qiu who was dressed in pink standing before her. She didn't know the one in the pink. Isn't this lady dressed in black the one who was with Lang Zhong on the spatial ship? Is it another one who came to find fault? What's the matter? She asked. Do you know where he is? Yin Su asked. Lang Zhong? Another one looking for him. She murmured, however, I really don't know where he is. She and Yin Su did not have a grudge. Judging from the situation at the time, Lang Zhong and her were relatively familiar, so she did not act like just now. I can't contact him. Sima Yu blinked. If you can't reach him, then go find him. It's useless to find me. I can't contact him. It means that something happened to him. Yin Su didn't doubt her words. What I want to know is, what happened before he left? She even knew that he had an accident, and it seemed that the relationship was really extraordinary. If you want to talk about what happened, that's what happened to me. He just watched from the side, then he disappeared after. Why was it strange? He gave me the pill formula of the antidote for 100 days of sleep. When I refined out the antidote, he was gone. Sima Yu shrugged and said that she really didn't know, so don't ask her anymore. However, Yin Su heard what she said. She couldn't help but cried out, 100 days of sleep? Are you sure it is 100 days of sleep? What's uncertain about this? Sima Yu said, can I still use the antidote for 100 days of sleep to cure other poisons? So, it's no wonder this guy is hiding again. Yin Su murmured, with some worry in her heart. She didn't know where he would be this time. Again? Did he hide before? Yin Su looked at Sima Yu. She was interested in her now. Would she be the only one who could contact him? She said her thoughts. Sima Yu shook her head and said, he didn't leave me a way to contact him, but I can find him. Do you have a way? There is a way, but I am very busy now and don't have time to find him. If you find him, I can pay you. Sima Yu smiled, deal. After a while, the group of 3 people left the tea house and went all the way outside the city. Are you sure he left in this direction? Yin Su looked at the little black in Sima Yu's arms with some uncertainty. Sima Yu got paid and was in a good mood. Hearing her words, she patted Blacky's head and said, don't worry, Blacky has the best nose. Not to mention that he hasn't gone far. Even if he is back to Tangerine now when the city is gone, we can all smell him. Right, Blacky? Blacky waved his paw, indicating that it was just a piece of cake. Yin Su looked at Blacky, who had no spirit power, and was still a little uncertain, but now he can only choose to believe it. Sima Yu took them all the way out of the city. After walking for a long time, she finally saw a completely drunk Lang Zhong sprawled out in a desolate part of the mountain. Yin Su was not surprised to see him like this. She had expected it from the time she heard about 100 days of sleep. Yi Qiu saw Lang Zhong like this and exclaimed, no way, Su, your little uncle would actually look like this. He doesn't even care about his image. Sima Yu glanced at Yin Su, he turned out to be her little uncle. Yin Su went over to Lang Zhong's side. Instead of helping him, she kicked him. Lang Zhong opened his eyes and glanced at her, took a swig and muttered, Yin Su, why are you here? Yin Lang, look what you've become. Get up for me. Yin Su pulled his face and shouted. Sima Yu followed along and heard his real name. She called him Yin Lang. It seems that Lang Zhong was just his alias. Yin Lang sat up and shook his head, still dizzy. Yin Su looked at him like this, sighed, and finally couldn't bear it, took out a pill for him to eat, and snatched the wine jar from him. Sima Yu glanced at the wine jars all over the floor, sniffed the fragrance of the wine floating in the air, curled her lips, and said, if I knew you wanted to get drunk, you should have asked me. I would have sold you some, my wine is much better than this. Yin Lang only then noticed Sima Yu and Yi Qiu Yu not far away. How did you do it? He asked nonchalantly. Neither Yin Su nor Yi Qiu Yu understood what he meant. Sima Yu understood at once. 100 days of sleep, how did you suppress it? He asked again. What? Yin Su and Yi Qiu Yu looked at Sima Yu in shock. She actually suppressed 100 days of sleep? They all knew about the Yin family back then, so they could understand why Yin Lang would become like this when he heard about 100 days of sleep. But, this little young lady in front of them could actually suppress the poison of 100 days of sleep? This was the poison that Yin Lang was helpless from the beginning. It's very simple. Just drive them together and seal it. Sima Yu said, of course, this method of sealing is not something anyone can do. She said with self-confidence, but she also had the capital of self-confidence. Haha, haha. Yin Lang smiled, but she felt the bitterness in it. So that, if you want to learn, I can also hand the method to you. Sima Yu said. He gave her the pill formula of the detoxification pill so readily. Since he was so generous, she didn't mind sharing this method with him. But Yin Lang didn't agree nor did he disagree, but just laid on the ground with his eyes closed. After a while, he said, Yin Su, you brought others along, my image has all been ruined by you. What image do you have? Yin Su kicked him again. The relationship between the two was not like a little uncle and niece, but more like peers and friends. Although Sima Yu was a little curious in her heart, what happened in the beginning could make him like this. However, she always felt that he was too mysterious, too eye-catching, and getting involved with him would definitely cause trouble. Since the person has been found, then I won't bother you to reminisce about the past. She said. There's no need for you to rush off. Yi Qiu Yu held Sima Yu. My name is Yi Qiu Yu, this is Yin Su. What is your name? Sima Yu. Such a thing could be easily found out after returning to the city and asking around, so she didn't need to hide it. Yi Qiu Yu found that Sima Yu had no reaction at all when she heard their names, and said with a little surprise, you don't know us? Should I know you? Sima Yu asked back. Yi Qiu Yu was stunned, this is the first time that she had encountered such a reaction. Haha, do you really think that you are already famous in the world? Although Yin Lang's words sounded ironic, there was no irony in his speech. Sima Yu understood this time, it seems that these two people were very famous. I have only been in the inner region for a few days, so I don't know the situation here very well. Sima Yu explained. No wonder, how could there be people who don't know us? Yi Qiu Yu said clearly, I didn't expect that the people outside were as good as you. I was still alright outside, but once I entered here, I'm just at the tail end of the crane. Sima Yu smiled, without complimenting them, nor making herself inferior. This attitude of neither being humble nor arrogant made them have a better impression of her. The relatives in the family don't know that I have left. They haven't returned for a long time. They should be worried now, so I will leave first. Sima Yu took a look at Yin Lang who was lying on the ground. The agreement between us is still it works. When do you want to know that method? You can come to me. Then can we look for you as well? Yi Qiu Yu asked. Of course. Goodbye. After finishing speaking, she nodded to everyone and carried Blackie in her arms and left. Yi Qiu Yu looked at Sima Yu's back as she played with her hair, and said, this young lady is not bad, no wonder you will follow her. Yin Lang did not answer. He followed her only on a whim, but he didn't expect to encounter something like this. Yin Su watched him silently and said, at that time, my grandmother died by 100 days of sleep, now that this poison has appeared again, what do you plan to do? Do you want to report it to the family? No need. Yin Lang opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky, I have a hunch, following her, you can know who's behind. Then do you want to go back? Alright. Then you have to be careful. Yi Qiu Yu said, we saw that Yangshi pestering Sima Yu today and asking about your whereabouts. Yangshi? Who's that? Soon after Sima Yu left them, she realized that something was wrong. She only left them for a while, how could she see the city gate? She stopped, looked at the unreal environment around her and smiled. She was so immersed in her thoughts just now that she didn't even notice such a low-level illusion array. Was she thinking why Yin Lang was like this? Just based on this little illusion array and want to trap me? Sima Yu couldn't think of who wanted to kill her. Although Yang Shi was very suspicious, the competition would start in a few days. If she wanted to kill her, she should act only after the competition. Could it be that she was so stimulated in the tea house during the day that she couldn't help it? While she was contemplating, she was also cracking the array at the same time. It took a while, but before she could completely resolve the illusion array, she faced up to the reality. It seems that the opponent was a master of array. She wondered which enemy invited the master. She put away her thoughts. Before she studied the array, she saw hundreds of spirit beasts stomping towards her. Damn! So many spirit beasts. She cursed, turned and ran. Even if it was an illusion array, if one had been attacked, one would also incur injuries. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Unfortunately, the other party did not intend to give her a chance to escape. After she turned around, she found that the scenery behind her had all changed. The mountains behind disappeared, but a vast ocean with turbulent waves that were several tens of feet high, and a big deep hole opened in the middle of the sea appeared instead. Damn, this illusion array is really powerful. I have a grudge against an array master of this level? Sima Yu yelled, stood there and stopped running. There were wolves in front and tigers behind, so she couldn't run even if she wanted to. She called out all her beasts. Those beasts saw so many spirit beasts and shouted, Yu, have you encountered a beast tide? It's not a beast tide, it's an illusion array. Crimson Flame said, however, this illusion array is very powerful, and you will get hurt if you are attacked inside. That's right. Sima Yu said, this illusion array has a strong attack power. It will take a while to crack it. So, I need you all. Oh my gosh, I finally heard you say that she needs us, it's not easy. Ye Guang exaggerated. No, every time I think it's useless for us, this time it's finally useful. Come on, everyone, let's fight. Each stood facing one direction and blocked the influx of beasts outside, so that Sima Yu didn't have to worry about the situation here, and concentrated on studying this illusion array. Outside the array, a group of people looked at Sima Yu and her beast spinning around in the array. I said it before, just me alone is enough. An effeminate man said to Su Chang. She could kill my brother. Naturally, her array skills are not low. Moreover, people outside say that she is very powerful and should not be taken lightly. Su Chang said. At the beginning, his brother was killed by her when he underestimated her. I have to say, Su Chang, your glacial cloud palace has been destroyed. You're not hiding and yet call us to kill such a little girl. Someone else said in a dissatisfied voice, so many people, just to kill such a little girl, it's still the first time for me. Su Chang, when this matter is over, I don't owe you anymore. Yes, Su Chang, we really haven't done such bullying before. Don't forget the thing you promised me. Don't worry. I, Su Chang, will abide by my promises. You will no longer owe me any favors. As for you, what I promised you will naturally be given with both hands. Su Chang said. Su Chang, we believe what you are saying and know where the things are hidden in Glacial Cloud Palace. A man with a bushy beard said. I know, I should say that I'm the only person who knows now. Su Chang retorted. Heh, that's why your life is worth some value now. He was very straightforward and didn't leave him any affection. However, Su Chang did not dare to refute at all. In other words, he did not dare to annoy them. No wonder, I was still thinking who wants to kill me. Sima Yu's voice suddenly came, interrupting their conversation. Seeing the illusion below suddenly dissipate, Sima Yu looked at them with her group of beasts. Didn't you say that your illusion is very powerful? Why did she break it so quickly? Su Chang hollered. The array master was also shocked, looking at Sima Yu incredulously. How could it be? Sima Yu looked at Su Chang. He looked 7 to 8 points similar to Su Lu, and she could tell at a glance that they were related by blood. Big Wei and Little Wei also came to her specially, telling her that Su Lu had an older brother, and told her to be careful. She didn't take it to heart at first and she didn't expect that he actually gathered people to kill her. She glanced around, but she didn't expect Su Chang to bring a dozen or so masters to deal with her. He really had some sight. But, the people he brought were still a bit short. Humph. Sima Yu, you killed my brother. Today, I must avenge my brother. Su Chang shouted. I killed him because he wanted to kill me. Now that you want to kill me, it seems that you want to go down and be with your brother. Sima Yu said, hearing from others, it seems that your love for your brother is deep. Yes. Don't worry, I will complete your wish and let you be reunited. At such a young age, you boast without any shame. A man next to Su Chang shouted. I boast without any shame? Then does that mean that you are not respectable? So many people to kill me, why aren't you embarrassed? Sima Yu mocked. We don't want to bully by the numbers or with the old against the young, but we owe Su Chang a favor, so we have to do some things. Oh, stop talking nonsense. It's already like this, let's do it. Sima Yu waved, and all the beasts flew over. Ha ha ha, there is a saying, that is the young and ignorant, it's you. Those people didn't put Sima Yu in their eyes, she was someone who had just entered the rank of monarch. How powerful could her contract beasts be? Sigh, one has to pay the consequences for their thoughts. And these people would eventually pay a higher price, to the extent of losing their lives. They couldn't believe until they died, that her beasts were so powerful that all it took was 2 to 3 confrontations and it had killed them. 10 over people died in just that one round, and the surviving few were stunned. Su Chang is dead, are you still going to work for him? Sima Yu looked at the strangers and didn't want to kill. As they said, they owed Su Chang a favor, they had to do some things. There was no grievance between them, for the first time she could give them a chance. However, if they were obsessed and wanted to kill her, she won't be polite. Anyway, she would never let off anyone who wanted to kill her. Seeing the battle prowess of her beasts, those people were ready to put up a desperate fight to their deaths and they didn't expect her to suddenly become so negotiable. We don't have any grudges, but it was because of Su Chang that we met today. Now that Su Chang is dead, naturally there is no grudge between us. Everyone seems to be very understanding people. Sima Yu smiled, if this is the case, then the contradictions of today no longer exist, right? That's natural. The other party also put away the killing intent, and smiled at Sima Yu, this is Lin Hai Bo of Opulent Virtue Sect. Today's kindness of forgiveness, I will return in the future. Senior Lin is polite. Sima Yu replied, there was no way that humble appearance was like the murderous appearance from before. Farewell. Lin Hai Bo said, turned and left, thinking that he was too embarrassed to face her. Seeing that he was gone, the others also bowed to Sima Yu. Although they didn't declare themselves like he did, the attitude was still there. Humph, they slipped quite fast. Little Seven said with her arms crossed, if they dare to do it again, I will let them never see the sun tomorrow. Someone is coming. Sima Yu said, you go back first. What's the matter? We heard the sounds of fighting here. Yi Qiu and the others came over, and saw Sima Yu standing amidst corpses. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu looked at the corpses on the ground and said, I encountered an ambush. Yi Qiu saw one or two familiar faces among the corpses scattered on the ground and didn't expect that she had actually killed them all. Are you alright? Yin Lang asked. They are the ones who aren't alright. They had lost their lives. It was an impromptu proposition that you brought us here, how could you encounter an ambush? Yin Su frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable for bringing her danger. They most probably have been following me since I came to the inner region. I killed his brother and he's been harping on revenge. Sima Yu said. You killed Sulu? Yi Qiu exclaimed, then are you not an enemy of 100 Changing Doors? 100 Changing Doors is still very reasonable. Speaking of which, Big Wei and Little Wei were the ones who told me about this matter. Sima Yu said. The two of them represent the attitude of 100 Changing Doors. Do you still know Big Wei and Little Wei? Yup, we know each other. Sima Yu said. Since Big Wei and Little Wei reminded you, it means that 100 Changing Doors will not pursue Su Li's death. Yin Su said. You have a good relationship with 100 Changing Doors? Yi Qiu asked. It's alright, I've saved some people. Sima Yu said. She threw out a few clusters of flames and burned the corpses on the ground to ashes. After the flames dispersed, there were several interspatial rings lying on the ground beside the ashes. Sima Yu went up and put away those interspatial rings without any embarrassment at all. The inner region is really good, everyone is so rich. She looked at the things in the interspatial rings and said with a smile. When they flew over, they saw her from a distance, and they were still worried. It seems that she was not scared at all. Young Miss Sima is going back to the city? We have to go back too, so let's go together. Yin Su said. No, I'll take her back. Lang Zhong said, it just so happens that I have something to tell her. Sima Yu smiled at Yin Su and said, then I will go back with Lang Zhong. Yin Lang, since you are here, you must be participating in this competition. Yu here wishes you both victory. Are you not going to participate? Sima Yu shook her head, with my level, I will just be an embarrassment. I'm still more suitable for watching in the audience. Yi Qiu and Yin Su thought that she should shine if she joined as a doctor or a poison master, but since she didn't have the will, they couldn't say anything. Yin Lang, you have to escort her back properly. Yin Su exhorted. Su, don't worry, what can happen if he is there? Yi Qiu took Yin Su's hand and urged, let's go back and prepare for the competition. Alright. If there's anything, contact us. Yin Su looked at Sima Yu worriedly. Alright, the if there's anything should be referring to what Yin Lang has sowed. Sima Yu glanced at Yin Lang and nodded, don't worry. Yin Su and Yi Qiu left uneasily. Sima Yu looked at Yin Lang and said, let's go, what's the matter? Let's head back to wash up before talking. Yin Lang saw the disgust in her eyes and sniffed his body. There was indeed a very sour stench. When she returned to the inn where the Sima clan stayed, just as she threw him aside to wash up, Sima Lu Xian and the others broke in. Where have you been? Huang Yingying saw Sima Yu come back intact, and her nervous heart calmed down. I didn't go anywhere, but when I was walking around the city, I met two friends. It so happened that they were looking for Lang Zhong, so I brought them over to him. Sima Yu explained, not saying that she encountered an ambush halfway. They said there was movement outside the city, and they said they saw your spirit beast, what's the matter with that? Sima Xiuqi asked. It's actually nothing. It's just that I met Su Chong when I was outside, and he brought a few people over and said he wanted to kill me. You know, how can my strength be moved by ordinary people? So, I killed them. Sima Yu said with a smile, I thought that there is nothing wrong, so I don't have to say it to make you worry. They said it was all right. They said that all your spirit beasts were called out. When would you tell you to let all the beasts come out? Huang Yingying glared at her. They have followed her for so long, knowing her style of dealing with things, if it wasn't very urgent or dangerous, how could she call out all the spirit beasts? The situation at that time must have been extremely dangerous. Grandmother, isn't it all over? Don't worry about it. You only need to know, I will always prevail in the end. Sima Yu went to hold Huang Yingying's hand and said with conviction, this matter has been completely resolved? Mu Si was still very worried, and he blamed it all on his lack of strength, otherwise there was no need to worry about such a matter at all. Don't worry, Su Chong is dead, there will be nothing more. Sima Yu said with affirmation, you have to tell us if something like that happens next time, you know? Huang Yingying said. I know. Sima Yu responded very well, and there won't be another time anyway. At this time, Sima Ji Yuan and Sima Hishun walked in, saw Sima Yu, and said, just right, we have something to talk to you about. Sima Yu saw the two of them a little anxious, nodded and led them into the room. You killed someone outside the city? Sima Ji Yuan asked. What's wrong? One of them is from the Jiang family. Sima Ji Yuan said. Jiang family? Isn't it Jiang Shue's family? Yes. That was a coincidence. Sima Yu shrugged. She had just randomly killed someone and it happened that he was a member of the Jiang family. It seems that her 8 character clashed with the Jiang family, so have such luck. Why, the Jiang family found out and are seeking redress. We've got hold of the news and that also means that the Jiang family will also get it. Sima Ji Yuan said, the status of the person you killed in the Jiang family isn't low. The Jiang family has coveted our Sima family for many years. Now that they have such a good opportunity presented to them, I'm afraid they won't let it go so easily. If that's the case, will come and seek me out? It should be. But, we won't hand you over. Sima Ji Yuan said, what can the Jiang family be counted as? Humph. To actually even dare to attack my great-granddaughter. We are here now, just to ask you about the ins and outs about the matter. Sima Yu killed Su Le to save people and Su Chang brought people to take revenge on her, sigh. Sima Ji Yuan and Sima Hishun could only look at her with helpless eyes. Even saving people could lead to so many things. Should they say that she was a trouble magnet or that her 8 characters were just too unlucky? Sima Yu touched her nose, she didn't want such a thing either. Previous chapter. Sima Ji Yuan and Sima Hishun believed that there were things that were simply ordained by fate. Since this is something that the Jiang clan has caused by themselves, there's no reason for them to come and demand people from us. Are we weaker than they are? Sima Yu asked. We're about the same. However, their older generation are more powerful than ours. If they really end up in dire straits, the older generation definitely won't ignore the situation. This isn't a big deal. As long as our older generation increases in rank, won't they no longer pose a threat to us? Sima Ji Yuan said, Yu, this shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Relax, I went out this time because I already obtained the profound moon fruit. Sima Yu took out a 10,000-year-old profound moon fruit after she finished speaking. It was about as old as the one given as a prize in the competition. Great-grandfather, about this, I think we should keep it as a secret for the time being. We know that. Sima Ji Yuan held onto the profound moon fruit excitedly, we will find someone reliable to refine this into medicine. Once it is successful, the rest will be easy. As long as the older generation of the Sima clan managed to advance in rank, dealing with the Jiang clan would be a piece of cake. Since we have already obtained the profound moon fruit, let me take it back with me. Alright. Sima Ji Yuan thought the same way, then you take care. I'll be heading off now. I'll leave the Jiang clan to you to hold back. Relax, I am the clan leader of the Sima clan, after all. With me around, how could the Jiang clan do anything? Sima Ji Yuan said confidently. Sima Hishun looked speechlessly at him. He secretly thought about how it was precisely because he was here that he was worried. However, the Jiang clan wouldn't dare to act against them now anyway. Even if they made a bigger commotion, the Sima clan wouldn't be afraid. He was just afraid that Jiang Shui would lead his people and cause some internal strife. He glanced at Sima Yu. Perhaps, with her there, Jiang Shui wouldn't dare to say anything. Sima Lu she was a genius of that generation that Jiang Shui treasured greatly. Otherwise, he wouldn't run over the moment he got wind of any news. It seemed like he still had to make some arrangements before he left. Sima Yu seemed to notice. Although Sima Ji Yuan was the clan leader, Sima Hishun was still the person who managed most of the things in the clan. It was no wonder he dared to say things like becoming the person to get the inheritance. When all was said and done, Sima Yu sent them out. When they opened the door, they saw Yin Lang, who was being blocked by Miao Shihua. City Lord Lang, I know you have the antidote to the 100 days of sleep. I beg you, we will give you whatever you want. TSK, if it wasn't because he had met her before, he might have been moved by her expression. However, this Yin Lang was not someone who was easily moved. At this moment, he had already gone back to the way he was a few days ago. You couldn't even tell that he was someone who had once ran over to the mountains to drink to a drunken stupor. He looked sideways at Miao Shihua and said apathetically, since you know that I am the city lord of Tangerine City, you should also know that you have nothing that I need. Get lost. After saying this, he walked past her and walked towards Sima Yu. City Lord Lang, I beg you. I can't survive without my daughter. Miao Shihua grabbed onto his hand and knelt down. City Lord Lang, I beg you, I only have one daughter. She has so much talent, she can't die. Yin Lang pulled his hand away from her with a wave and said icily, what does it have to do with me whether or not she dies? Scram. Miao Shihua didn't think that he would actually just toss her away like that. At a moment's carelessness, she was sent flying and she fell heavily on the floor. Cough cough dash, she choked on the dust that she had sent flying, and she coughed non-stop. If you keep harassing me, I won't let you off so lightly. Yin Lang looked at her from the corner of his eyes and left with large strides. He came in front of Sima Yu's place. Sima Yu appraised him and said with a smile, you look better like this. Come in. Miao Shihua raised her head and watched as Yin Lang entered Sima Yu's room. She was so enraged that she couldn't control the blood rising in her throat and she vomited out a mouthful of blood. That bitch. She must have been the one who told City Lord Lang not to give me the medicine. Madam. A servant girl came over and supported her as she stood. That bitch. Bitch. Madam, this Lang Zhong is simply too unreasonable. It's one thing not to give you the pill formula, but how could he toss you to the ground? Shut up. Miao Shihua berated the servant girl, if beating me once would make it so he would give me the pill formula, then it would have been worth it. But he's not giving it to us now. What are we going to do? Go back first. Miao Shihua rubbed her bottom and said, I definitely have to find a way to obtain the antidote. Madam, are you saying? Shut up. Inside, Sima Yu could sense that the people outside had left. She said, it seems like trouble will continue to find you. Isn't it because you caused trouble for me? What does this have to do with me? I'm not the one who forced you to bring out the pill formula. Yin Lang didn't hold back, took one and ate it, saying, if you didn't poison her daughter, why would she chase after me? It's not like I didn't want to give her the antidote. She's the one who doesn't want me to cure it. Sima Yu said, and at the end, Jiang Shui wanted to kill me, so why should I rescue my enemy's granddaughter? I'm not that good-natured. Aren't you afraid of the Sima clansmen pressuring you? What is there to be afraid of? I'm not from the Sima clan. They can chirp and complain all they want, and I just have to ignore them. Sima Yu said, this is the good thing about not going home. So you plan never to return? I will one day. Father does have some regrets towards the clan. It's just that I have things to do before going back. Sima Yu said. How did you inhibit the 100 days of sleep? Sima Yu told him the method to suppress it, and even explained the method of some acupuncture to him. After speaking, Yin Lang fell into contemplation and said, this method is truly mysterious. This means that you are really proficient at medicine. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him, save me the flattery. Tell me, apart from wanting to know how I did it, what other motives do you have? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Yin Lang rubbed his chin and said, was my expression that obvious? Too obvious. Sima Yu said, say it, what do you want? It's nothing much, actually. I just need to ask you for a favor. Yin Lang said. Is someone from your family dying? Sima Yu subconsciously asked. This reaction. Nobody in my family is dying. Oh. Then what did you want my help with? Sima Yu asked. I was thinking of asking you to pay Madame He a visit. Yin Lang said. Madame He? The sleeping beauty of this court city? Sima Yu looked at him with puzzlement. Why are you so worried about that Madame He? Su needs that profound moon fruit. Although she has the ability to clinch first place in this, I'm thinking that it's not too possible for her to be able to cure Madame He. Yin Lang said. You want to help her obtain the profound moon fruit? Yes. You are such a good uncle. Sima Yu initially saw how he was wanton and unbridled and even thought that he didn't care. Your medicinal skills should be powerful as well, why aren't you going yourself? I've already seen it, but I haven't discovered the cause. Yin Lang said it magnanimously and without any shame. Even you can't figure out the cause? Sima Yu was even more shocked. At the same time, she was curious about just what it was that was ailing Madame He. Not a simple part of her looks out of the ordinary, but she really seems to be sleeping. However, if she were really just sleeping, who could go on sleeping for a few years? That really is strange. Sima Yu wanted to ask whether or not she had also fallen under the 100 days of sleep because most people wouldn't be able to recognize this poison. The person would just look like they were sleeping. However, thinking about it, if it really were the 100 days of sleep, he should be able to recognize it. That was why she tossed that idea out the window. How about it, do you have any interest in going over to take a look? Yin Lang asked when he saw that she was curious. Sima Yu glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, you're clearly the one inviting me to go, so what does it have to do with my interest? However, my fees are expressive. Are you sure that you want to invite me? To use money to solve a problem is no problem at all. Yin Lang said confidently, is that so? Sima Yu looked at Yin Lang and beamed, you're part of the 40 divisions of the Yin clan, right? Yin Lang saw her smile and bad feeling rose within him. He placed both hands across his chest and looked at her suspiciously, what do you want to do? Sima Yu's expression darkened. Just what kind of expression was this bastard giving her? If you want me, I can give myself to you. Yin Lang suddenly released his hands and appeared obedient and docile, but that would mean that you are my woman. You wish. Even if you lay down willingly, I wouldn't want to take you. Sima Yu rolled her eyes, I have another condition. Yin Lang pursed his lips. What did she mean that he was willing to lie down? Even if it were that, he would be the one on top. Humph. However, when heard her request, his gaze slowly shifted. This request of yours. It seems to be a little too much. Sima Yu smiled, how about it? You already said that Lady Su needs that profound moon fruit, which is why this is important to you. However, without you, I will still be able to find other options. That is why, this is important to you guys, but optional to me. Are you just that confident of being able to treat Madame He? Of course, not. Sima Yu said, however, if I succeed, the conditions stand. If I cannot do it, we will consider the trade null and void. Yin Lang hesitated somewhat. It seemed like this condition that she put forth was truly rather difficult. Actually, this condition isn't set in stone. Sima Yu said, in all trades, you should consider friendship. You want to become my woman? Yin Lang asked. Sima Yu grabbed a spirit fruit from the table and tossed it at him. Aside from this sentence, did he not know how to say anything else? Yin Lang grabbed the spirit fruit and took a bite before continuing, alright, then tell me. What friendship price is there? If you have anything you need in the future, I will naturally help you out. Sima Yu said, don't look at me now and think that I'm weak. There will be a day when I grow strong. I don't doubt that in the least. Yin Lang said, I was waiting for these words. He was familiar with all that Sima Yu had done in the outer and central regions. She managed to climb to such a height in a mere span of 10 years, which meant that you couldn't look down on her future. Now that she had said these words, as long as there was no sudden huge conflict of interest, they would not be enemies in the future. Now that she was not that powerful yet, to lend her a helping hand would be far better than sending a basket of roses when she was already powerful. Then it's settled. Once I have the time, I will take you to the He clan. Wait a moment. Once the results of the competition are out, someone might actually be able to solve it. If we go and get involved again, the He clan might lose faith. Alright then. It will be okay to wait a few more days. A few days later, the women's gathering officially began. In the past, there were still many activities that involved chatting and playing around. However, it was now a competition. Sima Yu had no interest in these days. However, it wouldn't be a bad thing to find out more about the situation of the ladies in the inner regions. The competition this time wasn't official, so there wasn't much difference between it and the finals of a competition. All the people who competed only had one competition, and they would submit their final results to the judges. The judges would announce those ranked in the top few, so those who scored relatively badly would not be shamed. As for those judges, they were all the lady officials from the older generations who held higher positions in the inner regions. Just like Huang Yingying said, one of the judges was her childhood friend and was one of the vice leaders of a sect. Every day, there would be one item per competition. What was different from the previous years was that the doctors who were valued the least based on before were all placed on the first day. As for the contents of the competition, they found a whole group of sick people, and every single one of them appeared to be in some sort of stupor. The objective was to treat their sick person, and the first one to complete it would take first place in this round. Sima Yu and Yin Lang sat on the observatory along with others from the Sima clan. They saw the group of sick people lying on the ground and pursed their lips, saying, the head of the He clan couldn't be planning to find out the cure for Madame He based on these sick people, right? That is very obviously the case. Yin Lang said, I have interacted with He Zhang a little, and have seen him and his madam. It's similar to what the rumors say. He really is a man who loves his wife more than his life. Now that she is in this condition, I guess that he must be at a complete loss. Sima Yu looked at the heart of the observatory on the other side and only saw a square-faced male watching the competition below with rapt attention. It seemed like he had even forgotten to breathe. When he saw that someone had successfully cured the sick person and woken him up, he stood up excitedly and gave some instructions to the person beside him. That person immediately went downstairs and invited that lady to leave the arena. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Yin Lang watched as He Zhang left and he patted Sima Yu's shoulder, indicating to her to leave with him. Sima Yu didn't know what he wanted to do as she notified Sima Ji Yuan and the others and left with him. Where are we going? She asked only when they had left the arena. Just come with me. Yin Lang didn't say much either as he took out a nameplate and flashed it to the guard in front. The guard wanted to ask them to state their business, but when he saw the nameplate, he immediately turned respectful and asked, May I ask if there is anything I can do for you? Take me to your patriarch. Yin Lang said. Sima Yu was rather puzzled. At this point, he wanted to ask to see the He clan's patriarch. They wouldn't agree, right? However, she didn't think that the guard wouldn't ask a single thing. Instead, he said directly, follow me. Then, they led them down a street and walked past another one before the outside clamor was shut away. Sima Yu pulled on Yin Lang's sleeve and waited for him to turn around before asking, you and He Zhang. Patriarch, he don't have just a simple relationship, do you? If it was just the average person, how could he have that kind of nameplate? Yin Lang smiled at her, don't bother yourself about these details. Humph, are you keeping something from me to trick me? Sima Yu asked. No way, for something like this, would you fall for it just because I tricked you? I'm speaking the truth. Yin Lang said. I don't believe you. Really? Humph, I got it. You actually already know that the others won't be able to treat Madame He, so you thought of looking for me so that I can be the hope when all is lost. Who knows, I might even guess it right. After all, I was even able to suppress the 100 days of sleep, right? Sima Yu glared at him. Yin Lang coughed twice. He remained silent, which was a tacit form of agreement. Then why did you want to hide the relationship between you and Patriarchy? I wouldn't raise the price just because of this. She was rather unhappy. What I said was the truth. It was just that the Patriarchy is rather honest and upright. Although we met only a few times, I promised that I would help him think of a solution. That is why he gave me that name Jade. It was so that I could look for him directly once I thought of an idea. Sima Yu agreed with this. After thinking about it, she decided not to harp on it anymore. The guard was secretly puzzled when he heard their discourse. He naturally saw that Sima Yu was a young lady and even thought that she was a waiting girl for Yin Lang. Who would have thought that she was a person that he had brought to treat the madam? These guards followed the patriarch and knew a thing or two about Yin Lang. If it was someone even he had to act humble under, she must definitely have some ability. When he thought about this, he also started to think highly of Sima Yu. He led them to a courtyard, and when they entered, they saw a few ladies being led in by the guards. These are the contestants of the competition. Sima Yu wasn't surprised when she saw those ladies. Patriarch said to let them give it a shot. The guard said. Just these people? It will be difficult. Yin Lang shook his head, he must really be at his wit's end. He Zhangzhen just entered the place when he saw that Yin Lang was around as well. He was rather surprised. I just saw you at the observatory just now, what are you doing here already? I saw you bring a few people in here, so I guessed that you wanted to let them try. That's why I came to take a look. Yin Lang didn't act sloppily like he always did, and his eyes shone with rare seriousness. I wanted to let them try. He Zhanzheng said to the girls after he spoke, you are one of the first few to have completed the competition, so I believe that your medicinal skills are not low. Everyone should be aware of the competition this time. No matter which position you're in, as long as you can cure my wife, the 10,000-year-old profound moon fruit is yours. When they heard of the 10,000-year-old profound moon fruit, everyone got excited. It seemed like they had also come here in chase of that item. Patriarch He, relax. One of us will definitely be able to awake your wife. A lady wearing a skirt appeared and bowed in front of He Zhangzhen. May I be able to see your wife now? Only upon seeing her will know the cause of her illness. You are right. Everyone, please come with me. He Zhangzhen led them to a house behind him. Sima Yu watched as the lady dressed in white walked in with her head held high and said, it looks like she is very confident in her abilities. Being the first in this competition to cure her sick person is proof that she has one or two abilities to her. However, her words are aplenty now. In a moment, she will be shamed. Yin Lang sighed. Why are you so confident that she will be unable to discern the cause? Who knows? She might have a way to cure the madam. Sima Yu said. Look, in a moment, you'll know whether or not I spoke the truth. Yin Lang didn't refute her. Sima Yu was unfamiliar with these people and unfamiliar with Madame He's weakness. That was why she didn't say much and just waited for the outcome. They will still need a bit more time. We should go to that pavilion and rest in the meantime. Yin Lang walked ahead to the pavilion after he spoke and some guards quickly brought in tea. The tea wasn't bad. It was a pity that it was not made skillfully enough, so the taste was not that great. Sima Yu placed it down after a mouthful. This tea is a rare spirit tea. You can drink a few more mouthfuls and try. Yin Lang drank a cup himself. He did rather enjoy this tea. I know. It's just a pity that the taste did not manage to reach its peak. Sima Yu said simply. So you're saying that you have done some research in the area of tea? A little. Then when will you brew some for me to try? No way, I only brew it for my lover. He said that I'm not allowed to casually brew it for anyone else when he's not around. I'm not just anyone. Yin Lang retorted softly. Sima Yu glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and said lightly, about there. Did she mean that he was about the same as just anyone else? He didn't know why, but when he heard this and heard her mention her lover, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. This feeling was strange and something he had never felt before. Because of this kind of strange feeling, he felt a little downcast and didn't say much while they waited. After an hour or so passed, the doors opened and the group of girls all left with their shoulders down. Patriarchy, please let me try again. After a few more checks, I believe that I will be able to figure out the cause of her stupor. The lady dressed in white seemed to be begging, but she was as haughty as before. Previous chapter. Next chapter. He Zhenzheng nodded after hearing that lady's request. I believe you guys have the ability. You guys go back and rest, we'll wait and see. Someone, bring the ladies back. Two female servants walked over and said, dear esteemed ladies, please follow us. He Zhenzheng walked over after the ladies left with the servants and said apologetically, you've waited for a long time. Yin Lang lifted his chin at Sima Yu and said, wasn't I right? What? He Zhenzheng was unaware of the situation. I told her that they wouldn't know the diagnosis for madam and she didn't believe me. Yin Lang said. He Zhenzheng looked at Sima Yu and wondered when Yin Lang had gotten with a lady, furthermore, it was a lady that looked so young. Yin Lang, this is? She's Sima Yu, Sima Lu Xian's daughter. Yin Lang introduced. You're that little child? He Zhenzheng was doubtful, but he thought that he was too disrespectful and smiled, I've seen you before. Sima Yu got up and greeted He Zhenzheng, Yu greets Patriarchy. My father told me before that Patriarchy had saved us before and I must thank you when I see you. Ha ha ha, I didn't put in much effort that very year, I didn't think that your father would still remember. He Zhenzheng liked her, seeing how Sima Yu was respectful with no temperament of a young Mississippi. Yin Lang shouted when she saw Sima Yu being like this, how could you lie to me? You guys already knew each other. Sima Yu shot him a glare and said, since when did I ever lie to you? It's really my first time seeing Patriarchy. Our deal has nothing to do with this, right? Also, you didn't tell me that you guys are close. But with your character, you would have come even if I didn't go and look for you, right? It doesn't clash. Sima Yu said. What are you guys talking about? Why don't I understand anything? It was the first time He Zhenzheng had seen Yin Lang talking to a lady in that tone, and it seemed like he was involved in the content of the conversation. Nothing much. Yin Lang told him the deal between both of them. He Zhenzheng was very surprised when he heard that Sima Yu was here to treat his wife. How could a young lady like her treat his wife? But he knew that Yin Lang wouldn't take this lightly and he told him to let her give it a try, which meant that she must have a certain set of skills to be able to do it. I didn't expect that you would be here to treat my wife, it's my mistake that I've neglected you. He cupped his hand in greeting to Sima Yu. Uncle He, you're welcome. Sima Yu changed how she addressed him, both of them became closer just in a while. Since you're here to treat my wife, please come this way. He Zhenzheng became impatient after knowing what they were here for. Uncle He, please lead the way. He Zhenzheng brought her and Yin Lang into the room. Once Sima Yu stepped in, she saw a beautifully dressed lady lying on the bed with her hands in front of her chest, as if she was sleeping. She's been like this after so long. Yin Lang sighed. Uncle he has been using ginseng, haw fruit and other expensive medicinal ingredients to hang onto and he. Sima Yu continued, in addition to the support from spiritual energy in and he, her body will need energy in order to maintain, that's why her health is in a good condition. He Zhenjiang was very surprised, she was right. How did you know? I smelt it. Sima Yu continued, there's a faint smell of medicinal ingredients in this room. You know it just by smelling? Then you. He was happy after being surprised, the smell in the room was very faint, but she could smell it when no one before could smell it. This meant that her power was higher than the others. She might be able to treat his wife. Uncle he, don't be anxious, I'll have to check on her before I know if I can treat her. Sima Yu said. Sure, quickly take a look at her. He Zhenjiang quickly made way for her. Sima Yu sat on the side of the bed and held onto Su Lunyan's hand and inserted spiritual energy while checking on her. He Zhenjiang was holding his breath at the side. He watched Sima Yu without blinking his eyes and became disappointed when he saw her frowning. Those people before also had the same expression and got up and told him, I'm sorry, my power is too low, I can't see what's the cause of Madame's disease. She gave the same reaction as the rest, could this be another disappointment once again? Yin Lang patted his shoulders while comforting him. Don't worry, this isn't the first time anyway. He Zhenjiang smiled bitterly. Sima Yu heard him but she didn't say anything, she continued checking for a little longer then stood up. He Zhenjiang was prepared to hear that she tried her best, he waited for a while but she didn't say anything. Yu, how was it, can you see it? Yin Lang asked first. Sima Yu was still frowning, she didn't shake her head nor nod. Uncle he, I'm in doubt, so I'll need to verify it. Sima Yu said. How do you want to verify it? It would be fine if you just say that you had tried your best. I would need to insert my divine knowledge into and he sea of consciousness. Sima Yu said. What? Not only was He Zhenjiang surprised, even Yin Lang was surprised too. 2. I need to enter into and he sea of consciousness to confirm what I deduced was right or wrong. Sima Yu continued, but the sea of consciousness is very important to a spirit master, so I'll need to get your permission. He Zhenjiang was a little hesitant, if something happened to the sea of consciousness, then it would be over for a spirit master. All the doctors before didn't say that they needed to enter the sea of consciousness to investigate, he couldn't make a decision now that she said that. Sima Yu understood his worries and said, Uncle he, you don't have to make a decision now, didn't you hold a women's gathering? Someone might be able to solve this. You can decide after the gathering is over and if no one is able to treat and he. We won't be leaving Cord City anytime soon anyway. Alright. He Zhenjiang didn't really trust Sima Yu's power, after all, she was still very young. Sima Yu wasn't angry, no one would trust someone they just met, after all, she was just a young girl. Then I'll take my leave for today. If nothing works, you can look for me. Sure, I'll see you out. He Zhenjiang saw Sima Yu out, with a wave of his hand, the steward walked over. Sent someone out to investigate Sima Yu. He Zhenjiang commanded. Master, you don't trust her? The steward asked. It's not whether I trust her or not, if her medical expertise is good, I don't mind giving it a try. He wanted to give it a try but he was worried that Sima Yu didn't have the capability, so it was better to check on her. I'll go and arrange it now. Sima Yu didn't know all this and went back to the inn with Yin Lang and heard Sima Ji Yuan scolding someone as she walked into the hall. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Ji Yuan, are you handing her over or not? An elder with a white mustache shouted while looking at Sima Ji Yuan with a cold face. Sima Ji Yuan rubbed his ears and said, don't shout so loud, the building is going to collapse. Sima Ji Yuan, don't try to change the topic. Sima Yu killed my grandson, you must hand her over today. Jiang Yunlong shouted. Your grandson killed my great-granddaughter, your power isn't strong enough and even got killed by the baby of my clan, aren't you embarrassed to come here and ask for her? Aren't you shameless? Sima Ji Yuan continued, your grandson is older than my great-granddaughter by a few hundred years, right? TSK, how dare you come here to demand for her? Do you want the whole inner region to know that the Jiang clan is weaker than a younger generation from the Sima clan? The young ones died but the old ones came, TSK, shameless. I feel ashamed for you. Don't spout nonsense, I'm asking you right now, are you handing her over or not? Hand your head over. Do you think anyone can touch my precious great-granddaughter? Sima Ji Yuan slapped the table with an expression asking him what he could do about it if he refused to hand her over. Sima Ji Yuan, are you trying to pick a fight between both clans? Jiang Yunlong sneered. Bring it on then, no one is afraid of you. Sima Ji Yuan said unconcernedly, old bastard, didn't you want to take over my Sima clan? Bring it on. We won't know who will have the last laugh. Pfft, you better not regret it. Regret? Since when did I, Sima Ji Yuan, ever regret anything? He rubbed his nose and flicked his booger into Jiang Yunlong's teacup. Humph, then you'll have to bear with the Jiang clan's rage. He stood up after he spoke and brought all the members of the Jiang clan out. Just as Sima Yu wanted to meet Jiang clan members after she heard them coming out, her arms were held and pulled into an alley at the corner. Grandmother? Sima Yu was curious who held her arm. You don't have to waste your effort on this bunch of crazy dogs. Huang Yingying continued, they will hold their grip on you and not let go if you appear in front of them. Your great-grandfather asked me to wait for you here. With this delay, when they went out, Jiang clan's members already left. Sima Yu went into the inn and saw Sima Ji Yuan who was sitting on his chair sipping on tea relaxingly with no worry or anger on his face. He waved at Sima Yu when he saw them coming in, he said with all smiles, Yu, you're back. Great-grandfather, why are you guys back so early? Sima Yu walked over. We came back right after you left, there's nothing to see. Sima Ji Yuan continued, where did you go, why are you back so late? I went to see Aunt He. Sima Yu said. You went to see the sleeping beauty? How is she? Can you treat her? Sima Ji Yuan questioned. At this point, Sima Lu Xian came from the back and looked at her, wanting to know the answer too. Her condition is a little weird, it's not something that I've seen before. Sima Yu continued, I have yet to confirm her diagnosis, so I don't dare to come up with a conclusion. Even you can't find out the cause? Huang Yingying said in a soft voice curiously. They doubted Sima Yu's medical expertise in the past, but after knowing her, they understood and acknowledged her strong medical expertise. So if she didn't know, then it was possible no one would know about the cause. But everything had its reason, same for this disease. So it wasn't that there wasn't a reason, it was just that they hadn't found it. I've a general idea of it, but I couldn't confirm it. Sima Yu said. Why? Sima Lu Xian asked. The final conclusion can only be made after I get into her sea of consciousness. I've told Uncle He that he can make a decision after all those people tried. Sima Yu said. With that said, everyone understood. Sea of consciousness was important to a spirit master and everyone knew about it, so it was only understandable that one had to give it a consideration. Let's wait and see, maybe someone will be able to treat her. Sima Ji Yuan said. I thought about that too. Sima Yu continued, if someone can treat her, then I won't have to take this risk. Scoff, those people, forget it, you'll definitely be the one to do it. Yin Lang said. How can you be so sure? Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him. Medical expertise has the most hope, but you saw all those people. No one will be better than her. Yin Lang said affirmably. He didn't say it, but he couldn't even do it, how could others? I think so too. Sima Ji Yuan continued, with that said, Madam He's disease must be very serious. Maybe, that's not a disease. Sima Yu said without knowing the reason. It's not a disease? Then what is it? I can't confirm what it is now. Sima Yu continued. I'll tell you guys after I've confirmed it. Everyone looked at Sima Yu curiously, wondering what disease Su Lunyan had. She would have said it if it was a common disease. It must be a weird disease if she said that. Great-grandfather, the Jiang clan. You don't have to worry about the Jiang clan, I've my own plans. Sima Ji Yuan continued, don't worry, you're my great-granddaughter, nobody will dare to do anything to you. Yes, you don't have to handle this. Sima Xiu Qi continued, you can only talk about all these when we all die. That's right. Even though you're not in the family lineage yet, you're a Sima clan member no matter what, we won't let the Jiang clan touch you. That's right. Sima Yu wanted to say something, but seeing how Sima Ji Yuan responded, she felt warm in her heart. Although most of them thought that she was the hope of the clan as she had good talents, at least they were protecting her now, even great-grandfather and grandfather protected her sincerely. Sima Yu went to watch the competition, and the top 10 ranked would always be asked to leave after every match. She noticed that during the alchemy competition, Yin Su Su, Yi Qiuyu and Yang Shi participated in the competition and got into the top 3. Yin Lang was confident in Yin Su Su and was certain that she would be the first in rank. Sima Yu watched as they were escorted away and thought that she might be He Zhenjiang's last hope. After which, the last hope was also shattered, because He Zhenjiang invited Sima Yu himself. Yu, I'll need your help. He Zhenjiang greeted and bowed 90 degrees upon seeing Sima Yu. Uncle He, please get up. Sima Yu walked forward to lift him up and asked, Uncle He, have you thought about it? I've thought it through, she will be like this forever if I don't give it a try. There might be a slight chance that she will recover if I try. He Zhenjiang continued, also, I already know that you've good medical expertise, I can only hope that you'll help me. He didn't hide the fact that he sent someone to check on Sima Yu. Sima Yu wasn't surprised with that at all. No one would trust someone that they didn't know at all. Since Uncle He has already decided, then we'll do it now. Sima Yu said. He Zhenjiang was worried that Sima Yu would be pretentious. After all, he didn't trust her the other time and even sent someone to check on her. If it was others, they might not be that willing to help. So he felt excited and shameful at the same time when he heard Sima Yu's response. Please come with me. He brought Sima Yu to the He residence, Sima members followed as they weren't at ease. Yin Lang followed too. He Zhenjiang asked the rest to stay in the courtyard and brought Sima Yu alone into the room. I got them to try, but no one could see what's happening. He continued, can you tell me the result? Before I verified it, my thoughts on this are a little outrageous, it's better to tell you after I confirm it. Sima Yu didn't dare to show any assertion for now. Do you need me to do anything? He Zhenjiang questioned. You don't need to do anything. You can just wait outside. Sima Yu said. He was worried about having her insert her divine knowledge into Su Lunyan's sea of consciousness, but she felt uneasy having outsiders around while doing such a dangerous thing. He Xinjiang hesitated for a while and nodded, all right. Thank you, Uncle He. Thank you for your trust. Sima Yu summoned Little Seven after He Xinjiang went out. I need your help. Sima Yu said. Yu, what do you need? Little Seven was happy that she asked her for help. The vapor you condense has a healing effect on others' divine knowledge. I need you to protect her sea of consciousness when I enter it. Sima Yu said. That's easy. Little Seven agreed. Sima Yu fixed up 3 spirit barriers consecutively. One of which was to prevent anyone from sneak attack. If not, it might not only hurt Su Lunyan, it might hurt her as well. The second one was to prevent Little Seven's aura from leaking out. Everything was prepared. Even the faint vapor that Little Seven congealed hovered around Su Lunyan's head. Now, it was only up to Sima Yu to enter into her sea of consciousness with her divine knowledge. Sima Yu stood beside the bed and took a deep breath. It wasn't her first time inserting her divine knowledge into someone's sea of consciousness, but it was the most careful one she had ever done. She knew that her divine knowledge was stronger than the others, so she wouldn't get hurt when she entered into others. Also, she didn't care if it hurt others because those people were already half dead. But it was different this time. She had to consider for Su Lunyan instead of only caring for herself. She might not be able to wake up forever if her action was too vigorous that it hurt her sea of consciousness. She congealed and transformed her divine knowledge and entered Su Lunyan's brain from the space between her eyebrows. Very quickly, she went into her sea of consciousness. Just like what she guessed, Su Lunyan's sea of consciousness was like a dead sea. There was nothing at all, as if it was all stillness. Little Seven could see the situation from her divine knowledge. Yu, her sea of consciousness is so weird. Little Seven said. Sima Yu went around and didn't feel her aura. It was as if there was no sign of life at all. But, Su Lunyan was actually alive. So there should be something in here. But there was nothing at all. Yu, what happened to her? Little Seven asked. Your aura went around her sea of consciousness. Did you feel different anywhere? Let me sense it. After Little Seven spoke, Little Seven's aura floated around Su Lunyan's sea of consciousness. After a while, Little Seven's aura backed to a side and slowly transformed into her appearance. Yu, I noticed that there's a black thing in her sea of consciousness. Little Seven said. Sima Yu checked previously and didn't notice it. Is there anything special there? She asked. I felt a slight movement in that black ball. Little Seven said. Bring me there. Sure. Sima Yu used divine knowledge that transformed into Little Seven, fused with Little Seven's aura. It became a small human and went to the place Little Seven found. That was somewhere deep in Su Lunyan's sea of consciousness. She slowly went near it and realized that there was something blocking them outside the black ball. This is it, Yu. You see, there's a slight movement in it, as if something has been trapped inside. Little Seven said as she pointed to that black ball. Ghost Clan. Sima Yu said. What? Why did she mention the Ghost Clan out of a sudden? There's Ghost Clan's aura on that black ball. Sima Yu explained. Ghost Clan's aura? Why is it in her sea of consciousness? Little Seven said in surprise. Sima Yu didn't respond to her because she didn't know the answer either. She stared at that black ball for a while then said to Little Seven, let's go out. Little Seven and Sima Yu who were outside opened their eyes when they exited Su Lunyan's divine knowledge. Yu, do you know what was the reason that she got in a coma? It seems like this will be hard to deal with. Sima Yu sighed and kept Little Seven back into Spirit Pagoda and walked out of the door after opening the spirit barriers. People who were waiting outside were anxious after waiting for a day and night, especially He Xinjiang. He didn't expect that Sima Yu would take so long to check. She had been in Lunyan's sea of consciousness for so long. Would anything happen to Lunyan? Was she injured again? He was waiting outside anxiously and wanted to go in to take a look, but his urge was stopped after seeing the spirit barrier that Sima Yu fixed up. There were spirit barriers. This meant the situation wasn't good. If he hurt both of them just because of his recklessness, it would be too late to regret. Those people in the courtyard got more anxious as they waited, but they were more concerned about Sima Yu. They were shocked when they knew that Sima Yu was going into Su Lunyan's sea of consciousness. In that situation, she would get hurt if there was one careless move. But they couldn't stop her, so they could only hope that she would be fine. Everyone rushed over when she opened the door. Sima members sighed in relief when they saw that she was fine. He Xinjiang was also happy that she was safe. Didn't that show that Lunyan was fine too? Yu, have you found the cause of the disease? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Everyone looked at her while waiting for her answer. Physicians and alchemists that stayed in the He clan ran over and stayed in the courtyard when they heard about the news. They didn't believe that a young lady would be able to find the cause when they couldn't. They stood at the side of the courtyard waiting for her answer while looking at her. Sima Yu unconsciously creased her eyebrows as she didn't expect there would be so many people outside when she came out. Why are there so many people? She was unhappy. He Xinjiang's steward answered almost immediately, Master, I'll bring them out. He Xinjiang waved his hand and the steward immediately sent them out. After the courtyard became peaceful, Sima Yu told He Xinjiang, let's talk in the room. Don't let anyone come close. Without He Zhang saying anything, the steward immediately isolated the people in the courtyard. Sima clan members followed in. He Zhang didn't say anything. Yu, have you checked it? He asked again. I have. Sima Yu said. Really? It was one of the most exciting times for He Zhang in the past few years. He gripped Sima Yu's hand. What happened to Lun Yan? Since you found the cause, why isn't she awake yet? Although I found out the cause of it, I haven't saved her yet. Sima Yu said. Why? Zhang didn't understand. Was it tiring? No. Sima Yu shook her head. Before that, I need to know. How did Auntie fall into a coma? How did she fall into a coma? He Zhang recalled what happened and said, initially, she went out with a few maids and was suddenly attacked. When I rushed over, all of them were dead. Except for her, as she had protection from a piece of spiritual jade that she carries by her side. Fortunately, it garnered enough time for me to get there. After which, I used a lot of pills and the wounds on her body finally healed, but she became like this. With that said, you haven't seen who was the one that attacked her? Sima Yu asked. No, I did not. But I didn't give up searching in the past few years. I've been investigating and had a rough idea. He Zhang continued. Why, is this related to Su Lun Yan's coma? Yes. Sima Yu continued. I suspect that the attack was related to the Ghost Clan. Ghost Clan? Why is the Ghost Clan involved? Huang Yingning frowned. Because of Sima Lu Xian, Sima Clan had a stronger connection to the Ghost Clan. They didn't want to be involved with the Ghost Clan. He Zhang was very surprised because from what he investigated, it had nothing to do with the Ghost Clan. And he didn't wake up from the coma not because of her internal injuries. It was because her soul has been kept somewhere deep in her sea of consciousness. Sima Yu continued, and the place where her soul is kept is filled with Ghost Clan's aura. How did that happen? He Zhang was blanked. Are there any ways to help her? I do have a way, but the risk is too high. Sima Yu continued, and I need to prepare for it. At least, she had to be at her most conscious state. She was already exhausted and wasn't in a good condition to treat Su Lun Yan. Is it troublesome? Huang Yingning asked. It's not easy. Sima Yu continued, and his soul is already weak and she is imprisoned now, so it's not easy to get her out of imprisonment. Luckily my body is special, that's why I dared to give it a try. If it was others, they would be hurt if they come close, not to mention about rescuing her soul. Everyone understood that when she mentioned being special, it meant that she had the Ghost Clan's bloodline in her body. How did Madam get implicated with the Ghost Clan? Sima Xiuqi asked. No, the information we've gotten from investigating had nothing to do with the Ghost Clan, it only involved a few forces from the inner regions. He Zhang said. Which force? He Zhang hesitated for a while and said, Yang Clan from the 16th state. Sima Yu's heart skipped a beat. Yang Clan, could it be the clan of Yang Shi? Are you sure it's the Yang Clan? She asked. With the clues that I have now, yes. He Zhang said affirmedly. Did Yang Clan collaborate with the Ghost Clan? Sima Zhiyuan asked something that everyone was thinking. And that was very possible. But, why did the Yang Clan attack Auntie? Sima Yu didn't understand. I have no clue, I'll only know when she wakes up. After He Zhang spoke, he glanced at Su Lun Yan who was lying on the bed with guilt in his eyes. After so many years, he didn't know that her soul was trapped by the Ghost Clan. He had let her down. Sima Yu was moved by He Zhang's gaze. Uncle He, you don't have to be guilty. If it wasn't for your perseverance, and he wouldn't be able to survive up till now. He Zhang didn't expect that he would be comforted by one from the younger generation, but the sincerity in her eyes didn't make him feel shameful. She was a young generation that had been considerate, no wonder Sima Zhiyuan held her dearly. When can you get her to wake up? I have to recover my consciousness and prepare some pills that she will need to take when she wakes up. So, I need some time to prepare. Sima Yu said. I have everything in the storeroom, just take it from there if you need anything. Sure. Sima Yu didn't stand on courtesy. It was used to treat his wife anyway, so he should pay for it. The main steward brought her to look for all the medicinal ingredients that she needed. Once they reached the storeroom, she realized that the He clan was a house filled with riches and had a huge storeroom full of collections. She saw many treasures in the storeroom and thought to herself, did the Yang clan attack Su Lun Yan because he was rich? She laughed to herself. The collection of items might seem a lot to her, but it might not be a lot for others. The Yang clan wouldn't attack Su Lun Yan just because of this. She brought the steward to get some medicinal ingredients, and she made the steward carry all of it without taking any for herself. After she finished choosing the medicinal ingredients and went to the room that He Zhang prepared for her, she used the medicinal ingredients that she took and refined it into a pill. After which, she drank some spirit fluid and meditated and adjusted her consciousness to the best state. She went into Su Lun Yan's room while He Zhang stood up excitedly after seeing her and said, "Can we begin?" Sima Yu nodded. She chased everyone out of the room just like last time, fixed up the spirit barrier and summoned Little Seven. Little Seven, just like before, you have to protect her sea of consciousness. Sima Yu continued, there might be a stronger movement later, you have to be very careful. Yu, don't worry. Little Seven nodded solemnly. She would definitely cooperate since Yu wanted to save her. Sima Yu nodded to little 7 indicating to start. Once again, she inserted her divine knowledge into Su Lunyan's sea of consciousness. When she materialized and transformed into a form in Su Lunyan's sea of consciousness, little 7 appeared beside her as well. Yu, go ahead, I'll protect her sea of consciousness. Little 7 said. Sima Yu flew deep into her sea of consciousness and stopped when she got near the black ball. She extended her hand and tried to feel the formless barrier. Even if she was just a shape of divine knowledge, she could feel the bone-chilling coldness. She frowned and stopped. Little 7 asked curiously, Yu, what happened? I was wrong, this isn't a ghost aura, this is a death aura. A heavy look was plastered on Sima Yu's face. What's the difference? Little 7 didn't catch it. Only dead people have death aura and only ghost realm has ghost aura. Sima Yu continued, simply said, the one who attacked Ant he wasn't from the ghost clan, but it was a ghost that stayed in human realm. How can that be? Little 7 cried out in shock. It's quite impossible. Sima Yu squinted her eyes and looked at that black ball. From her gaze, it looked dangerous. After a human died, the ghosts that were strong wouldn't disappear right away, they would go into ghost realm and stay there. As there were death aura and ghost aura, it could give them a second chance to live. Although those ghosts that went to ghost realm wouldn't have the memories that they had when they were alive. But at least it survived, didn't it? It was reasonable to say that ghosts would go to ghost realm. It wouldn't be able to survive here even if they had ways to control the ghosts here, as there wasn't any death aura or ghost aura. Not to mention that it would be impossible to cultivate to the extent of being capable to hurt anyone. Yu, are you sure? If this was real, it would be too scary. I can differentiate between ghost aura and death aura. Sima Yu continued, but no matter if it is ghost aura or death aura, they will have to bow to me. Those arrogant words she said. She didn't sound indisposed as if she was born to rule over. She extended her right index finger and touched the layer of barrier. The ruling of ghost clan aura passed from her body to Su Lunyan's body. Usually, the body would resist when the ghost aura entered into the human's body, but there wasn't any response at all as Su Lunyan's soul was trapped. But it didn't mean that there wasn't any harm just because there wasn't any response. Su Lunyan's sea of consciousness was trespassed by ghost aura. The movement in her brain became vigorous. Her sea of consciousness would be wilted if it wasn't for little 7's protection. That ball of death aura also seemed to feel her aura and became agitated restlessly. It wanted to twist and turn but was stabilized by Sima Yu's aura from her index finger. Squeak squeak. The death aura couldn't shake it off and started to resist in a frantic manner, but it was futile no matter how much it moved. Sima Yu transformed her aura into a huge net and quickly trapped that death aura. Catch! With a thought, that huge net slowly began to pull together. With that action, the death aura became lesser as all of it was eaten by the huge net. The black ball became faint as the death aura became lesser. Sima Yu could visually see the person who was trapped. Until the last drop of death aura, she could then keep her ghost aura. Little 7 ran to Sima Yu as she no longer needed to put so much energy into protecting Su Lunyan's sea of consciousness. This is actually her soul. It looked so pale. Her soul has been trapped for so long and has already sunk into a deep coma. It won't be easy for her to gain consciousness. Then what should we do? We'll have to wake her up. Sima Yu said as she flew Su Lunyan's soul and placed her hand in between her eyebrows. A ray of milky white spiritual energy was passed into Su Lunyan's soul from the tip of her finger. Her soul materialized as the white spiritual energy flowed throughout her whole body. And it put a strain on Sima Yu. Little 7, protect her. At the same time, the sea of consciousness that was dead moved vigorously as lightning flashes and thunder rolled. The dazzling light flashed past. The sea of consciousness surged up with layers of waves. Retreat. Sima Yu infused the last bit of her energy into Su Lunyan's soul and pulled little 7 back. But the sea of consciousness was already surging forth. A huge wave surged towards them. Sima Yu pushed little 7 aside when she realized that they wouldn't be able to dodge it and bear the shock of wave from that huge wave by herself. Pfft. In the room, Sima Yu spitted out a mouthful of fresh blood. As she couldn't avoid it in time, most of the fresh blood was spilled on Su Lunyan's clothes. Yu. Little 7 wasn't injured as she was pushed out by Sima Yu and saw with her own eyes that she fell off from the bed after spitting fresh blood. Before Sima Yu became unconscious, she remembered to remove the spirit barrier. Yu. People rushed in from outside and they heard the scream and realized that the spirit barrier was removed. Yu. They saw little 7 holding Sima Yu once they got in. There was still blood on the corner of her lips and she fell into little 7's embrace as she was powerless and lost consciousness. The pale face and creased eyebrows showed her current condition. Yu. Huang Yingying came up and was anxious that she didn't know where to place her hand after seeing Sima Yu in this state. How did this happen? How did she become like this when she was just trying to save someone? Let me take a look. Yes, let him see, he has medical expertise. As he took a look at Su Lunyan on the bed, he noticed that her eyes moved. Lunyan. He ran to the side of the bed and held Su Lunyan's hand. Lunyan, are you awake? His voice attracted the others' attention, but they only took a glance and went back to what they were doing. They didn't care if Su Lunyan was awake, all they cared about was Sima Yu's condition. Yin Lang checked Sima Yu and said, she injured her divine knowledge and passed out. She will be fine after taking some pills and a rest. Sima clan became relieved after hearing that and carried Sima Yu to the bed at the side. Su Lunyan's eyes moved but she wasn't awake yet. He Zhang was so anxious to the extent that he almost teared. How did this happen? Did she give you a pill? Yin Lang asked. Yes. She did give me a pill. He Zhang took out a milky white pill and gave it to Su Lunyan. Su Lunyan, who had always been swallowing liquids, actually swallowed the pill. After a while, those eyes that had been closed for 5 years finally opened up slowly. Lun Yen. Lun Yen. He Zhenjiang grabbed Su Lun Yen's hand excitedly. When he saw her eyes open, his tears finally fell uncontrollably. Zhenjiang. Su Lun Yen had not spoken for a long time. She opened her mouth, sucking in air, but not much sound came out. That's great. You're finally awake. I am not dreaming. He Zhenjiang held her hand close to his face. His gaze was loving and excited. Su Lun Yen smiled softly. Her eyes scanned around as if trying to find something. Lun Yen, what are you looking for? He Zhenjiang asked. I think I saw a little lady. She took me out from that dark place. You helped wake you up. He Zhenjiang replied. She suffered a bit of injury and is resting on the chair aside. There really was someone. You rest well, when you are able to get up, let's go see her. Su Lun Yen was currently very weak, so she closed her eyes once again. He Zhenjiang watched her intently and saw her close her eyes and rest. After a while, he stood up and came to Sima Yu. He saw Sima Yu was still unconscious and asked, how is her condition? She has taken the pill. Her condition is stabilized temporarily. After a while, the steward at the door informed, Master, the room beside has been prepared. Because they didn't expect Sima Yu to be injured, a room wasn't prepared for her. When he knew that, the steward immediately let someone clean up the room without being ordered. Little Seven brought Sima Yu to another room. All the Sima family members rushed over. Sima Yu didn't know how long she was unconscious. She moved slightly, and felt her tendon in her head was being pulled. Hiss, dash. She reached out and rubbed her forehead. She didn't have the strength to get up. You're awake. A gentle voice came from above. A gentle and beautiful woman appeared smiling at Sima Yu. Auntie? How are you? Su Lun Yen didn't expect her first reaction was showing concern for her. I'm almost recovered. It's good that you're fine. Sima Yu sat up with strength and pulled out a pill. I'm fine, but you are injured in order to save me. Su Lun Yen's gentle and beautiful smile reminded Sima Yu of the renowned gentle beauties from Jiangnan in her previous life. At this time, Yin Lang entered. When he saw Sima Yu awake, he started, You have slept for 10 days. You're finally willing to wake up. Sima Yu rubbed her head. Why are you still here? Of course, I stayed to take care of you. I still feel uncomfortable. It seems your good medicines aren't that good. However, she was still grateful to him in her heart. She knew how serious her injury was. If he didn't use so many good items, she would be even more uncomfortable at this moment. Humph. Obviously they were taken from my warehouse. When did they become yours? He came beside Su Lun Yen. Didn't you go take a rest? Why are you out here again? The Sima family has already left. Of course, I have to come see her. Su Lun Yen said. Besides, she is my benefactor. I didn't do anything when she was injured and I feel apologetic. What happened to the Sima family? If it weren't for trouble, based on grandmother and their character, they wouldn't leave her by herself here. He Zhenjiang was silent for a while. Something happened in Sima family house. But it's not very serious. It's somewhat dangerous, so they left you here. Sima Yu frowned. His words held hidden meaning. She wouldn't be able to do anything in this condition. Where is little Seven? She was still in the room a moment ago. The next moment she's gone. Sima Yu frowned again. Little Seven wouldn't leave here before she woke up. Could something have happened to her? Yu. Little Seven ran in from outside and rushed over when she saw Sima Yu was awake. Sima Yu held her back. Where did you go? I heard movements outside, so I went to see. Now it's alright. Are they grandfather and them? It's the Jiang family who are finding trouble. But it's all right now. Don't worry about it. Sima Yu accepted and didn't ask any more questions. Even little Seven ran over to help. Was the Sima family matter still small? She could be regarded as the fuse for this matter. But she could do nothing here, which made her feel guilty. Don't think too much. This is still Cord City. If something bad happens, we won't stand by. Su Lun Yen comforted her. Thank you, Auntie. Since I am awake, I won't disturb you all. She wanted to go back to the inn. Do you want to go back? No matter what happened, I have to go back. No. Your grandfather left you in our care before they left. You haven't fully recovered from your injury. How can we let you leave? If something happens to you, how will we explain it to your grandfather and them? Sima Xiuqi especially told them to protect her. Therefore, she couldn't just leave He Villa. Yu, don't worry. Really? When did I even lie to you? Little Seven pouted. Sima Yu was still not assured. It was not until Huang Yingying and Sima Lu Xian returned that she finally believed that the Sima family was all right. When Sima Yu woke up, Huang Yingying and the rest were relieved. Yu, how do you feel? I'm fine. Sima Yu said. Grandmother, what happened to our family? How's the situation over there? The Jiang family came to make trouble and your great-grandfather beat them back. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Huang Yingying dismissed it. What you need to do now is heal your injuries. Sima Yu nodded. My injuries are almost recovered. I can leave in a couple of days after I finish the last consultation with Aunt He. That's good. Huang Yingying said. We officially broke off with the Jiang family. Our family is in need of people. Your grandfather and the rest have gone back. When you are better, we will go back. Great. 2 days later, He Zhenjiang and Su Lun Yen were not surprised to learn Sima Yu and they were leaving. Yu, Chong Prefecture is not far from Cord City. If you need anything from us, you can send us a message and we will get someone there immediately. I will. Sima Yu replied. Maybe I will have to trouble you then. If you need anything, just ask. Thank you Uncle He. I really envy Lu Xian, he has such an excellent daughter. If our child was still alive, I wonder what she'd be like. Aunt He, don't be too sad. What? My previous assumption was a bit wrong. It was not the Ghost Clan who imprisoned Aunt He's soul. Not the Ghost Clan? Didn't you say the Ghost Clan did it? He Zhang was surprised. If the cause was wrong, how did she save Su Lunyan? I sense a death aura. Sima Yu explained. At first, I thought it was ghost aura from the Ghost Clan. However, after when I was helping Aunt He, I discovered it was death aura and not ghost aura. What is the difference? Su Lunyan was puzzled. The ghost aura of the Ghost Clan comes from the ghost realm, while death aura comes from a dead person. Sima Yu continued, to put it simply, ghost aura only appeared after your soul went to the ghost realm, while the one that attacked you was a dead person. Dead person? How does a dead person attack? Generally speaking, after a person dies, the soul enters the ghost realm and a new beginning awaits. But if the soul stays in the human realm for any reason, it can't cultivate. Sima Yu explained. But the one that attacked you has already died. Not only that, that soul stayed in the human realm and has cultivated very well. Su Lunyan recalled the situation that she had encountered and said. Yes, it was somewhat strange. Those who attacked me did look like a dead person. Their faces were pale and bloodless. Are you sure it was a human being and not a soul? Sima Yu asked. It was certainly a person. Su Lunyan affirmed. If it weren't for the treasure on me and protected my soul at the critical moment, I would have the same ending as my maids. Dead person. Sima Yu frowned as she wondered what happened. They should be an undead. Sima Lu Xian said from the side. Koluo had said that if a person dies, they could put their soul into a body and refine it. They can turn into an undead. Why do these people want to make undead? The fighting power of an undead is stronger than that of a soul body and can maintain the strength when it was alive. Sima Lu Xian said. However, it is a forbidden skill in the ghost realm. How can anyone here know this? It seems that Uncle He, you must be careful in your investigation. Sima Yu warned. I'll be careful. He Zhang's face was solemn. If what Sima Yu said was true, then the person they need to investigate was involved in evil arts. The enemy was in the dark while they were in the light. It was quite dangerous. I think news of Aunt He's waking up should not be known by outsiders, which would alert those people. Sima Yu suggested. The news of Aunt He's waking up hasn't spread, right? No. To ensure your safety, I sealed up this courtyard. Lu Nian hasn't left also. He Zhang confirmed. However, those people outside are waiting for the results of your treatment. I want to tell them your medical skills. This is not necessarily. It's fine to let them know that my medical skills are not good. Sima Yu rejected. Anyways, I don't know them, and I don't need them to confirm my medical skills. Your safety is more important. He Zhang and Su Lunyan were moved. Few would think for them at this rank. Uncle He, if you find anything, and if you can you let me know? I am interested in this kind of thing. Sima Yu said. Alright, you can restrain death aura. We might inevitably need your help by then. He Zhang agreed. That's good. And he is doing fine. Grandmother and I will take our leave first. Take this, remember what I said. Contact us when you need our help. Sima Yu accepted the token and found it was the same as Yin Lang. This piece is the same as Yin Lang's. If you have this, you can directly reach me. Or you can ask the Chu family for help from outside. He Zhang saw her thoughts. Thank you Uncle He. Sima Yu stored the token away. She left the He manor with Huang Yingying and Sima Lu Xian. While going out, she saw people guarding the door. After seeing her, those people were pointing this and that. Wasn't the result the same even after they made such a commotion? Only Yin Su looked at her differently. Sima Yu could guess that profound moon fruit had already arrived in her hands. They went back to the inn and picked up Mu Si. When they left, they met Yin Lang. They didn't see him at the He manor. Since he appeared, Yin Su probably told him. Are you sure you want to go with me? He knew of Sima family's and Jiang family's matters. He was still willing to go with her. He would inevitably be involved in this matter. I said I will follow you until I understand the feeling you were talking about. Yin Lang was still the same as if nothing happened. This is what you said. Sima Yu looked at him. Then let's go. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report. Chong Prefecture was one of the major cities of Yi Prefecture and the city where the Sima family was in. In this city, nearly half of the people located there was from the Sima family or related to this family. The remaining half of the people rely on Sima family's dominance. Therefore, Sima family had absolute power there. When Sima Yu and Sima Lu Xian arrived, they caused a great sensation. Everyone saw Sima Lu Xian, the genius once they had praised, had fallen like this because of entanglement with the princess of the Ghost Clan. Seeing their ridicule at Sima Lu Xian, Huang Yingying was angry and wanted to retort back. But Sima Lu Xian held her back. Mother, there is nothing wrong with those people. I don't care, so you shouldn't take it to heart. These people are from Sima Tu's faction. They dare to be so blatant because they know your father and I gave up our power in the family. Huang Yingying was straightforward. She became angry when she looked at those people. Grandmother, don't be angry. The angrier you are, the happier they will be. Sima Yu said. Since those people are so powerful, they should have the ability to remove their young miss poison. My method can only suppress it for 2 to 3 months. Including the previous poisoning time, their young miss only has 2 to 3 months left. They don't care about Sima Lu's life. They can scream anything they like. Although she was smiling, her voice was cold. It was obviously not loud, but it spread through the street. Those people paused and no one dared to say one more word. Jiang Shui returned a few days earlier with Sima Lu. What happened in Cord City had spread throughout the city. As soon as they heard it was Sima Lu Xian's daughter who refused to treat young Miss Shi, these people were unhappy and wanted to embarrass them when, unexpectedly, Sima Yu cut them off. Currently, only she was able to cure Sima Lu's poison. Sima Yu saw them quieten down and her mouth curled into a sneer and continued, City Lord Lang, I heard they were looking for you again. Give them the antidote lest they wouldn't let us go back and pester me again. How can I do that? Yin Lang directly refused. Since I gave you the pill formula in exchange, I naturally will abide by the agreement and won't give anyone else. Otherwise, wouldn't I be a dishonest person? When did I ask you to not give others? Sima Yu asked. Although you didn't ask for it, I asked this of myself. Yin Lang said seriously. I have always kept my promises, so I won't tell others. Sima Yu stared at Yin Lang. She sighed and said nothing, looking helpless. Those who heard her conversation became anxious. It seemed only she could save young Miss Shi. This was sad news. Sima Yu grabbed Sima Lu Xian's hand. Sima Lu Xian patted her hand. He felt warm seeing her stand up for him. Although he didn't care about it, the time he lost in exchange for a daughter was worth it. They passed through half of the city before arriving at the Sima family. The Sima manor was more stylish than the one in Yilin continent. The numbers of rooms were numerous. The front entrance was 100-meter wide, and the guards positioned where the stones in the protection array would be. Even a battle between paragons wouldn't affect the entrance. It's magnificent. Sima Yu stood at the front gate and looked at the gems above, exclaiming. The entrance of the Sima family is more magnificent than ours. Yin Lang also saw the Sima manor for the first time. They were built when our ancestors came here. At that time, the family just got here. Their strength was relatively strong. In order to cover up the loss of relocation, such an entrance was built. The entrance does look a bit old, but the gems seem to have been recently put there. Yin Lang observed. Sima Yu glanced at him. Let's go. Yin Lang rubbed his nose. He was just telling the truth. There was quite a ruckus between the Sima family and the Jiang family. In order to give the protection array enough power to protect the family, Sima family did change them for spirit stones. The news that Sima Lu Xian and Sima Yu came back shocked the entire Sima family. Everyone thought they would go straight to the manor and even got news they were outside the entrance. But as they waited, they didn't see them come in. Miss, where's the young miss? Sima Ji Yuan waited anxiously at home. He wanted to go outside to find them. However, it was empty outside the entrance. There was not a shadow of Sima Yu and Sima Lu Xian. Young Miss said that the gate at Sima family is magnificent, but there is no invitation from Sima family. She hadn't brought a visiting card, so she won't go in today. She said she will have the opportunity to visit again later. The guard replied tremblingly. They heard Sima Yu said let's go, they thought she was going in, but she turned around and left. Several guards were stunned. Immediately, someone reacted and asked her why she didn't go in and she gave a response. Sima Ji Yuan and another who came from behind pursed their lips when they heard Sima Yu's reply. She was saying that she wasn't a member of the Sima family so she couldn't enter Sima family's entrance casually. What the hell is this little girl doing? Sima Ji Yuan cursed. He asked the guard where she left off to. He stated that he was going to find her. Don't worry. Sima Hishun grabbed him back. Yu has her own plans. What plan does she have? I finally coaxed her to come to the entrance. She actually didn't want to walk in. I have to bring her back. She is not Sima family's people. Even if you call her, she will not come back. Sima Hishun said. The most direct way to have her enter is to recognize Lu Xian's return to the family. Only then will she come back when Lu Xian comes back. Only after Sima Lu Xian returned to the family was she willing to go in. This was something everyone understood. Sigh. Sima Ji Yuan sighed. Then he jumped up. Tomorrow, I will put them two into our genealogy. After that, he went after Sima Yu. Where are you going now? Someone shouted from behind. Taking a stroll. Sima Ji Yuan left without looking back. She refused to go in now, couldn't he just go find her? In order to get her home, his efforts were put in vain. He could only blame it on Jiang Shui's line. If it weren't for them to attack Yu when she was young. How could she not be willing to come back now? Now they still dare to contact the Jiang family. He will surely punish them later. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu had guessed that Sima Ji Yuan would come find her. Seeing his angry face, she grinned, great-grandfather, didn't we already discuss it? We will go back when we handle the previous matter. It's not like we're never returning, what's with the sullen expression? The news you sent back was that you have a way to make them jump out. You didn't say anything about not entering the front door. Sima Ji Yuan was depressed. He had been so happy and was looking forward to it. But if I don't stay outside, how will I make them make their move? Sima Yu said. Everyone knows that if I come back, you will provide me protection all round. Won't they not have any chance to attack? This is too risky. Sima Ji Yuan looked at her disapprovingly. Great-grandfather, don't worry. This is your place. Can the other party come kill me? Sima Yu was not anxious at all. Relax. Sima Ji Yuan's brow furrowed. He felt helpless seeing that he couldn't convince her. She was a real stubborn girl. It seemed that he needed to send some more people down here. Sima Yu understood his thoughts. She didn't want Sima Lu Xian, who didn't have the ability to protect himself before he returned to the family. By that time, when she goes to find the divine medicine and under Huang Yingying and their possible negligence, it would be too late to regret. So she must remove the danger before she goes back. How about ancestor? Almost done. That's good. As the rest, just follow the plan. Sure. Sima family, a courtyard close to the main house. Jiang Shui threw her teacup on the ground. The crisp sound made everyone in the room tremble. This little bitch dared to show up now. Jiang Shui cursed. Mother, Sheer has fallen into a coma again. Let's find this little bitch and have her detoxify Sheer. Miao Shihua suggested. Is there any use finding her now? If she is willing, she would already done so. Jiang Shui said angrily. Are we just going to watch Sheer die? Mother, Sheer is the hope of our generation. Shut up. All you know how to do is cry all the time. Jiang Shui shouted. Miao Shihua did not dare let her tears fall. She appeared weak and incontent, completely unlike her domineering presence outside. Then what about Sheer? Jiang Shui glanced at her disdainfully. I just said we won't beg her. It's not that I won't have her detoxify Sheer. Mother, do you want to? Miao Shihua looked at Jiang Shui in surprise. But Uncle Hishun did not allow us to touch her. Sima family never put our line in their eyes. Why should we listen to them? They have been unkind to us, they can't blame us for being ruthless. Jiang Shui's eyes flashed with determination. Mother, do you want to destroy the Sima family? That won't be enough. However, Sima Ji Yuan had been the head of the family for too long. It's time for a replacement. Miao Shihua's eyes flashed with joy. Jiang Shui wouldn't go be the head of the family, but wouldn't the head of the family be her husband, Sima too? Then she would be the wife of the head of the family? As long as they become the head of the family, couldn't they make Sima Yu detoxify Sheer? Mother, what do we need to do? Forget it, you will only add to the problem. Jiang Shui didn't give her any face. I will arrange this matter with the Jiang family. Just give me peace and don't let the cat out of the bag. Get out. Yes. Miao Shihua was dissatisfied with Jiang Shui, but she didn't reveal it. She saluted to Jiang Shui and then left. No one saw the deep hatred in her eyes. This old woman always scolded and beat her. She wouldn't even save a little face for her in front of her servants. When she becomes the wife of the head of the family, she must return all the grievances she suffered over the years. She went back to her courtyard. She felt distressed when she saw her daughter in a coma again. Madam, what did the old madam say? The maid who was wiping Sima Lu Xi's asked when she saw Miao Shihua. This maid was Miao Chao. She was Miao Shihua's dowry maid who later became Sima Lu Xi's nanny. So she still had status in front of Miao Shihua. Mother won't allow us to beg her. Miao Shihua sat on the bed. She has her own plan and asks us to not make a move. What about young miss? Miao Chao said worriedly. Young miss's body is getting worse. Although she is in a coma, her vitality has reduced significantly. If we drag on like this, I'm afraid that her body will be damaged after being detoxified. Miao Shihua stretched out her hand and touched her daughter. It's not that I don't know. It's all because I didn't believe in that little bitch at that time. Otherwise, Sheer would not have to suffer this much. Madam, don't blame yourself. You didn't pay attention to the situation at that time. Miao Chao explained. After all, those things happened back then. She knows and hates us and might take the opportunity to take young Miss life. This is also expected. But the other people's poison has been cured except Sheer. Miao Shihua said. There was still a glimmer of hope, but my mother killed them. She was unwilling to detoxify Sheer. Old madam has a bad temper. We shouldn't have let her know of that. Miao Chao sighed. If it weren't for her, things wouldn't be like this. At that time, if we didn't tell the family, how could this little bitch promise to detoxify them? Miao Shihua said. I didn't expect for things to develop this way. Then what shall we do now? Young miss can't last long. Miao Chao said distressed. She asked me to wait. But where do I have time to wait? Miao Shihua said. No, I have to deal with this matter first. Since this is the case now, it's better to catch her. Then there will be a way to let her detoxify young miss. Miao Chao said. However, the patriarch sent a lot of the people to protect that little bitch, and mother forbids us to touch her. Madam, don't forget we have our strength. Miao Chao said. Although the Miao family is not stronger than Sima family, it is possible to deal with the guards. It is true, young miss can't wait. Miao Shihua looked at her distressedly. Her eyes were firm. For Sheer, we can only do this. Chaoer, contact the Miao family. You must get that little bitch over to me in 2 days. Yes, madam. At night, Sima Yu opened her eyes when she heard movement outside. It was a bit beyond her expectation that they would find her so soon. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Little Seven climbed on top of the desk when she heard movement. Yu, is it the Jiang family? She looked at Sima Yu brightly. Sima Yu sat up. I don't know. However, they are guests. Since they're here, have them stay. Sima Yu called out her spirit beasts. Little Seven alone was not enough in the inner region. Yaguang and the group's strength was somewhat low, but against them, it was enough. Sima Yu had already prepared a spirit barrier that way they couldn't leave and they entered and the sound of fighting would be contained. Therefore, while the entire courtyard was overturned, no movement was heard from outside. Little Seven and them captured everyone. There were at least 20 monarch ranked, it seemed that they were looking down on her. Yu, these people don't seem to belong to the Jiang family. Little Seven grabbed a person's hair, pulling his head up. She used another to check his body, and didn't see anything indicating his identity. Floey stepped forward. She opened the sleeves of the person and saw a pattern embroidered on it. There is an insignia here. Miao family. Sima Lu Xian came out of the other room. These people are from the Miao family. Miao family? Miao Shihua. Sima Yu was a little surprised. It seems that Sima Lu Xi's situation made them desperate. I thought they were from the Jiang family. Little Seven threw the person on the ground. The person slammed down with a crisp sound. It doesn't matter if it's not the Jiang family. It'll be the same for the Miao family too. Sima Yu said. Lock these people up. In 2 days, they'll be of good use. Yaguang and them dragged these people away. Sima Lu Xian came over. Although Miao family is not as strong as Jiang family and Sima family, it is still a third-rate force. But these people seem to have followed Miao Shihua when she married. Miao Shihua and Jiang Shui are on the same boat. The Miao family is the same as the Jiang family. Sima Yu stated. When I spoke with great-grandfather, I expected that the Jiang family would wait a few more days before they made their move. Our plan would be delayed for a few days. Now, we can catch Jiang Shui by surprise. According to their plan, Jiang Shui would have Jiang family come deal with her. That would be when their relationship would be torn apart. However, by then, Jiang Shui would have been prepared. Now that they have this, they have a reason to. Early next morning, Sima Yu took someone to the front gate. She threw them to the front of the entrance, which immediately attracted a lot of onlookers. Go tell Sima family head and Miao Shihua to come out and recognize someone. Sima Yu told the guard. The guard looked at Sima Yu. Although he didn't know what was wrong with her, according to family head's instruction, as long as she appeared, he would need to immediately report it. Soon, Sima Ji Yuan and the others rushed over. Miao Shihua trembled when she saw the person on the ground. She guessed what had happened when these people didn't come back last night. But she didn't expect Sima Yu to come up blatantly. Yu, what's wrong? Sima Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes when he saw the person in black. Could someone secretly try to hurt her? But the guards didn't send back any news. Great-grandfather, I've come to seek Miao Shihua for an account. Sima Yu said. I only came to Chong Prefecture yesterday and someone tried to assassinate me last night. I think I have a right to ask for an explanation. These people? Miao families. Yaguang stepped forward. He roughly tore off their sleeves, revealing the insignia on his forearm. Sima Ji Yuan became irritable when he saw the insignia and shouted at Miao Shihua. You actually sent someone to kill Yu? Did you treat my words as air? Sima Ji Yuan was furious. Jiang Shui was standing on the Jiang family side and now Miao Shihua was causing trouble for him. The plan to deal with the Jiang family was disrupted, now they had to replan. I did not want to kill her, I just sent someone to ask her to treat Shi'er. Miao Shihua retorted. If you want to ask me to treat her, do you need to send so many people? Sima Yu snorted. Before you failed to force me, now you want to kill me. If it weren't for my grandparents' protection, my little life would have long gone. You have sent so many people. I'm afraid it's not as simple as asking me. Great-grandfather, don't be partial to her. I must have an explanation about what happened last night. What do you want? Of course pay a life, blood in exchange for blood. Sima Yu said. You dare. Miao Shihua cried out. What can't I dare? Sima Yu sneered. You dare to send someone to kill me, I naturally need to avenge myself. This is Sima family, you can't be willful. This is outside Sima family. It's not Sima family business to be involved in mine. Even if I kill you today, Sima family will not say anything. What an arrogant tone. Sima Tu and Jiang Shui rushed out when they heard the news. Sima Yu, if you want to return to the family, I advise you to not be temperamental. Someone shouted. Sima Yu glanced over. She didn't know them so she ignored it. Mi Air. She lightly ordered. Everyone was dazed, but they didn't see how Mi Air appeared and captured Miao Shihua. When he stopped, Miao Shihua was pulled to Sima Yu's side. Mother. The person who had just spoken cried out in fear. Ugh, Miao Shihua was being strangled by the throat, and she subconsciously grabbed at Mi Air with both hands. Let her go. Sima Tu immediately attacked Mi Air when he saw his wife being captured. It wasn't apparent that he was a passionate person. Little Seven quickly intercepted him, not allowing him to get close to Mi Air and them. Sima Tu didn't go the usual route of body refinement, so he wasn't physically strong. After 2 rounds with little 7, she captured him and held him at his throat. As long as she exerts a little force, he would die. Sima Yu, you dare. Jiang Shui shouted. At the beginning when Miao Shihua was captured, she had no plans to go forward. She had already warned this stupid woman not to act rashly. But she didn't expect her to forget her words the moment she turned away and caused trouble for her. It didn't matter if such a useless person died. But when Sima too was captured, she couldn't ignore it because he was her precious son. Old witch, what can I not dare? Sima Yu looked at Jiang Shui. I have always been merciless to those who want to kill me. They came at me by themselves, so I can't be blamed. She wanted me heir and little 7 to act. You are seeking death. Jiang Shui quickly condensed her spirit power and attacked Sima Yu. Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingying protected her last time. No one was beside her this time. There was no one way she could escape. Previous chapter. Next. Sima Yu stood where she was without moving because others moved immediately. Bang dash. The spirit energy was interrupted halfway and finally landed where nobody was standing, blowing a hole in the street. Jiang Shui saw Sima Zhiyuan standing in front of Sima Yu, blocking her, and said with a dark expression, "What is the meaning of this?" "I'm the one who should ask you what's the meaning of this." Sima Zhiyuan called out, "You dare to kill my granddaughter? She wants to kill my son." Jiang Shui called out. "That's because your son is the one asking for death." Sima Zhiyuan, don't be too biased now. Tuer is someone within the Sima family. Jiang Shui said, "Are you sure that you want to act against your own clan for the sake of an outsider?" "Humph, you guys are obviously the one looking for trouble." Sima Zhiyuan snorted coldly, "You dare to attack others, so you must be prepared to be attacked by others. Who dares to touch my son?" Jiang Shui cried out, "You better get her to let him go, or else." "Or else what?" Sima Zhiyuan interrupted her, "Do you think that that plan of yours would really be able to work?" Jiang Shui's expression changed as she asked, "What plan?" Even Miao Shihua's heart started to pound. Could it be that they knew? "Don't you want to chase me off my position so you can let your son become the patriarch?" Sima Zhiyuan said, "Don't you also want to get the Jiang family to help you out, which is why you're currently waiting for the Jiang family to rush over here, isn't it?" "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Jiang Shui was still denying it. She had truly already sent news back to the Jiang family yesterday, asking them to hurry up and send men over. However, they sent news back saying that they would still need a bit more time. She thought that she had done it secretly enough. How did Sima Zhiyuan come to know about it? She subconsciously looked at Miao Shihua. When she saw that she was extremely surprised as well, she knew that it wasn't her who had leaked the news. Could it be that they had a spy within them? You should stop wondering who it was that spilt the beans, and stop trying to deny it. Since I dare to say it like this, I have my evidence. Sima Zhiyuan stopped her from saying anything more. Now that he had said this, anything she said to deny it would be meaningless. Jiang Shui, you really? Those who had just heard of this news looked at her with shock. They knew that she had always been strong and always wanted to show off her abilities. They thought that it was because they didn't have a man to lead the clan, which was why they always tolerated her whenever she overstepped her boundaries. However, this didn't mean that she could do something that would act against the clan. Humph, Sima Zhiyuan, as the patriarch, you always judge things unfairly and have brought so much trouble upon the Sima family. We have done so much for our clan, but you have never treated us justly. Why can't we give ourselves some equal power? Jiang Shui said. That's right. Sima Zhiyuan, you undying old man, you should have given me the position long ago. Only when I become the patriarch of the Sima family will the Sima family revitalize and return to its former glory. Sima too suddenly cried out, humph, once I become patriarch, all those who look down on me will all be sent to hell. Sima too. Those people who Sima too had pointed and cursed at cried out. Out, you're just an evil creature. I'm an evil creature. You guys are the evil ones, okay? Sima too pointed at Sima Luxian and Sima Yu. If it wasn't for them consorting with that slut from the Ghost Clan, would our clan have been pressured by other powers like this? The biggest joke is that the undying old man even protected them because he was your grandson. I heard that when I was in the clan, someone tried to poison me to death. That should have been you, right? Sima Yu asked. Of course. However, I didn't think that your cheap life would be so long that you actually didn't die no matter how many poisons I used. It looks like you really are an evildoer. Sima too cried out. Sima too. Sima Zhiyuan personally heard him confess that he had attacked Sima Yu when she was young and could not help but burst out in anger. Undying old man, just cry out. In any case, you won't be able to for much longer. Sima Tu used his hands to cover his ears. Once my mother and the Jiang family's men have killed you all, I will be the patriarch of the Sima family. I just have to hold on until that day. Pa dash. Sima Tu had yet to finish his sentence when Sima Zhiyuan, who was no longer able to hold back his anger, ran over to give him a heavy punch. Tuer. What have you done to him? Jiang Shui cried out. Nothing much, actually. I just fed him an incantation pill when he wasn't looking. Sima Yu said, I merely wanted to ask whether or not the one who had poisoned me was them, but I didn't think that he would just say whatever was on his mind. When she finished speaking, she shrugged, expressing that she didn't expect that. Jiang Shui, oh Jiang Shui, our Sima family has always treated you kindly. Why have you turned around to stab us in the back? Even Sima He-shun was incensed and his words were filled with disappointment. Humph, treated us kindly? Ha ha ha, Sima He-shun, don't you feel embarrassed saying these words? Jiang Shui burst out with laughter. If you really treated us well, would my lineage have been suppressed within the clan? Why are you wasting so many words with her? With her attitude, no matter what you do for her, she will never think it is enough. Sima Ji Yuan said, even without speaking of what happened before, now that you have plotted this, it is enough to confirm your punishment. Punishment? Jiang Shui looked at Sima Ji Yuan, just based on you guys? Pa. Is that so? You are still a member of our Sima family, you'll see whether or not we can do it. Catch them. Sima Ji Yuan waved his hands as a group of guards ran out, surrounding Jiang Shui and the others. Sima Ji Yuan, do you want to shed all pretense of cordiality? Isn't this what you all have chosen? Sima Ji Yuan snorted coldly. Jiang Shui looked at those guards and started to calculate the odds of success. You will not catch grandmother. Many people ran out from inside, forming a circle around Jiang Shui. Their people were from one of the branches and they all ran out when they heard the news. It was likely that they didn't care much for Jiang Shui, but that her life or death would influence their life or death. If she died, they would not have a good future inside the Sima family. Of course, one of the reasons was because Jiang Shui often left some pressure in their hearts. Sima Ji Yuan saw the disciples in that clan and said, you have to think this through properly. As the later generation of our clan, I give you guys one more chance. If you insist on going through this with Jiang Shui, you will no longer ever be a part of the Sima family. If you admit your fault now, you can still remain as a member of the Sima family. Do you think that you will still hold any position in the Sima family without grandmother? Sima Tu's son cried out. These people exchanged glances and their eyes revealed their hesitation. Previous chapter. Next. They were just a branch from the Sima family. If they really fought with the Sima family, they would definitely stand to lose. However, without Jiang Shui, would their clan even have any sort of standing? They thought of some things that happened in the past and the choices were clear as day. One was to die here, the other was to drag out an ignoble existence. For a moment, they didn't know which to choose. Who dares to lay a hand on my aunt? There was a shout and everyone looked over to see Jiang Yunlong charging in with a group of people behind him. Sima Yu looked over at Jiang Yunlong. She seemed to remember that this person was around the same generation as her great-grandfather. Jiang Shui was his aunt, which meant that her position in the Jiang family was quite high. Sima Ji Yuan, Jiang Shui is an aunt that belongs to my Jiang family. Just try laying a hand on her. Jiang Yunlong, this is Sima family's territory. He secretly glanced in their direction. They dared to enter this place so boldly. This is currently the Sima family's territory, but it will not be in a while. Jiang Yunlong said, you think to swallow us up? Then we'd have to see what your abilities are. Sima Yu looked at them with some disinterest. These people just love to cause trouble and mess around, talk nonsense, and all these were just to strut about and show how powerful they were. Spineless. It seemed like she had no choice but to give them a good show. Little Seven and Mi-er understood her intentions. Even before she had given the orders, they acted and got rid of the people in their hands. That was because they had long since had enough of them. They tossed the lifeless people on the ground and wiped their hands apathetically. Tour. Father, mother, dad, grandfather, even the Jiang clansmen were temporarily stunned. Sima Tu and Miao Sihua had really died just like that? It was a little unbelievable. Sima Tu and Miao Sihua had also never thought that they, almighty and powerful, would die just like that. Humph, they dared to poison Yu, so they have to pay with their lives. They wouldn't even let off a young baby. Even death can't wipe out their crimes. Jiang Shui watched as her precious son was killed and his corpse desecrated. Sima Ji Yuan was always standing in front of Sima Yu, so with her charging up, he naturally met her midway. The both of them moved, which seemed to ignite the flames of battle as all sides began to fight. Sima Yu retreated to the outskirts under the protection of her spirit beasts and watched as the battle raged on. There's so few of them, they definitely won't be able to last long. You can't be sure. The Jiang family ran over like this, which means that they definitely have a plan. Thousand Resonance said, there are times where the soldiers are few, but they are the essence. Do you mean the Jiang family's ancestor? Thousand Resonance didn't say anything more, and it was a tacit agreement to Yaguang's guess. The Jiang family ancestor was more powerful than the average person. Someone like him could defeat half of the Sima family on his own. This was a clear example of how being few in numbers but having more experts made one more powerful. The ancestors on both sides were aiming to increase in rank, but Sima Yu watched as the Jiang family continued to increase in number and thought about how Jiang Yunlong was probably the advance party. There were probably a lot more on their way over. Little Sima, you dared to kill my Jiang clansman. Ancestor. The Jiang clansman looked over and cried out with excitement. Sima Yu also felt her blood rolling, but Mi-er helped to block out most of it for her, so she wasn't as injured as the rest were. This is the ancestor of the Jiang family? She held onto her chest and said through gritted teeth, he looks just like a scoundrel, he really is the same as the rest of the Jiang clansmen. Jiang Ping flew over from the outside and landed beside Jiang Shui. Father, you're here. Jiang Shui looked excitedly at Jiang Ping. I came after receiving your news. Father, they killed Tuer. Do not worry. As a grandfather, I will avenge this. I will take revenge on his behalf. Sima Ji Yuan looked at Jiang Ping, insolent. Jiang Ping roared, his powerful bounding endlessly toward Sima Ji Yuan. Sima Ji Yuan, Sima He-shun and the others stood together to defend it, and they were all suppressed by the pressure until they were barely alive. Jiang Ping, as an elder of a family, you ran over to my Sima family to kill my clansmen. Aren't you being a little too tyrannical? Sima Qing, you advanced in rank? Sima Yu raised her eyes and looked over, and a silhouette immediately appeared from the Sima family. Sima Qing, an ancestor of the Sima family. Said to have lived for a few thousand years. Aside from the white hair by his ears, the other hairs on his body were black. He didn't even have many wrinkles on his face. If not for the vicissitudes in his eyes, he wouldn't look much different from the average person. Clothed in white, he appeared highly refined. Yu, your ancestor is rather flashy. Little Seven said in a small voice. I feel the same. Sima Yu agreed, at the very least, he's a narcissistic person. They said this very softly, but it did not escape the ears of the ancestor. Sima Qing looked over and gave a faint smile to Sima Yu, and she suddenly felt like the phrase, a million facets, never bored of looking, came to mind. Damn, was this any way to describe an ancestor? Sima Qing turned back after smiling at her and looked at Jiang Ping, saying, you undying old man. I don't care what reason you have. Since you've dared come to my doorstep to bully us, yelling about how you cannot treat us kindly, it seems like our relationship is finally at an end. There's no need to say more, let's just fight. After saying this, he flashed beside Jiang Ping, grabbed onto him and flew to the sky. Previous chapter. Next. Sima Qing pulled Jiang Ping into the air and those on the ground could only hear the occasional rumbling sounds. As the battle continued overhead, those on the ground did not rest as they began to fight again. Jiang Yunlong brought many men with him, but it was not comparable to the number of the Sima family. It wasn't much even when they added Jiang Shue's branch to the mix. The Jiang clansmen initially believed that their ancestor would be able to beat the Sima family's ancestor into submission. However, the ancestor of the Sima family actually advanced in rank. This was far beyond their expectations. Their ancestor was unable to advance in rank, so how did he manage to? No matter what the reason, the outcome was the same. The Jiang clansmen started to become disheartened. Without the ability to fight, the battle ended quickly. Every single member of Jiang Shue's branch was killed or caught. Jiang Yunlong's body was badly injured, and was protected in the center, surrounded by guards. Although he had not yet been captured and was resisting, he was surrounded by the Sima family and could go nowhere. Sima Zhiyuan, don't think that you've won just like that. As long as our ancestor returns, you're all dead. Pa, you're still dreaming at this point in time. Sima Zhiyuan was also a little injured, but he was in a much better condition than Jiang Yunlong was. It was only now that Sima Yu walked out from the protection of her spirit beasts. Sima Lu Xian and Mu Si remained in the center of their protection so that they wouldn't be afraid of the Jiang family's retaliation. Great-grandfather, please eat some medicine. She walked over and handed Sima Zhiyuan some pills. Sima Zhiyuan ate the pills and the chaotic qi in his body calmed down a lot. Sima Yu cast her gaze upon Jiang Shui and said, although Sima Tu and Miao Shihua are the ones who acted against us, I'm guessing that you did a lot of work in the shadows? Jiang Shui looked away, refusing to meet her gaze. She was just a tiny little junior but she actually dared to look at her in such a manner. Sima Yu didn't mind her attitude and said, it's such a pity that there are some people that you can touch, but some that you should never. After speaking, she turned around and walked away without a care for her reaction. Time seemed to pass slowly. It was obvious that not much time had passed, but to Jiang Yunlong, it was like a few centuries had gone by. As for Sima Zhiyuan and the others, they were extremely leisurely. There was no need to concern themselves with an outcome that was already set in stone. Before half a day had passed, Sima Qing returned alone and the outcome went without saying. Sima Qing glanced at Jiang Ping before saying, handle this well. Then he grabbed Sima Yu's shoulder and disappeared from everyone's sight. Master. Yu. Mu Si and the beasts cried out when they saw that Sima Yu disappeared. Relax, the ancestor will not do anything to her. Really? Mu Si was still very worried. Of course. When have I ever lied? Get rid of the traitors. He had no need to get personally involved for these things. Sima Lu Xian left along with him. After what happened today, nobody dared to do anything to him. As for what happened today, everyone with eyes could see that Sima Yu was the catalyst for all that happened. If she had not led the Miao family over, it would not have enticed Jiang Shui and the others to appear. If she did not kill Sima Tu, it would not have evoked Jiang Shui's ire and lured out the Jiang family. The Jiang family had been coveting the Sima family all these years, and the Sima family had also been trying to deal with this hidden danger. However, no matter who wanted to act, they first needed an excuse. As for her, she had given the Sima family an excuse like this. With this kind of powerful daughter, even if Sima Lu Xian had no spirit energy now, they would not dare to touch him. Sima Qing had taken Sima Yu to the back mountains of the Sima family. Aside from Crimson Flame, she didn't have any spirit beasts by her side. However, she was not worried about her safety. Why did you bring me here? How rude. You won't even greet your ancestor. I'm not a part of the Sima family anyway. Sima Yu huffed. She wasn't a Sima clansman, so he wasn't her ancestor. Little brat, you are very bothered about what happened that year. Sima Qing said. Of course I do. If not for what happened, my family of 3 would not have been separated for so many years, and I would not have had to grow up all alone. Although the body she inhabited was already 15 years old, her route was paved with trouble and it wasn't something an average person could deal with. There are some things we cannot change. Sima Qing said, that year, I had told it to your father, but he did not pass on my words. Sima Yu did not feel like discussing what happened that year. The things had already gone, and could not be changed, so there was no point discussing it. Why did you bring me here? Of course, I brought you here to acknowledge your roots. Sima Qing said seriously. Sima Yu looked at him through narrow eyes. Do you know what my condition is? Isn't he your condition? Sima Qing looked at the person walking down the mountain. Sima Yu lowered her head and looked over. She saw Sima Ji Yuan leading Sima Lu Xian inside. This meant that he wanted to let her and her father enter the genealogical records. And my mother, she said. All right. Sima Qing agreed without hesitation. Why didn't you bring me here with my father? She asked. Of course, that is because we have secrets to speak of. Sima Qing looked at her secretively. She subconsciously took a step back and looked at him suspiciously. What did you want to say? Nothing much, actually. I wanted to ask you whether you were willing to take over the Sima family. I believe that, as long as you're willing, the Sima family will reach great heights under your hands. Sima Qing looked at her with extreme hopefulness. I am not willing. Sima Yu rejected him immediately. Why not? Although the Sima family is not very powerful, it does have some standing in the inner region. I still don't want it. Sima Yu shook her head resolutely. You sly foxes, don't even think of letting me pick up the shambles. I don't like dealing with these messy things. Sima Qing pursed his lips. Shambles? Messy things? How could she describe her family that way? However, she was the only one from the younger generation that he liked. Sima Yu was afraid that he would really force the responsibility onto her shoulders and said, I know, you want the family to become stronger. If we can use me, then I will do my best, but don't think that I'll take over. Otherwise, I'll disappear when the time comes and you'll never find me. Do you not have a single bit of interest? I still have things that I want to do. I don't have any time to waste on behalf of the family. Sima Yu sighed. Once my father's wounds are healed, I have to look for my mother. I planned this long ago. Think about it, do you really think that it's the best idea to put the Sima family in my hands? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report. Would it be a good idea to hand the Sima clan to her? They had never thought about this. After they knew of her talents and her capabilities, all they thought was that the Sima family would have hope of reviving. But they never really thought about whether it would be a good idea to hand the Sima family to her. Given her fate, she would definitely experience many things in the future. She had many things to handle herself as well. She would definitely be restricted if the Sima family was passed to her. Actually, you don't need to hand over the Sima family in order to revive it. Sima Yu continued, the patriarch is great-grandfather, but isn't great-uncle Hishan, the actual in charge of the clan? Sima Qing looked at her and sighed as he was sure that she was unwilling to. How is it that your character is the same as your father? I'm my father's biological child. Sima Yu laughed as she knew that he conceded when he said that. Humph, don't you laugh, this is not decided yet. Sima Qing continued, they are here, let's go. Sima Lu Xian and Sima Ji Yuan came and bowed solemnly in greeting to Sima Qing. Great ancestor. It's so embarrassing, making a fool out of yourself. Sima Qing placed his hands behind him and looked at him, just stay in the clan next time and don't try to think of other things. Sima Lu Xian bowed slightly without agreeing or denying. Sima Yu pursed her lips, this guy just wants father to be safe in the clan, why did he have to make it sound so bad? Let's go. Sima Qing brought them into the spirit barrier. Initially, there wasn't anything on the mountain peak but a majestic ancestral hall stood tall there. The design of the main gate of the ancestral hall was the same as the Sima manor, just that it was a smaller version. Sima Qing walked to the front of the ancestral hall. He stood in front of the stone while extending his hand as he pressed on its left eye and the ancestral hall's main gate opened automatically. Let's go in. Sima Qing and Sima Ji Yuan walked in first with Sima Yu and Sima Lu Xian following behind. The moment they stepped in, Sima Yu felt a power blocking her and felt as if there was something screening her. Only people with the Sima bloodline can get in. Sima Lu Xian explained. My mother hasn't been in here before? Sima Yu asked curiously. They used another tunnel to come in. In that tunnel, you can come in as long as you have the aura of Sima's man on you. Sima Lu Xian's face blushed lightly as they were talking about it. Alright, she knew what it meant by having that aura. They passed through the courtyard and went to the center of Ancestral Hall. The door opened from inside before they pushed it in. Patriarch, Great Ancestor, Master Lu Xian, Young Mississippi. A hunchbacked elder came out to bow with greetings and left. This is the guard of the Ancestral Hall. His power is no lower than Patriarch's. Sima Lu Xian didn't introduce much about him but she could feel the respect he had for that elder from that few words. Sima Yu guessed that the elder's status was high in the clan as he wouldn't have just left after a greeting. They went into the Ancestral Hall and many memorial tablets were placed in the middle of the Ancestral Hall. There were estimated to be thousands of it at one glance. These memorial tablets are past dynasties of the main bloodlines, collateral relatives don't have the rights to be placed here. Sima Lu Xian said. Then where are they placed? There are a few ancestral towers at the side. The important ones in the clan will be placed in this ancestral hall. While explaining to Sima Yu, Sima Qing burnt a few incense, gave it to everyone and led them to pay respect for the successive generations of ancestors. Sima Yu was the youngest so she would be the last one to pay respect. As she placed the incense on the incense burner, she had a feeling as if it was a lifetime ago. The moment she placed the incense on the incense burner, endless scenes flashed before her eyes as she saw a clan being flourished and fell. At this moment, she finally felt that she was a part of the clan and the blood in her body began to surge. After they paid their respects, Sima Qing brought them to a room. Even though it was a room, it wasn't small, just that it was smaller than the ancestral hall. Sima Qing took a brocaded box from the wall. There were many rolls of embroidered silk in it. He took out the biggest embroidered silk and inserted spiritual energy into it and threw it in the air. The embroidered silk was dazzled with golden light and slowly drawn out. There were full of names as the roll was drawn out as big as an area of a wall. Sima Qing pointed at an area and words from there became bigger. Sima Yu saw quite a few familiar names, for example, Sima Ji Yuan, Sima Hishun, Sima Lu Xian, Sima Lu Feng, Sima Lu Yun and Sima Yi Fei and so on. There was a space beside Sima Lu Feng's name and Sima Yu guessed that would be her father's place. As it turned out, Sima Qing had gotten Sima Lu Xian to put his blood. He took out a writing brush made of weasel's hair, stained his blood with it and wrote his name on that empty space. After that, he pulled out a string and wrote, wife, Yuko Luo and pulled out a string between him and Yuko Luo's name and wrote, daughter, Sima Yu. After he was done, he made Sima Yu squeezed out a drop of blood and stained it on her name. Sima Yu thought to herself that she actually got back into the clan after she witnessed that her blood merged into the embroidered silk. She was a part of a clan now. This was a different feeling from what Sima Lai gave her. It was simpler as they had lesser members and they all doted on her endlessly. But there was an inheritance in a clan with many collateral branches and it was more harmonious and united. Sima Lu Xian's mind was in a tumult when he saw that his name appeared in the genealogy once again. Things had remained the same but people changed. Just when Sima Yu thought everything was over, a warm power shot out from the genealogy and wrapped Sima Yu up in the middle. This is. 3 of them were very surprised. Clan's inheritance. Sima Qing muttered, how many years has it been? The genealogy finally released the power of inheritance. Clan's inheritance? Sima Ji Yuan and Sima Lu Xian knew of the existence of the inheritance, but it was the first time they witnessed it. Being surprised was only an understatement. Sima Qing sighed. If he had gotten Sima Yu into the genealogy earlier, this would have happened decades ago. They wouldn't let her leave the clan if they found out about this. Even if they were pressured, they would still keep her and nurture her. That soft light scattered quickly, passing through the walls and flowed towards all directions. This is. Everyone in the clan was wrapped by that power. That soft and gentle power made them feel at ease as they felt a faint seed in their mind. Enlightenment. Sima, he shouted in a low tone and told everyone around him, start comprehending now. After everyone heard that, they immediately sat down and went to catch the seed of enlightenment that appeared in their mind. Eyes to apprehend. At this point, the whole Sima family was silent as something was changing in the midst of the silence. Not only the Sima family, even outsiders could feel the change in the Sima family. Everyone on the street stopped to watch. They felt a power that calmed their irritable heart. In the ancestral hall, Sima Yu had been closing her eyes with serenity on her face. The evil thoughts that she had from the battle were all dissolved. A while later, that power secretly entered into her body. The moment she opened her eyes, the power that wrapped around Sima clansmen entered their body as well. When everyone opened their eyes became much brighter and they looked more energetic. Some of them were in a state of enlightenment and weren't conscious yet. It would be enough if they had power, but they hadn't comprehended enough and that caused them to be unable to advance. With the power of inheritance, they had this enlightenment and only to be expected to advance. In a short while, many courtyards from the Sima family shot out rays of light that came from advancement. In the ancestral hall, Sima Yu advanced too. This time, her power didn't increase much as it only increased a level, from monarch rank 1 to monarch rank 2, it was still in the monarch rank. While she advanced, the tribulation cloud in the sky started to coagulate. After she finished advancing, she leaped and flew out far away from the ancestral hall and landed before she could say anything. Pow! Not sure why Cloud Spirit didn't give in to Sima Yu this time. Fortunately, she had refined her body strongly so that she could take this degree of lightning tribulation. All the Sima family members saw how she tribulated and felt a familiar aura and many of them were surprised. The power of inheritance earlier on had her aura, right? How did she make us have enlightenment? No matter what, we all must thank her. Is she really the clan's lucky star? She settled the Jiang clan matters the moment she came back and helped everyone to have an enlightenment. She might be able to revive the clan. Really, does it mean that we have hope now? Everyone below was discussing. Sima Yu who was on top of the mountain couldn't hear. Cloud Spirit struck exceptionally ruthlessly this time that she didn't have energy to focus on her surroundings. Also, there wasn't any preparation before striking her. The thing she took out to defend the lightning was of inadequate measures so she could only depend on her body. After the last lightning strike, Cloud Spirit didn't leave. Sima Yu sprawled on the ground. She didn't even have the power to move her fingers. Her whole body was charred and it looked as if she was burnt. All the beasts long rushed over, but she asked them to wait outside so they all ran over once the lightning tribulation was over. Yu, are you alright? Little Seven ran over and shouted after seeing Sima Yu had serious injuries from the lightning. Yu, how did you become barbecued? Have you seasoned yourself? It indeed smells like barbecue. Even Thousand Resonance couldn't help but mocked her. Sima Yu rolled her eyes. These guys revealed their naughty nature once they felt that she wasn't in danger. Weird, Cloud Spirit, why are you so ruthless this time? Little Dream asked Cloud Spirit curiously seeing that it hadn't left. Cloud Spirit groaned. These guys finally noticed it. It's not that I'm ruthless, it's because the advancement this time will implicate many things in the future. I can't cover this up. Also, I've already made it easy for her, if not, her body wouldn't be able to take it. Cloud Spirit explained proudly. Sima Yu was surprised. All she did was advance in a small level. How could this implicate things in the future? Was it because of it? She remembered the thing that she just received and became speechless. The lightning was nothing but disaster. Cloud Spirit left after explaining. It wouldn't stay to explain if they weren't close. Sima Zhiyuan and Sima Qing ran over. Their expression was weird when they saw her being charcoal black after being struck. Why did she always get struck? Did she do many bad deeds in the past? Bring her back first. Sima Qing continued. Zhiyuan, come here. Sima Yu didn't understand why he backed away when he was right beside her and asked Sima Zhiyuan to carry her instead. Little Seven and the rest didn't let others carry her, so she volunteered to carry her. She heard Sima Qing mumbled right when she turned around. She became a little black charcoal. If I carry her, will I become a black charcoal too? TSK, it will dirty my clothes. If only Sima Yu had any energy left, she would definitely scold him. Did you have to be like that, 1,000-year-old man? Little Seven held on to Sima Yu and reached the courtyard that was long prepared for her with Sima Zhiyuan's guidance. Sima family members all guessed it was her when they saw Little Seven holding a piece of black charcoal. The lightning was so ruthless. Someone said. It's such a pity that a lady like her has become a coal. Right. I wonder if she can recover from that. I heard she will get struck by lightning every time she advances. Would she become coal all the time? So pitiful. Sima Yu became speechless once again. How could the Sima family members have the same moral and conduct as Sima Qing? Would she still be able to play around? Huang Yingying and the rest felt sorry for Sima Yu seeing her in this state. They heard that she was struck badly when she was in Fair Eastern City, but they didn't see it with their own eyes, so even though they felt sorry for her, it wasn't as strong as this time. Yu, are you alright? Huang Yingying asked. Sima Yu blinked at her, trying to tell her that she was fine, but it made Huang Yingying heart ache for a while. If she was really fine, why couldn't she speak? Yin Lang, who had been with her the whole time, rubbed his chin while looking at her as if he had some thought. With you looking this ugly, should I continue to follow you? Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him with clear intentions. Young miss like me never wanted you to follow me, scram if you disdained. Yin Lang laughed after seeing her gaze. It was the first time that he found it cute when a lady rolled her eyes. Sima Yu was unhappy that she had been watched by everyone the whole time. Once she became unhappy, she would throw a temper. Other than Huang Yingying and Sima Luxian, others weren't allowed to enter the place where she was staying. But the Sima family was busy recently. Although Jiang Yunlong and Jiang Ping had been killed, there were other things from the Jiang clan that they needed to handle, and they needed to handle that vein, Sima Tuesday. So, 10 days later, everyone thought that she was still recuperating, but in fact, she had already recovered long ago. Previous chapter. While the Sima clansmen were preparing for the last battle with the Jiang family, Sima Yu was hanging about in the huge books collection pavilion. Just like what Huang Yingying said previously, the books collection pavilion was very huge. There were many collections with unique and solo books. It seemed like the Sima family were indeed a very powerful clan a long time ago. It was a pity that it had fallen behind now. The gate of the books collection pavilion opened, someone came in, swept the entire place with their eyes and found out where she was. Sima Yu put down the book as she saw someone coming and asked, Yi Yun, why are you here? I went to your courtyard and Uncle Lu Xian told me that you came here upon knowing of this place, so I came over. Sima Yi Yun continued, why did you come to the books collection pavilion right after coming back? I'm here to see if there's any way to recover my father's power. Sima Yu continued. Father will be more and more disappointed if this drags on. True. Sima Yi Yun sat beside her. She carried the thick stack of books from the side and said, I'll find it with you. How do I find it? Sure. Sima Yu thought that it would be easier if there was help, so she told her all the keywords to look for. She might not be able to understand all these medical books, but she could read, so she could look for words that were related. Sima Yu had already hung in the books collection pavilion for a few months. They were able to flip all the books in the pavilion with Sima Yi Yun and Sima Chi Chi's help. Sima Yu read the last book regarding medical arts and closed the book with a heavy heart. There's nothing. She sighed. It seemed like the only plan that was left for now was what Wu Lingyu said. Yu, don't give up, there must be a way. Sima Yi Yun comforted her, seeing that she was disappointed. That's right, Yu, there must be another place that has the book. We will make it as long as we have the perseverance. Sima Chi joined in. Sima Yu smiled at them and said, you guys have been here with me the whole time, how's the situation outside? There's nothing much, we've already settled the Jiang family completely. The Jiang family wouldn't appear in front of us anymore. Sima Chi was in a good mood when it came to this. That's good news. But even though there's no Jiang family, there will be other clans like the Li clan and Wang clan coming for us. Sima Yu said. We will need to have a very powerful strength if we want to keep the clan safe. Sima Yi Yun continued, speaking of which, everyone is spreading that you're our clan's lucky star. I'm not any lucky gem, how did I become a lucky star? You're the clan's lucky star. Sima Yu saw how she looked at herself with respect and laughed, it's not as incredible as you said. It's all just coincidence. No matter what, you brought so much advantage to the clan when you came back. Sima Yi Yun said. Oh right, Yu, what is the clan's inheritance that you've gotten? Can you tell us? Sima Chi asked curiously. Chi, don't spout nonsense. Sima Yi Yun chided lightly. What's the big deal, you won't tell us if it's a secret. She won't get angry anyway. Right, Yu? Sima Chi said smilingly. But. Yun, aren't you curious? Sima Chi interrupted her. Sima Yun pursed her lips, she was curious too, but the clan leader never questioned Yu regarding this, how could she ask her? Actually, it's not a secret anyway. Sima Yu continued, at that moment, all I got was a surge of power and a set of spirit skills. Speaking of that power, Sima Yun and her could relate more because they both apprehended many things from that. Our inheritance is actually a set of spirit skills? Sima Chi questioned in doubt. Our forefathers depended on this set of spirit skills to rule the world, but it slowly became like this. Sima Yun sighed. What is that set of spirit skills? That spirit skill is fusing. Sima Yu continued, because our clan used to have many beast tamer masters, so we have a lot of spirit beasts. Fusing with spirit beasts could increase our fighting strength by a lot compared to others, and because of that, it shook the world. Did we fall because we have little beast tamer masters? Sima Chi guessed. It's not only that. Sima Yu continued, the fusing from last time is different from now. What's the difference? Last time, by using fusion, it did not only fuse human and contract beast as one, the result was much better, it wasn't as easy as 1 + 1 = 2. The fusion now lacks the essence from the past. Sima Yu explained, before we come in here, our spirit skills will be expanded to our great-grandfather, he should be researching about it now if you guys haven't heard. I feel that if we want to revive the clan, we need to find more beast tamer masters. Sima Chi supported herself with both hands on the table, we won't be able to use these spirit skills if we didn't have any spirit beasts. It's not up to us to worry about that, the clan leader will come to think of it. Sima Yun said. Sima Yu lowered her head without saying anything. She gave the spirit skill to Sima Zhiyuan but didn't tell them about the imperial beast art. She believed that the Sima family would be able to revive with these two combinations. But, imperial beast art was given to her by Mo Sha, she couldn't tell others before seeking his approval. Thinking of Mo Sha, she remembered that Wu Lingyu had been gone for quite a while. According to the rule, he should have contacted her long ago, why didn't he contact her for so long? Could he have fallen unconscious again? No, he just woke up not long ago, he wouldn't be slipping into a coma now. If it wasn't because of him, then something must have held him back. Did he get caught because Sage Pavilion was aware that he was going for Phoenix Nirvana medicine? But she immediately denied her thought, he wasn't just Wu Lingyu, he was Mo Sha as well, the king of Devil Realm, there were so many guys around him, how could he be locked up just by anyone? Also, there wasn't news from the continent. She bursted out in laughter out of a sudden, she must be overthinking. She let her imagination run wild just because he didn't contact her for a few months. Previous chapter. Sima Yu didn't want to waste time since she couldn't find anything related to her father's illness, so she went to look for books that were related to the clan's inheritance. When Sima Chi and Sima Yun were helping her, they were curious as to why she was interested in the clan's history. She laughed and said, I need to get a good understanding of the clan since I just got back into the clan. They accepted her explanation and both of them found a few thick books for her. They couldn't help her with this, so they left as she was the one that needed to read. Sima Yu stayed in the books collection pavilion alone and spent a few days finishing that few history books. There's no detailed explanation on this. She sighed as she finished reading the last book. She opened her hand and a ball of cream white bubble appeared on her palm. It was transformed from the power of inheritance when she received the inheritance. It seemed like there wasn't any attacking power, nothing could be felt in her body, but she could sense that the reason she got struck so badly when she advanced was because of it. But this thing didn't seem to have any intellect, she didn't know what it was as it didn't have any power. Cloud Spirit said the power now would greatly affect the future and that was why she was struck so badly. This was the only reason when she came to think about it. She thought that the clan's history might have mentioned about it since it was something she received from the clan's inheritance. So she read all the clan's history books. In the end, all the books didn't mention anything about it. So, was this not from the Sima clan? Or they had it before, but they didn't note it down. She thought it through, put back where the book was and looked for Sima Qing. What powerful items did the great ancestor have? Sima Qing looked at her while he gave it a thought, there was nothing that seems to be powerful. If anything was powerful, then it's the spirit skill. Is there any problem? Nothing much, I'm only curious about what powerful item the great ancestors have. Sima Yu said. Sima Qing was the eldest in the Sima clan, if he didn't know anything about it, then no one else would know. What could this little bubble be? Nothing came through her mind after she thought about it. Forgot about it then, since she wasn't the kind of person who brood over insoluble things. Go and comprehend the spirit skill if you're free. Sima Qing continued, this set of spirit skills is much more profound than the current one, it's difficult to understand in some areas. I think you're fated with this since you're the one who could get the inheritance, who knows it might get easy after comprehending it. In these few months, other than settling the Jiang clan's problem, the clan focused on achieving the enlightenment of the spirit skill, but there was no result. I've seen that spirit skill, there are a lot of areas that are different from the one we're learning, some of them even go against each other. I think everyone's ideology needs to be changed if they want to learn this. Sima Yu continued, I don't know if I can achieve the enlightenment of this. But I will give it a try. I believe in you. Sima Qing smiled lightly that made her feel that he was cunning. Humph, the whole family was an old fox. She mumbled in her heart while going back to her courtyard. When she reached the entrance of her courtyard, she saw Mu Si walking alongside a guy. Both of them were chatting happily and looked as if they were close with each other. Initially, she thought it was one of Sima clan members, but after she took a closer look, the material of his clothes were different from the Sima clan. Mu Si's eyes shone brightly after seeing her. He bowed and said, "Master, you're back. Are you out of seclusion?" I'm out of seclusion. I didn't find anything that is useful." Sima Yu nodded lightly. "This is?" "Yin Shang greets young Miss Yu." That guy didn't wait for Mu Si to introduce him as he cupped his hand in greeting towards Sima Yu. "Yin clan's member?" Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. "When did Yin clan members get close to Mu Si?" "I'm Tangerine City Lord Manor's steward," Yin Shang said. Sima Yu then came to a realization that he was here to look for Yin Lang. "Is Yin Lang still here?" she guessed confidently. "Yes. He said he was waiting for you to come out from seclusion and refused to leave. Elder brother Shang will come here from time to time to report to him about certain things." Mu Si explained. "Did he take the Sima clan as his own manor?" Sima Yu said faintly, "Are you guys going out? Then I shall not disturb you guys any further. Yin Shang will be excused then." Yin Shang cupped his hand and left. "Master, I'll see him out." Mu Si's face was full of smiles seeing that Sima Yu had come out of seclusion. "Go ahead. Master will check on your homework in a while," Sima Yu said. The homework she was talking about was the current state of his cultivation in these few months. "Sure, I'll be back soon." Mu Si left quickly with light pace. Sima Yu smiled upon seeing his back. She turned around and went into her courtyard and looked for someone to settle scores with. Yin Lang was in her house, lying on the couch and munching on the spirit fruit contentedly. The main door was open so he saw Sima Yu once she came into the courtyard. "You're very happy staying here, huh?" Sima Yu pursed her lips. "Are you intending to move your villa into my Sima clan?" "It became your Sima clan when you haven't been back for long." Yin Lang spat out 2 little seeds and it landed into the trash accurately. "Don't tell me all these." Sima Yu looked for a stool and sat down. "Did my great-grandfather dare not chase you out because you're my friend?" "Don't make it sound so estranged." Yin Lang continued, "I'd already told you that I'll follow you so I'll mark my words until you make me understand the meaning of like. Are you too bored?" Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him. "Is there nothing for you to deal with in Tangerine City? Didn't Yin clan look for you?" "There's actually problems. But I intend to bring you along so I've been waiting for you to come out from seclusion." "What happened?" "You're a seeker spirit master, right? Are you interested in Orvanes?" Yin Lang asked. "Of course. Did you find an Orvane and want to give it to me?" Sima Yu asked. "Sure." Yin Lang answered bluntly, "It was only an Orvane, it would be worth it if it could make her smile." "Forget it." Sima Yu rejected. "What happened to the Orvane?" "It's not an Orvane, it's an Oraria. An ancient Oraria, are you interested?" "Ancient Oraria?" Sima Yu was blanked and her breathing became fast. "Are you for real?" "Of course I am. Are you interested to take a look?" "It would be good to take a look if it's really an ancient Oraria." "Then that's settled, I'll bring you. She will go with me if she wants, you don't have to worry about that." Wu Lingyu's voice was heard. Sima Yu's eyes brightened and her lips curled up unconsciously. It was the first time that Yin Lang saw her smiling sweetly with a blessed face. He had never seen her like that before. Was this what she mentioned, the expression that people would show when they liked someone? Wu Lingyu walked in while Sima Yu smiled lightly and welcomed him. "Why are you here?" Wu Lingyu embraced her shoulders, lightly swept her dangling hair to the back and said smilingly, "I came because I miss you." Sima Yu smiled brilliantly and punched him lightly on his shoulder. "I haven't heard from you for so long, I thought something happened to you." "There were some problems, I'll tell you later." Wu Lingyu held her hand. "All right." Yin Lang felt stuffy in his chest as if it was hard to breathe. He extended his hand and touched his chest feeling a little uncomfortable. Wu Lingyu noticed what was going on with him. He stopped Sima Yu by her shoulders and said, "Didn't I tell you not to be with other guys when I'm not around?" "Who is this?" "Ahem, he is the city lord of Tangerine City." Sima Yu introduced. "I see, it's City Lord Yin. Sorry that I disrespected you earlier on." Wu Lingyu nodded to him but he didn't change anything just because of Yin Lang's status. Yu, he is the man that you like?" Yin Lang didn't care about Wu Lingyu, he had the urge to remove his hand from Sima Yu's shoulders. "Yes." Sima Yu admitted openly, "He is the holy son of Sage Pavilion of the Central Region." "It's the holy son of the Inner Region now." Wu Lingyu said. "You came into the Inner Region already?" "Yes. They wanted to move me here long ago, but I didn't like it so they couldn't do anything about it. But now that you've come to the Inner Region, I'll definitely follow you here." Wu Lingyu said. "I see, it's the holy son of the Sage Pavilion." Yin Lang felt that he couldn't breathe even more so he stood up and said, "I've got some things to handle, I'll go ahead first." After he spoke, he left the room without waiting for their replies. After he left, Wu Lingyu bent down and kissed her strongly on her lips. "This is your punishment. I asked you not to seduce other men, but you let them stay in your house." Sima Yu poked his chest. "When did I?" "Humph, don't think that I don't know that he has already followed you for quite a while." Wu Lingyu said. "Why did you come back so late since you already know?" Sima Yu teased him, "You didn't even contact me and make me worry to death." "Don't change the topic, I know you have a lot of men around you, but I just don't understand why they followed you." Be honest and I'll be lenient, if you defy, I'll punish you severely. Wu Lingyu gripped her hand and placed it beside his lips while biting on it lightly. He followed me willingly, it's not that I asked him to. Sima Yu said. Then why did he follow you? Sima Yu leaned on his chest while telling him that Yin Lang wanted her to be his woman and also that he wanted to follow her around willingly. She lifted her head up to see him raging with gritted teeth. How dare he try to make you his woman, is he tired of living? Alright, it's just a joke. Sima Yu continued, let's not talk about him, why didn't you contact me after so long? Did Sage Pavilion punish you? No. Wu Lingyu could see that she was truly worried and said, they only reprimanded me for the way I handled things but they didn't punish me. Just that I was sent to settle some things, so it took a while. Oh. Sima Yu didn't probe further as long as he was safe. I've seen Phoenix Nirvana, it's not ripe yet, I guess it will still need time. Wu Lingyu said. Where is it in Sage Pavilion? Is it easy to get in? Is there? Leave this to me. Wu Lingyu continued, don't worry, I'll definitely bring it to you. Sima Yu looked at him with both her arms hanging from his neck, she nodded and said, alright, I'll leave it to you. Do I have a prize for that? Wu Lingyu's lip curled up into a charming smile as if he was a seductive criminal. Sima Yu tiptoed and kissed his lips, this is your prize. This isn't enough. Wu Lingyu waved his hand and the room's door closed automatically. After a long while, their unraveled lips separated, both their aura was a little strong. I really want to quickly marry you. Wu Lingyu rested his chin on top of her head, he couldn't let himself sink in anymore. Sima Yu blushed slightly when she felt his chin on her head. Oh right, do you have any information on fire rebirth? She changed the topic to prevent the atmosphere from being too ambiguous. Speaking of this, the one on top of her head went silent. Sima Yu left his embrace and looked at him, why? Is there no news about it? No. Wu Lingyu went silent for a while, actually, I do have some information. Where is it? Wu Lingyu could see the anxiousness in her eyes, he kept his thoughts and said, the last time I heard was, Fire Rebirth and Hidden Family's Xianqiu clan are connected. But I can't confirm if it's in the Xianqiu clan. But I can confirm that the Xianqiu clan knows where it is. Sima Yu went blanked and laughed. If she knew Fire Rebirth and Xianqiu clan had connections, she would definitely go to Xianqiu clan and contact Xianqiu He. So it turned out that he was being bashful and didn't want to say anything because he didn't want her to look for Xianqiu He. Silly. She laughed while poking him. I just don't want you to look for him. Wu Lingyu hugged her. No matter how outstanding they are not as good as you. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. She laughed. Wu Lingyu watched as she was laughing, how dare she teased him. Once again, he seized her lips and gave her a long and ruthless kiss. Yin Lang was outside as he didn't actually leave, although he couldn't sense what was happening inside as there was a spirit barrier, he felt hurt. He wanted to pull her out from other men's embrace, it wasn't because she was good looking anymore, it was because he felt that she was the only one who could fill up the void in his heart. The room's door opened after a long while, Wu Lingyu and her walked out with swollen lips that showed that they were clinging lovingly just now. He watched as they stepped out of the courtyard and saw how she smiled at him sweetly, it was the first time that he felt that he really fell for her. Was this the feeling of liking someone? His frame of mind changed although he really wanted her to be his. If this is the feeling of liking someone, it doesn't feel good. He muttered as he turned around and left. Sima Yu brought Wu Lingyu to meet her family and also to let them know that he would be bringing her away for a period of time. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Maybe they knew that he was coming, the living hall became like a joint hearing from the three halls. Sima Qing and Sima Zhiyuan sat on the master's seat, Sima Hishan, Sima Xiuqi and Huang Yingying sat on the second bottom level and Sima Lu Xian sat on the following lower level. Sima Lu Qing looked at Wu Lingyu with his eyebrows frowned. This is the guy that wants to kidnap our family's daughter? His tone was unfriendly and unhappy as if his little cabbage was dug by the pigs. How did you have a partner when you're still so young? Sima Hishan was unhappy too, holy son of the Sage Pavilion? Our relationship with the Sage Pavilion has never been good, how can we marry off our daughter there? Indeed impossible. A few black lines dropped from Sima Yu's head as she watched them echoing each other. I can live with the women's family if Yu agrees. Wu Lingyu said. Pfft. Sima Yu almost choked on her own saliva and turned her head in shock while looking at him. Was there something wrong with him? We might consider if that's the case. Sima Qing rubbed his chin as he looked like he was thinking. Sima Yu was guessing that he must be thinking of the advantages that he would bring if he lived with them. Although I'm still a little unhappy, it's much better now. Sima Hishan continued, what's your thoughts on this? Sima Zhiyuan had already long accepted Wu Lingyu, Sima Xiuqi and the others were the 24 filial exemplars, they would agree as long as Yu agrees with it. Grandfather, there's other things that I need to tell you guys. Sima Yu interrupted them. They might come up with something else if they continued talking. What is it? Sima Lu Xian questioned. I'm going to leave with Wu Lingyu for a period of time. Sima Yu answered. Are you guys going to elope? Sima Qing said out of a sudden. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him, would I still report it to you if I'm going to elope? Where are you going? For how long? Is it dangerous? Huang Yingying asked. Sima Yu glanced at Wu Lingyu and said after seeing that he didn't respond, Lingyu said that an ancient mine was found at the 32nd state. Ancient mine? Everyone's breathing became more anxious. Is that true? It must be real if Lingyu said it. Sima Yu trusted him fully. Ancient mines have always been unknown to everyone and it's dangerous there. The 32nd state has always been the strangest place in the inner regions. It's possible to find an ancient mine there. Sima Hishun said. Many forces know about this already. I guess many people will be running to the 32nd state now. Then we shall send someone there too. Great-grandfather, clan elder, I think the clan shouldn't participate in this muddy water. Sima Yu said. Why? Lingyu said that ancient mines are too strange. Sima Yu continued, it was found oddly and it appeared strangely as well. Even that place is filled with evil attributes. Evil attributes? Yes. No one has ever come out of there once they stepped in. Wu Lingyu continued, actually, that place has been found a decade ago, but those people that stepped in have never stepped out. But after every few years, items of those people will be found at the mine with no exception. So dangerous? Although it's very dangerous, it is as appealing. Sima Hishun said. That's right. Wu Lingyu nodded. The news didn't spread out initially as the forces that found out about this have been suppressing it, wanting to have the mine for themselves. But they realized that this is something that is hard to swallow, so the news slowly spreads out. When the news spreads out, many forces will definitely go there. The clan had just gone through the Jiang clan's matter and the vital energy had not recovered. Plus, it is dangerous there and we might not gain anything if the clan decides to go there. Sima Yu continued, there are some opportunities where we can give it a try, but there are some that might not be suitable for us. We have to consider this realistically. Everyone was silent. She was right, there wasn't enough power for the Sima clan to participate in this for now, but that was an ancient mine, it might be able to revive the clan even if they didn't gain much from it. Yu is right, we have to have enough power even though it is very tempting. Sima Hishun continued, I think we should stand aside and watch in regards to this matter. Yu, would it be dangerous if you go there? Huang Yingying was worried, I think it's better if you bring some men along with you. Grandmother, there's Lingyu. Sima Yu smiled, it will be easier for me to change according to the situation when I'm alone. Don't worry. Huang Yingying glanced at Wu Lingyu, she knew that he was powerful and that Yu would be fine if he was around. When are you guys leaving? Sima Lu Xian asked. Best is now, the news spread fast, I don't know how many people are rushing over now. Sima Yu continued, I might be able to bring something good back if I go earlier. Alright. You must contact the clan if anything happens. Sima Ji Yuan said worriedly, the clan will prepare some things for you, set off tomorrow instead. Sure. Sima Yu responded. It was only 2 days of difference anyway. Then you should go back now, someone will send the things over when it's prepared. Sima Ji Yuan said. Sima Yu hesitated and took out a box, Ancestor, this belongs to Lingyu, I've a copy with me. I think it will be more effective if it is combined with our clan's spirit skill. What is this? Sima Qing took the box and opened it, he saw a handwritten inscription. This is Imperial Beast art. Sima Yu continued, this was the best Imperial Beast art from a few thousand years ago. The box in Sima Qing's hand almost dropped on the floor, the hand that was holding on to that inscription was trembling. What did you say this was? He couldn't believe his own ears. This is the Imperial Beast art, Wu Lingyu got it unintentionally and passed it to me. I was thinking that the main spirit skill that the clan needs is fusing and requires a lot of spirit beasts. The power of our clan members will definitely increase several times if there are powerful spirit beasts. This way, our clan's power will naturally increase as well. Sima Yu said. This is actually the Imperial Beast art. I've never thought that I will be able to see Imperial Beast art with my own eyes. Sima Qing was excited that he couldn't speak, he thought that it was a hallucination while looking at the inscription in his hand. Oh right, the contractor and spirit beast's power will increase if they use this Imperial Beast art to tame the spirit beast when they're establishing a contract, it can help people to advance. Sima Yu continued, this kind of Imperial Beast art is already extinct, so it's best that you don't let others know about this. If not, it will be a talisman of the clan's extermination instead of something that revives the clan.